Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back. This is Matt. I'm back at it again with some more TLR stuff. That is an acronym for the last round. Last night I made a 5.5 hour comprehensive, to say the least, video stream, just kind of going over the lore tab and things like this. Tonight I'd like to begin with the chronological order of what the stream is titled. We're going to go over the background fan fiction stuff I feel is anchored essentially in place to the fabric of the last round. First up, audiobooks, right? These are fan fiction stories made by a number of individuals. Then, after that, we're going to get into the trailer, of course, the new trailer I created as of yesterday. We'll be revisiting the slides and going over other such topics as we'll be viewing the slides then as we go into the new and updated, as of today, TLR mechanics. So without further ado, we're going to just pop on the 4 short audiobooks that I personally have narrated for some of the coolest stuff you may have not heard. This is fan fiction that ties us directly into the last round. These are events that happened prior to the last round. As you may know, the last round as a timeline is non-linear. So you will see and hear references to things that are carried over into TLR. So here we go.
Splatterhouse, Patient 6504 by Rob Strangman. Narration by Matthew Dorset. He wished the screaming would stop. He could hear it everywhere, haunting him. While he was awake, he could hear some of the more deranged patients screaming their heads off. He could hear them distantly, as they were located more toward the center of the asylum, supposedly far out of earshot. But he could still hear them. While he slept, all he could hear was Jennifer's screams. She was terrified, more than she had ever been in her entire life. She pleaded for him to save her. Always he tried, but he never could. Her body would vanish, fading away as he grabbed at her. Every time he hoped that somehow, this time, things would be different. But no matter what he did, she vanished. They had found him the night of the incident, wandering down the road away from the mansion. The rain had stopped a few hours earlier, but lightning was still flashing. A bolt of lightning had struck the mansion earlier, and the fire from the strike had spread rapidly. Someone had placed a call to 911 about the fire that was engulfing the building, burning it to its very foundations, burning the remnants of the monsters that had inhabited it. The flames licked at the night sky even as he stumbled away from the mansion. Toward the street, his clothes were torn, covered with blood and every bodily fluids. His shoes were gone, his sweat-soaked hair plastered to his forehead. His eyes were vacant and glassy. It was the look of a man that had just stared into the very bowels of hell itself, and had seen the horrors beyond that which anyone had ever comprehended. He couldn't speak, and he heard nothing. Even as the fire trucks raced by him, sirens blazing toward the mansion, he didn't see or hear the approaching police cruiser as it pulled up near him and flashed its lights at him. He just kept walking straight ahead, with that same glazed stare. "Hey," one of the police officers, Leary shouted as he stepped out of the cruiser. He didn't notice him. He just kept walking. "I'm talking to you," Leary continued. His partner, Michaels, had also gotten out of the cruiser and drawn his gun, just in case he gave him any trouble. As their presence sank into the consciousness, the man slowly stopped walking and turned his head toward them. Larry's eyes grew wide as he took in the sight of the man's torn and blood-stained clothes. Quickly, he drew his gun and aimed it squarely at the man's chest. "Don't move," he shouted. Michaels quickly followed suit, whipping his gun up and aiming it at the man as he slowly inched around behind him. "Get down on the ground, slowly," Leary shouted. The man didn't move. He just stood there. Michael suddenly tackled the man from behind, knocking him to the ground. He had put up no resistance at all. Quickly, Leary moved close to the handcuffed him, and still the man showed no sign of resistance. Larry began to read the man's rights, while Michaels removed the man's wallet. He pulled out a man's driver's license and turned it on his flashlight to read it. As Leary finished reading it, his rights, Leary shoved the man into the backseat of the cruiser, then turned toward his partner. "He didn't respond while I was reading his rights," Leary said. "I don't think there's anyone at home up there." "What have you got?" he asked. Michael shook his head. "It says here his name is Rick Taylor. There's a college ID in here as well, and it's current." Leary shrugged and moved back toward the cruiser. He touched the radio on his shoulder, and immediately a voice came back. "Did we get an ID on the owner of the car we found parked outside the mansion?" he asked. "Yeah, the car belongs to a Rick Taylor. Any sign from him there?" "We just found him. He looks like he's high on something, and his clothes, well, it looks like he spent the last few hours in the slaughterhouse. We just cuffed him. We're about to bring him in. We'll run a background check on Mr. Taylor and see what will turn up. You might want to check and see if there's any people recently reported missing. We might be dealing with a serial killer here. He certainly looks the part." Leary signed off and turned back to Michaels, who was watching Rick intently. "He's just sitting there, staring off into space. I wonder if he even realizes where he is." Larry shrugged. "Who knows? Let's just bring him in." The two officers got back in the cruiser. As the door shut, they pulled away, leaving the firefighters behind to continue fighting the blaze that had engulfed the once stately mansion. 1 month after the incident, June 1988. Dr. James Turner sat back in his chair with a sigh. The current case he was working on was certainly baffling. He lit a cigarette and puffed away for a minute or two, lost in thought, then opened up the file folder on patient number 6504, Rick Taylor. When they'd brought Rick to the Belmont home for the emotionally troubled a month ago, he had been completely mute. Nothing that anyone could say to him would get him to say anything, even when the report had come in that he was the prime suspect in a missing persons case. The person missing was a college student named Jennifer Willis. According to what the police knew, the two had been dating, but according to her family and friends, they had had nothing but a very loving and caring relationship. Very rarely had anyone seen them display any kind of anger or hostility toward each other. The last time anyone had heard from Jennifer, though, was the night she disappeared. She had told her roommate that she and Rick were doing a joint term paper on Dr. Herbert West, an expert in the field of parapsychology, which she and Rick were both majoring in. According to her roommate, they were going out to West Mansion, which had been West's residence until he disappeared, that night to do some research. the last time anyone had seen Jennifer was when Rick had come to pick her up. She and Rick were both reported missing 2 days later. Rick, of course, had been immediately located in the custody of the police. There was no sign of Jennifer, though the police forensics team had swept the ruins of the mansion and found no human remains. But Rick remained the prime suspect in her disappearance. All attempts to question him had been in vain, as he still would not say anything. He kept staring straight ahead, with that dead, glossy look in his eyes. The police interrogators could get nothing out of him, despite their best efforts. Finally, he'd been brought here, and Dr. Turner had been assigned to work on the case. Turner dropped Rick's file on the desk and picked up another file, much older than the one on Rick. He'd heard a lot about Dr. West over the years, and when he'd found that West's mansion was where Rick had been, he dug out the old files on West. Strange stuff indeed. West had been highly respected in his field, but not given much respect anywhere else. Some of his theories were considered to be highly questionable at best, and had more than once made him the laughing stock of the scientific community. Until his disappearance in 1963, though, he was considered a harmless crackpot. The search for West had gone on for a week, but nothing had been found. His mansion had been searched from top to bottom, but no trace of him had turned up. All of his personal belongings were in place. His car was in the garage. It was like he'd just vanished into thin air. After months of investigation, the case was officially labeled unsolved and had been closed. It was shortly after that the rumors had started. Several of West's colleagues claimed that he said he'd been into something big before he had disappeared. They were talking about things like other dimensions, experiments in black magic, and research into arcane and forgotten cults. One of the cults which West was said to have been fascinated with was the Brotherhood of Hecate, a group that had, according to some, been responsible for the Great Fire of London in 1834. It was rumored that they had experimented with bringing the dead back to life and creating monsters. West had done a lot of research on them, even journeying to England at one point to see what else he could find out about them. West had also been fascinated with the darker side of Mexico's history. Shortly before his disappearance, he had taken a trip to Mexico and participated in an archaeological dig. According to one of the closest friends, one Dr. Edward Mueller, on West's return had been absolutely ecstatic about a discovery he'd made while he was there. He refused to elaborate as to exactly what this discovery was, but he had to say that after doing the research on it, he would publish a paper describing his discovery in detail. It was right after that he'd vanished. Turner sighed and threw the folder onto West's desk. All that was ancient history, of course. He turned his attention back to the file on Rick. Everything looked completely normal. Stable family life, fairly normal childhood. There was nothing traumatic in his files at all. He had no previous police record either. There was very little on him. Still, Turner had heard of seemingly normal people snapping for some reason or another. He didn't think that was the case with Rick, though. Just call it a hunch, he'd thought to himself. But one thing was obvious. Something had caused him to go completely mute. Either his feelings of guilt were so powerful that they'd caused his mind to snap, or something else completely horrible had happened to him. And until he'd started talking again, there was no way to tell for sure. Turner got up from behind his desk and snuffed out his cigarette, then walked out into the hallway. It was time for his daily session with Rick. So far, these sessions had been completely uninformative, but he continued with them, hoping that something would break through the shell that had closed over Rick's mind. Halfway down the hallway, he stopped. There were 2 police lieutenants headed toward him, both of which that Turner recognized. They had both been working on this case for quite some time, and the only reason that they were here now, Turner realized, was so that they could try to get him to get information about Rick. They stopped about 3 feet in front of him. "Dr. Turner," the taller one of the 2 said. "Lieutenant Manthey, Lieutenant Loker." Turner said in return, "What brings you both here today?" As if I didn't know. "The usual," the taller one, Loker, replied. "Have you made any progress with Taylor?" "Step into my office," Turner said, indicating the room he'd just left. Without another word, the 3 of them stepped back into the office. Turner sat down and lit another cigarette. He took a few puffs, then spoke. There have been no changes at all in the patient," he said. "He remains exactly the way he was when you brought him in." "Something needs to give soon," Manley snapped. "The DA's office wants a confession from him. Hell, at this point, they'll want anything from him. This constant silence from him is not sitting well with Miss Willis family, and I don't think I need to remind you exactly who her father is." Turner stood up and began pacing. "What exactly are you asking me to do?" he asked. "Get something out of this guy," Loker said. "Do whatever it takes." Turner whirled around and marched straight up to Loker. "I will not endanger my patient's mental health any more than it has been already. I have a responsibility to him and his well-being, and I will not try to force him out of his shell before he's ready to come out. For you, Senator Willis, or even God himself." He spat, staring directly at Loker. Something scared him very, very badly, and he needs time to work through it. I can't rush him. "Regardless," Manthey said, "you need to get him to talk, and soon, or they're going to put someone's little less understanding than you on this case." Turner glared at him. "You are overstepping your authority, Lieutenant. I will inform you when any progress has been made, no sooner," Turner said, his eyes focused to Manthey. "In fact, I'm late for my daily session with him. If you'll excuse me, gentlemen." Loker and Manthey looked at each other, then Loker nodded. Turner opened the door, and the 3 of them walked out into the hallway. He turned, headed back towards Rick's room, while the 2 lieutenants headed for the exit. "Rick," Turner said softly. He was seated in a chair in Rick's room. Rick was staring at the wall, just like he had been ever since he had been brought in. He would accept food when it was brought to him. He would sleep at night, but that was it. The rest of the time he stared at the wall, focused on some other place entirely. "Rick," Turner said again, "I have to ask you some more questions about Jennifer. Can you hear me, Rick?" Rick still said nothing, although for some reason Turner thought he saw Rick's head move slightly. Turner took a close look at him and was about to start asking another question when Rick's lips moved slightly. Jen, he said, the word almost inaudible. Turner practically bolted out of his chair, but stopped at this last second, not wanting to startle Rick. "What did you say, Rick?" he asked gently. almost not believing his ears. Rick slowly turned his head toward Turner, his mouth forming the same word again. Jen. He represented just as quietly. What about her, Rick? What about Jen? Turner asked quietly. Rick shook his head slowly. The glassy look in his eyes seemed to have dissipated slightly. Make it stop, he whispered. Send it away. Turner was completely puzzled. What? What, Rick? Send it away? Rick said nothing for several minutes, as if going over something in his mind, debating about whether or not to say what he was thinking. Finally, he spoke. It talks to me, Rick continued, just as quietly as before. It taunts me, tempts me. His voice was rising as he spoke. Turner listened intently. It's inside my head. It wants me back. God, make it stop! Rick suddenly screamed. He stood straight up, tuned towards Turner, and in a flash, he was on top of him, clawing at his shirt collar. He was making no sense to Turner, who had slammed the button for help as soon as Rick had screamed. Almost instantly, two orderlies charged in and grabbed Rick, trying their best to restrain him. His head swiveled widely from side to side, his eyes alive with terror. He continued to have a death grip on Turner's collar, though. It wants me back. Make it leave me alone, he pleaded, despite the efforts of the orderlies to restrain him. The look in his eyes changed suddenly. It was no longer a look of abject terror, but rather the look of a man that had just lost his very soul. Jennifer! Oh God, Jennifer! He cried, suddenly releasing Turner's shirt. He crumpled to the ground, sobbing. One of the orderlies pinned him down, while the other pulled out a syringe full of a sedative that proceeded to inject Rick with it. Almost instantly, he lapsed into an unconsciousness. Turner straightened out his shirt as the orderly stood up. Get a straitjacket, Turner said. One of the orderlies rushed out to get one while the other stood there, ready for action in case somehow Rick shook off the effects of the sedative. I think he's almost ready to come out of his shell, Turner thought. 2 months after the incident, July 1988. Rick had been very calm after his outburst. Dr. Turner reflected. After that day, he'd said very little, but at least he was talking now. Still, what he was saying made no sense whatsoever. He had made references to the mansion, and very so often muttered something about monsters, and anytime Jennifer was mentioned, he retreated back into his shell for a day or two. At any rate, Turner now felt he was not going to have another outburst, so he had the straitjacket removed. Of course, an orderly was keeping an eye on him at all times. Turner had immediately reported that the lieutenants, who were happy to hear that he was finally talking, but still impatient for him to confess something, with what Senator Willis breathing down their department's neck. After a few weeks, Turner had decided to try a little therapy that had worked for a troubled case in the past. There was an art room that had a lot of patients used for painting. The paintings they created were usually very insightful, almost like you were looking into what was going on in their minds. Turner left Rick in the care of the other doctors that day, Dr. Alicia Lee, while he went out to attend to some other business. When he returned, Dr. Lee was waiting by his office for him. Doctor, he said. She was holding a stack of papers in her hand. Yes, Dr. Lee. How is Rick doing today? Turner asked as he unlocked the door to his office. He took a seat and motioned for her to sit down. "That's the reason I'm here," she said as she sat down. "I'm afraid that he had another relapse while he was in the art room today." Turner glanced up at her. "Violent?" he asked. "Yes, he's been restrained and returned to his room," Lee replied. "What brought it on? Do you have any idea?" "I'm not entirely certain. He was sitting quietly drawing when he suddenly started screaming. He fell to the floor and knocked over his easel before I could get the orderlies into the room. But that didn't seem to affect him. He just kept holding his head and screaming, 'Get out!' and over. Has he calmed down since?" "He seems to have, at least after he was sedated. He was sleeping when I checked on him last." Lee looked down at the stack of papers in her hand. "After Rick was sedated and returned to his room, I picked up these pictures he had been working on off the floor. I found these, and I really think you should take a look at them." She handed the stack of papers to Turner as he finished his cigarette out of the drawer. Upon his first look at the top sketch, he froze. The cigarette forgot him. "What in God's name?" he whispered to himself. As he looked through the small stack of sketches, they were all done in pencil. He didn't want to use paints, Lee explained, and they were all like nothing Turner had ever seen before. There were 5 in all. The first sketch was of some kind of creature. It looked almost human, except from what he could tell, the flesh on this thing was falling off. It was almost reaching out of the sketch. It seemed the next sketch was what looked like an upside-down cross, surrounded by severed heads. The heads appeared to be screaming in agony. Turner swallowed briefly. This was disturbing, even to him. He flipped over the sketch of the upside-down cross and looked at the next sketch. It appeared to be a rotting head and arms emerging from the ground. Sharp teeth lined the head's mouth, and the hands appeared to be reaching out of the sketch, just like the creature in the first one. Turner shivered slightly, then flipped to the next sketch. This one was even more disturbing. It looked human, except that it didn't have any skin. Its head was covered by a bag tied off of the neck, and where its hands should have been were 2 chainsaws, poised like they were ready to slice something or someone to ribbons. Turner shuddered, then flipped over to the sketch of the final one on the back. On the piece of paper in front of him was one object. It looked almost like a face, its eyes narrowed, yet completely black, and its mouth twisted in a hideous grin. The very sight of the thing caused Turner to break out in a cold sweat. He could barely make out what looked like straps attached to the back of it. It's some kind of mask, he wondered. He set the sketches on his desk and turned back to Lee. He fumbled in his desk for the cigarette, then lifted it to his lips and shakily lit it. He took 2 or 3 nervous puffs, but said nothing else. Lee could see that he had been seriously shaken by what he'd seen. "I felt the same way when I saw them," she said softly. "Whatever's going on in that boy's head is, well, I don't know what it is." "Thank you, Dr. Lee," Turner said abruptly. He picked up the other sketches and slipped them into the Rick's file. He needed no further urging. "You're welcome, James," Lee said softly as he stood up. Without another word, she turned and left the room. After she had left, Turner started to reread the files on Rick, nervously puffing away at his cigarette the whole time. "No!" Rick screamed as he bolted out of bed Covered in cold sweat, it was just after 3 a.m. His dreams of Jennifer were becoming more disturbing as time went on. It had been 2 full months since the incident, and things were becoming clearer to Rick about what had happened that night. These kinds of memories, horrible as they were, would normally be represented by the human mind, but it seems that something was causing Rick to remember more and more as he slept. He didn't want to remember what had happened, regardless of what had happened to Jennifer, but it was becoming clearer and clearer to him the monsters he had sketched that day in the art room were appearing more and more frequently in his dreams. Except for the one in the final sketch, that is, the one only appeared briefly every so often. And each time it did, Rick would awaken with a start screaming like a madman, his heart hammering in his chest, his eyes wide open with fear. His reaction in the art room that day had even taken him by surprise, but then again, he hadn't expected to be seized by that kind of terror after seeing it again. Luckily, it had not been that particular phantom this time, but instead, it was the chainsaw-armed creature, still, that had been enough to shock him awake. Rick curled himself up into the fetal position, whimpering and sobbing like a baby. Everything was becoming clearer to him as time went on, and he didn't want to think about any of it. He wanted to block it out, force it away from him. But still the dreams came, and with them the memories of that horrible night. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to force away the memories, but it was of no use. He wrapped his blanket around him tightly and opened his one eye. All he could see was the window, and through it a star was shining brightly. He opened his other eye and stared intently at the star, until finally, an hour or so later, he fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The first such sleep he'd had since the night of the incident. 3 months after the incident, August 1988, Rick was becoming more coherent, and at the same time he was making even less and less sense to Turner. He had finally agreed to talk to Turner about his memories. They all revolved around the mansion and the evils that had contained there. They'd taken Jennifer, he said, taken her away to another place entirely. He tried to save her, he said, but she had vanished before his eyes. He had talked to Turner about the mask that had covered his face that night, although he still was missing some of his memories about it. He just remembered that it had talked to him, had tempted him with its power, and how it felt more evil than anything else in that horrible place. He didn't like to hear about it. He didn't like to talk about it, so Turner didn't try. But he was finally told that he was the prime suspect in Jennifer's disappearance. He had angrily stated that no, he didn't kill her. It was the creatures in the mansion. They'd taken her away. He kept insisting over and over that he was innocent. It was late evening. Storm clouds had been gathering all afternoon, and now the rain was coming down hard. Lightning was flashing once every few seconds as thunder crashed harshly into the distance. There hadn't been a storm like this in 3 months. The last time this kind of storm had come was the night of the incident. Turner sat at his desk, a cigarette clutched in his hand, staring out at the rain. It was time for him to make the call he knew he had to make. He didn't want to do it. Something in his head said that Rick was telling the truth about Jennifer's disappearance, despite how bizarre it sounded. But at the same time, he had to. Senator Willis himself had paid a visit to the home at the end of last month, demanding that Rick be released so he could stand trial for his daughter's disappearance. Turner had vehemently argued with the senator, asking for 1 more month to try to make some more headway with Rick. The senator had grudgingly agreed after listening to Turner's arguments, but now his month was up, and now there was nothing more he could do. He still felt that he could make more progress with Rick, and had even called the senator earlier that day to ask for yet another month's worth of time. The senator had flatly refused, saying that the extra time he had asked for a month ago was 1 month more than he had wanted to give in the first place. Turner picked up the phone and dialed the police station. He entered Lieutenant Loker's extension and waited patiently while he was connected. "Loker," came the gruff voice over the phone line. "This is Dr. Turner," Turner said. "I take it there's been some kind of development in the case?" "He's talking. He remembers what happened that night, and he swears that he's innocent." "Has he told you what really happened?" Loker was definitely curious. "He insists that there were creatures in the mansion. He says they took Jennifer away, that they made her vanish before his eyes." Loker snorted in disbelief. "Bullshit," he said. "There was nothing in that mansion except for a burnt lumber and wrecked furniture. The forensics team didn't find anything else." "He says there was something else, a mask that had attached itself to his head. He couldn't take it off, no matter how hard he tried. He also says that the mask started talking to him, tempting him with power and urging him onward." "He's insane," Loker said. "If it was up to me, I'd leave him with you people, but the senator wants him to stand trial." "I think he's telling the truth," Turner said quietly. Loker's laugh rung over the phone. "I think you're as crazy as if he is if you believe that story. Hanging around that psycho's had an effect on you, Doc." Turner's temper flared. "Well, what time will you be there? Will you be here, Lieutenant?" he asked angrily. "About 9 or so," Loker replied. "There'll be a trial tomorrow, if the senator has his way. Just have him ready for us." "Fine," Turner snarled. Then he slammed the phone down. Arrogant bastard, he thought. He went in to see Rick a few more minutes later. The storm was raging even harder outside now, and the lightning flash and crack of thunder was almost simultaneous. Turner jumped slightly at a particularly loud crack of thunder, then opened the door to Rick's room. Rick looked up at his visitor and smiled at him. The first time Turner could ever remember him doing so. "Hi," Rick said weakly. "What brings you here tonight?" Turner smiled back at him sadly and decided not to beat around the bush for the reason of his visit. "You're leaving, Rick," Turner said. "Tonight." "What?" Rick asked. "Why?" "There's nothing I can do about it, unfortunately. Senator Willis wants you to stand trial for Jennifer's disappearance. I asked him to give me 1 more month with you, but he refused." "But I'm innocent," Rick shouted. "I'm innocent! I know what I saw in that place. I know what I fought. I would never kill Jen. I loved her. Please, you've got to believe me." "For what it's worth, Rick," Turner said quietly, "I do believe you." That brought Rick up short. "You believe me?" he asked just as quietly. Turner looked at him for a long time. "Yes, I do." "Then why can't you stop them?" "The fact that I believe you isn't enough to go on a court of law, Rick. You know that. The fact remains. Jennifer is still missing, and to the rest of the world, you're still the #1 suspect. I'm sorry." An air of resignation seemed to hang over Rick. "That's it," he said. "Your psychiatric evaluation will be appended appended to your file, so it will be used at your trial. I hope that will help at least somewhat. Rick shook his head and said nothing else. They stood there and looked at each other for a long moment. Then Turner turned and exited the room. By 9, the storm had gotten so bad that you could barely see 5 feet in front of you. Curious weather for this time of year, Turner thought. I've never seen rain come down this hard unless it was hurricane season, and that doesn't really kick in for at least a month. He walked by the security station at the front of the building and watched as 2 headlights, barely visible through the thick rain, pulled into the parking lot. He could barely make out the 2 lieutenants getting out of the cruiser heading for the door of the building. The door opened, and they entered, absolutely soaked. Craziest weather I've seen all year, Mantley muttered. Loker nodded in agreement. Then they spotted Turner waiting for them. He shot an icy glare at Loker, then spoke. He's ready to go, Turner said. Something odd was happening in Rick's room. He lay back down on the bed after Turner had left and was just looking at the ceiling. After laying there for a while, he suddenly began to realize that he was not alone in the room. He lifted his head up and looked around. He hadn't heard the door open, yet he felt a presence in the room. He sat up on the bed. "Hello?" he said. "Hello?" That's when the hairs on the back of his neck began to stand on end. He could feel it. It was there, and it wanted him. He jumped up and began banging on the door. "No!" he screamed. "Help! It's here! Somebody help me!" In the window that was about head level in the door, an image was forming. Rick recognized it instantly. With a scream of abject terror, he flung himself across the room. "Rick, stay away from me," he screamed at the top of his lungs as he sank into the floor. One of the guards suddenly poked his head out of the security room. "Dr. Turner!" he shouted. Turner and the 2 lieutenants stopped where they were and turned and walked into the security room. "What?" "Something's up with your boy," he said, and pointed at the monitor. "She doesn't have to die, Rick. Those monsters killed her." He screamed at the rapidly forming image. "She's gone! Leave me alone!" "Jennifer's alive, Rick." Rick froze. A tiny gleam of hope appeared in his heart. "What?" "Only I have the power to help save her." Help you save her?" "She's alive. Go back to the house. Jennifer's there. She's alive. And I'll be waiting for you." The image had fully formed now. It was the thing from the 5th sketch Rick had drawn, the mask. The mask that had covered his face that horrible night, the mask that had tempted him with its awful evil, that had given him the power to escape the mansion, and would have given him the power to rescue Jennifer from wherever she was being held now. He realized as the rest of his memories came flooding back. He had liked the power, he realized, with a start, and he had wanted to be in command of that power again. "You need me." "Yes," he whispered. The image of the mask moved toward him as he stood up. Turner stared at the security monitor that showed Rick's room. Loker and Mantley were also looking at it closely. "What's he doing?" Mantley asked, as they watched Rick's demeanor change from frightened to determined. "I don't know. I've never seen him like this before," Turner admitted. Rick suddenly looked at the camera, a feral grin on his face. The look alone caused all 4 men to recoil in surprise. "She's alive!" he shouted in a manic glee. Then he threw his head back as a loud, ominous laugh emitted from his throat. Then he threw himself against the door, hard. It was quite obvious that he was trying to break out. They could hear the door groaning as he slammed into it again. "Let's get down there," Loker exclaimed, pulling out his gun. That's when there's a tremendous crashing sound as the door to Rick's room flew off its hinges and crashed against the opposite wall. Mantley yanked his gun out of his holster as the alarm started blaring. The two of them ran out of the room as fast as possible. Turner, meanwhile, had seen something else in the monitor. The security guards had stormed out after Loker and Mantley, so he was alone in the room. As he looked closely, trying to make out what it was that was appearing on the monitor, it suddenly became clear to him. He jumped backwards in surprise as the image pulled itself out of the monitor and seemed to float in front of him. It was the mask. Its sightless, eyeless holes seemed to bore into his very soul. It laughed. It was the most evil laugh that Turner had ever heard. It rumbled through the building, shaking it to its very foundations. To Turner, it sounded like the hollow laughter of Death himself. Then the power went out. The entire building was plunged into darkness. Turner heard gunshots coming from somewhere further down the hall. A few seconds later, he heard a sound of running feet go right past the security room, followed by more pairs of further down the hall. Turner charged out into the dark hallway just in time to see the front door slam, and as lightning continued to flash, he saw a dark figure running off into the forest surrounding the home. Turner yanked open the front door and ran out into the rain. It soaked him to the bone after just a few seconds outside. He stopped on the top step and tried to see through the pouring rain. The wind whipped past him as lightning continued to flash. He could just make out Rick's silhouette in the forest. "Rick!" he shouted. But the sound was swept away by the wind. Loker, Mantley, and the security guards came up behind him. "Why didn't you just stop him?" Mantley shouted, trying to be heard above the wind. Loker, meanwhile, had charged down to the cruiser and gotten in. He appeared to be talking into the radio. Turner turned and walked back into the home, followed closely by Mantley and the other guards. "Why didn't you stop him?" Mantley repeated as soon as they were inside. Turner looked at him. An odd gleam had appeared in his eyes. "He was out the door before I could do anything," he said quietly. "I suppose Loker is putting out an APB on him now, isn't he?" "That's police business," Mantley snapped. Without another word, he stormed out of the home, headed for the cruiser. Turner watched him go, then turned and headed back to his office. The last words he'd heard Rick say echoed in his head. The power was slowly starting to come back on. "She's alive." He reached his office and sat in his chair. He pulled out a cigarette out of his desk drawer and lit it, then pulled out Rick's file. He opened it, then pulled it one out of the sketches that Rick had drawn. It was the sketch of the mask. Turner looked at it for a long moment, staring deep into its sightless eyes. Then he stood up, walked out to the restroom, crumpled the sketch, and used his cigarette lighter to set it aflame. As the sketch burned, he heard the fire alarms go off, but he didn't care. He dropped it in the sink, where it quickly burned to nothing. The sprinklers in the restroom activated, drenching him for the second time in 5 minutes, but again, he didn't care. "Good luck, Rick," he thought. As the image of the mask flashed before his eyes again, another thought entered his head. "And may God help you." The end.
Okay, so a few key focal points. I would like to just reiterate that tie Splatterhouse directly into TLR. What do we have as the composition of the first audiobook? fan fiction novel or a fan fiction story. What are the takeaways? What do we have, right? We have a person, we have a place, we have a theme, we have a point of origin, we have a specific point in the chapter of the overall timeline for Rick and Splatterhouse. This is content that's exclusive to Splatterhouse universe only. But all I'm showing is okay. What are the facts? We have Rick Taylor having put the mask back on, having escaped the Belmont home for the emotionally troubled, going right into the forest, right? Essentially the first map, returning to the first map, if you will. And now Rick has become a fugitive and a wanted person of interest for the disappearance of Jennifer Willis. So that's the first audiobook. We're going to continue forward to the second short story. Here we go.
Hunger by Rob Stringman. Narration by Matthew Dorset. Down here, it felt at home. Slowly it shuffled back and forth. The moans of the dying echoed around it. Footsteps from others of its kind sounded in the distance. Dimly, it was aware of these things. It only comprehends the darkness of the underground dungeon. If it had been truly alive once, it did not remember that life. It only remembered the darkness. It hungered, to be sure, and the ones that lay dying on the dungeon floor helped give it sustenance. As long as it didn't intrude near the dying ones laying near the others, there would be no fighting over the food. Food. It was always plentiful. Every so often, bright light would pierce the darkness of the dungeon. A panel on the ceiling would open, and fresh meat would be dumped in. The light and sound would always bring it and the others running, shambling as fast as they could, at least. But even though food was plentiful, sometimes it was not one without its share of hardship. The stronger ones would usually shove their way to the front of the pack, their bulbous heads pulsating as they reached for the screaming food. If one wasn't careful, there might only be scraps left to dine on once the stronger ones were done, but this did not happen often. Then there was the bats to contend with. Vicious things the bats were. Sometimes they would latch onto its back or its head, and it would take quite an effort to dislodge the bloodthirsty things. But eventually, they would leave, fly back to their places on the ceiling, and sleep. A dim memory crept through what brain the thing had. The time the long, hungry red thing had dropped down from the other side of the dungeon, where the ladder was. It had eaten several of the thing's kind before being dispatched by the stronger ones. The thing hoped that no more hungry things would ever come down from the ladder. The thing might not comprehend life the way more intelligent creatures did, but it did comprehend the idea of food, and it did not want to end up as a meal for the hungry things. As the thing crouched down near a squirming piece of meat, a noise caught its attention, followed immediately by light. More food was coming. It looked up and saw a body tumble through the panel in the ceiling. It landed with a thud seconds later. Slowly it stood, aware that the others were already shuffling its way. The body lay there, unmoving, This was something in the dim recesses of its consciousness that the thing found to be unusual. The food that was usually tossed in would make noise, would thrash about, try to escape. Maybe this one was already dead. If that was the case, so be it. It had no qualms about eating dead food at all. Then it saw something that stopped it in its tracks. Something was happening that perplexed what little of the thing's brain existed. A ghostly white thing, hovering in the air. Then the white thing was gone, vanished into nothingness. And just like that, the thing forgot that it had ever been there. It began to shuffle toward the food again. It could hear one of its kind close behind. If it moved quickly enough, perhaps it would get the best parts. If it made it before the stronger ones did, that was almost assured. But then something happened that made it stop for a split second. The food was standing. It wasn't making a sound. It wasn't trying to get away. It did not scream or thrash or cry out. In fact, it was now walking, heading directly toward the thing, steadily, purposefully. The thing puzzled over this for a second. This had never happened before. Regardless, it was still food. The thing lurched toward it, seeing for the first time how pale its face was, like the skulls the thing would sometimes see after they spent years in the dungeon. None of what that mattered to the thing now. It was hungry. It needed to eat. Now. It reached for the food, which was less than a foot away. That was the last action the thing took before the food lashed out with a clenched fist. Before the thing could even begin to fathom what was happening, the food's fist shattered its skull and pulped its brain, obliterating its dim consciousness. What was left of the thing staggered backwards, then began to dissolve. Within seconds, it had collapsed into a puddle of slime and blood. After that, it was like it had never existed.
Okay, okay. So off top, welcome back, Mr. Faded. How are you? How are you? Welcome back. We're listening to the audiobooks I did a narration for some years ago now, but only until recently I've tied them into a higher. They've now entered a higher state of relevance in the development of the cinematic survival horror skirmish game I have created and I'm currently creating. So at the end of this story here, this is Hunger by Rob Strangman. What did we learn? Canon to the story, the Splatterhouse universe, and what are the carryovers into TLR, also known as the last round. So obviously, it goes to uh, describe someone wearing the mask, obviously the terror mask. It could be Dr. West. It could be Rick Taylor. I like to think it's Rick Taylor only because the aforementioned long, hungry red thing that also falls from the ceiling. This is the reference to the boss of the second stage, I believe it is, in the third game of Splatterhouse. Uh, the worm, the brain worm, essentially one of the brain worm hive mothers. Basically, it's the one that laughs at you, and it has no arms, and its body is just like a wriggling tube with feet, and it slithers on the ground, and That thing. So that's the thing it made reference to. But whenever it's said in this story, the thing is definitely like a dungeon corpse reanimated abomination. It's telling the story of the hunger through the eyes of like one of the reanimated monsters of Dr. West down in the dungeon. When suddenly, without naming this character, Rick comes along, and actually it's a dead body. Really, as Rick died, and in the middle of using one of his continues, the apparition of the mask floats over him and flows down onto his body, where then he comes back to life, and then he's able to dispatch the monster. And it's the last thing at the end. It's the last thing that the monster sees is Rick just destroying it and ending its existence. So yeah, welcome everybody. We're going to continue forward to the next two stories. This next one is longer, like the first one. This second one was only about 8 or 9 minutes. So without further ado, welcome. Join along as we learn more about the Splatterhouse fan fiction universe.
The Diary of Dr. Herbert West by Garrett. Narration by Matthew Dorset. Disclaimer: Splatterhouse and the characters herein are not of my own creation. They belong to Namco. Certain characters and objects described are also not of my own. They are the ideas of a great writer named Howard Phillips Lovecraft, 1890 through 1937, and to various other writers who contributed to the Cthulhu mythos. The Diary of Dr. Herbert West. October 30th, 1968. Tonight is the night of my mansion's completion. As of now, I'm writing this diary in the newly completed master bedroom of mine. I've earned the privilege to have my mansion since fighting so hard to establish the first parapsychology classes at the Miskatonic University. This accomplishment will bring the world a new interest. Things beyond the thin veil of reality our human perception limits to us to see. Also, since I'm in the forest that isn't too far from the university, I can conveniently find the time to study a new find from the Mayan temple, the so-called horror mask, as it's inscribed on the very walls of a human sacrifice chamber. But for now, I believe it to rest. I need to rest. Despite my excitement for the mansion being built, my wife was so happy the new house was built into a peaceful location outside the busy city. After her miscarriage with our only child, she could use the peaceful environment to calm her soul down. The mansion is complete with indoor plumbing, a large kitchen, and even a special walk-in closet that houses many mirrors and is as big as a hall so my wife can try out her new clothing. My wife and I aren't the only ones happy about the new home. The two butlers and two maids that have served our family are also excited the mansion was built here. They can enjoy fishing with Dr. Mueller, the town's finest physician and my longtime friend. His house is located behind the hill, behind this house. Well, my wife is asking me to turn out the light and get some sleep. I'd best turn it in for now. October 31st, 1968. From the early morning, my wife took a stroll into the woods, and the servants furnished the mansion with furniture, dishes, decor, and so on. It's beginning to feel like home already. But on with what my purpose of what this diary was for. The mask. This mask has a curious design. Though carved from a human skull, if one takes a first glance without knowing what it was, one could mistake it for a hockey mask. The straps, if you will, are built of a rather strange bundle of elastic material or flexibility, possibly human tendons and ligaments completely preserved to prevent rotting or stiffening. The straps end in the center behind the mask, with interlocking finger bones, possibly from a sacrificed infant at that time, that hold the mask in place. It's been known that the mask itself was meant for ritual human sacrifices at the Mayan temples of old. The shamans of this culture wore this mask to have contact with their deities and gain more spiritual power. Though many consider such methods as barbaric, I believe we can understand the ancient civilization much better with careful study. Through parapsychology, we may even find yet a new source of power to connect to the spirit world through the study of this mask. I believe that with this understanding, we may be able to open our eyes even further into the supernatural. For now, I'll end my studies and join my wife to hunt a few of the flora and fauna here. If I have any new findings, I'll post them here in my work. December 1st, 1968. In the back of the mask, through running my fingers quite a few times, I found that there was a false backing. Upon removal, I've spotted a series of what appeared to be Egyptian hieroglyphics, Arabic writing, and a language I've never seen before. Though I'm baffled as to why the Mayans would have the knowledge of Arabic or Egyptian, I've already spent most of the day working on translations. Even the pictograms didn't make sense. They showed pictures of some kind of chaotic being transforming into some kind of strange pharaoh. The Arabic writing, through many hours of translation, even spoke of gibberish, something like Ia and Nairathorep Token. I'll have to be doing some real research at the library some other time. Tomorrow is my wedding anniversary. March 20th, 1969. Though it has taken me a while, I found something interesting that baffles me about the mask even more. The strange language I saw in the back of the mask matches the symbols from an ancient tome from the Miskatonic University called Necronomicon, which happened to be written by a mad Arab named Abdul Azahazared. The original book, according to sources, is written in blood and bound by flesh, and many have a strange fear of this ancient tome. However, it was later written by the mad Arab using papyrus and bound by different threads. I'll have to admit, holding this book, I tremble at what unknown power and darkness this has. Though I see the connection between the Arabic and the tome on the mask's inscriptions, I fail to see how the Mayans had even known about these other cultures. I hadn't had much into the book itself, so I'll start researching from the madman's book. September 5th, 1969. The Necronomicon has shown me yet another link. According to the book, Nyarlathotep is not a word of another language, but rather this name of a god. Nyarlathotep, also named the Crawling Chaos, was a dark and evil Egyptian pharaoh that history had not recorded. He is described as one who can change his form between a beast no man can view without going insane, and a man who can blend into any crowd, even with a sinister shine in his eyes. It's been mentioned in the book that he revels in the darkness of man, preying upon that and feasting upon our evil energies. Someone once said, evil is what man produces as bees to honey. If such were the case, Nyarlathotep is our beekeeper in this case of my research. If the Mayans held Nyarlathotep as their chief deity, that would mean the temple itself could be a source of power because of all the blood spilled on the altars. Only in theory, though. I still ask myself, could it be possible this evil god of Egypt had made contact with the Mayans in the days of old? October 31st, 1969. It has already been more than a year since this mansion was built. I hadn't written anything for a while because of my late wife. Within an entire month, my wife had contracted a fatal malady. The city's best physician, Dr. Mueller, gave her many medicines to combat the illnesses, but to no avail. I'm only thankful that she died in her sleep, my dearest Henrietta. I'll miss you so much. Rest in peace. December 25th, 1969. To pass the time in my sorrow, I've been reading into the Necronomicon. I have figured out that Nyarlathotep had indeed been in South America for a while. The book spoke of how Nyarlathotep is but only one of many dark beings that serve in an even greater chief deity named as Azathoth. The precise language of the alien language behind the mask itself originates from a god named Cthulhu, who is reported to be at the bottom of the Atlantic in his primordial city, Ariele. I guess even Cthulhu's inactive state, Nyarlathotep among the other gods are still at work. It solves the mystery of what the inscriptions were on the mask and had originated from. The question that remains, however, is if the mask truly provided immense spiritual power. On a side note, this lonely mansion has seen better days. I haven't slept in the master bedroom for quite some time since my wife's passing. The servants are worried about me as my appearance has been quite disheveled. A suggestion they provided to liven the house a little would be to invite some of my parapsychology students and some staff members into my house for a party. I'm not quite so sure I'd want to do that since nothing can make me happy anymore. Even on this holiday, all I've got left to live for is the research on this mask. Postscriptum, 3:45 a.m. Same date. I've had a weird dream. I'm not so sure if it is significant, but I've dreamt of the mask floating in front of me as I stood in this dream's void. It was talking to me, not so much as moving lips, but like it was a voice in my mind. It kept telling me that Henrietta doesn't have to die. Maybe I just need a break from all this research. January 2nd, 1970. It's a new year. I've spent quite some time sleeping my days away. Maybe it's depression, or maybe I've exhausted myself. All the same. I haven't done much research on the mask. I did notice, however, a butler and a maid left their resignation on my research desk. Odd, though. They seemed happy here. Postscriptum, 5 a.m., same date. Lately, I've had recurring nightmares of the mask's infernal temptations and visions of me killing that maid and butler with a 2x4. The mask talking to me. I might believe, but I know for a fact I don't have nearly enough power in me to bludgeon my workers with such an object and make my walls slick with gore. Besides, why would I even want to hurt such a good people? That mask also kept telling me tonight, 3 more. January 30th, 1970. For weeks now, my servants have been complaining of seeing ghosts in the house. I went ahead and called the local priest to do an exorcism in the mansion. He mentioned something about these grounds being desecrated and suggested building a church around here. It gave me such notion to give permission to have the church built here inside my mansion. Lately, I've been feeling a little ill, and I could use some more spiritual help. Postscriptum, before I retire for the night in my study, I've decided to record all my dreams here in the diary. I have a feeling some significance relates the events of what's happening now to that of my dreams at that mask. February 3rd, 1970. The priest ran into the woods this morning. He acted as though he'd seen something to really scare him. Then he looked as if I would kill him. I wonder what happened. February 10th, 1970. It's been a week since the priest disappeared. I've had the police look into the matter. It appears as though the priest has never even showed up in town either. I hope he's okay. February 11th, 1970. 3:50 p.m. a.m. The mask spoke to me again. It showed me a vision of me using a large blade to decapitate the priest. It was saying 2 more of something. February 14th, 1970. I know I've been sleeping a lot lately, but I've also noticed my other maid and butler have ran off. I am alone. I might have been acting cold, but I was just doing my research. I was either to do some work to ease my pain, or continue mourning Henrietta's passing. Irony of ironies. All of this has happened on such a day, too. 2 a.m. I had such a horrible vision, yet again. My remaining 2 had been hanging from a noose made of barbed wire. February 28th, 1970. Police officers had stopped by. They had inquired about the disappearances of my servants and the priest. They had been researching everywhere in my mansion. Obviously, they turned out with nothing. How would I or the officers tell the families of my employees about the disappearances? The police left my abode empty-handed. 4:59 a.m. Another horrifying vision. The police kept shooting at me, but the hollow points that tore through flesh and sinew had no effect on stopping me. The police ended up being gutted by the chainsaw I was using to make firewood. Their screams and cries made me sick to my stomach. The gore made my blood run cold. Then the mask spoke to me again. Yes, more than enough. Read the book. Praise me and I shall show the way. March 3rd, 1970. I've decided to follow my dreams and read into the book. A wind that was cold as death blew onto the book, as if someone or something wanted me to read something from the Necronomicon. Maybe. Just maybe. March 13th, 1970. What have I done? In my attempt to revive my only happiness in life, I've called upon that accursed incantation and unleashed hell in these woods. Upon recital of the words from that damned book, I had seen the servants, the police, and that priest. I couldn't have. Could I? In my sorrow, could I have snapped and killed these people? The angered spirits of those people floated to the ceiling of a nearby cavern where I performed the ritual. I heard large footsteps behind me, and before I knew it, I was unconscious. I had just came to today. The mask told me earlier that I was actually dead, and that it saved me. I have to do whatever it takes to undo this curse I have brought upon myself and others. I can feel for a fact this mask has given me immense superhuman strength as long as I don the mask on my face. March 16th, 1970. The power I'm wielding within myself with this mask is so intoxicating. I, myself, had no combat training, but a solitary punch that lands on one of those strange humanoids, and I completely obliterate its upper torso. I could take an ordinary thigh bone and crush someone's skull without much effort. My accuracy with a shotgun is immensely amazing. Nothing can stop me. March 20th, 1970. I saw Henrietta again. I was so happy for a moment, but somehow, fate's sense of humor stepped in, and she changed into a giant, hound-like beast with vertical jaws and eyes to the side of its head. The beast was a quadruped with 2 individual forearms at the front, and matted gray fur. My own wife attacked me. I didn't have any other choice. All I could do was take the chainsaw clutched to my hands. March 22nd, 1970. I stepped into the chapel section of my mansion. When I looked at the place, I remembered something about the priest saying the place was desecrated. The statement alone seemed like an understatement. The cross that had hung behind the pulpit suddenly came to life. Brimming with evil energy, it flipped upside down and took the heads of the dead officers to surround it as though shielding itself. Taking the machete, I divided the craniums and shattered the evil cross. What exactly have I been doing? March 30th, 1970. It finally dawned on me, like some biblical revelation. When I returned from the destruction of the sacrilegious chapel to the master bedroom where I had slain my wife, there was a mysterious hole I had not seen before. The outer rim of the hole was covered in flesh and brimmed with unholy life. I jumped down the hole and had discovered that I was in a birthing canal. Creatures kept showing up on the walls with shimmering silver flesh, which felt like it was made of placenta. One of them tried to cling onto me and suck the life out of me. Of course, I killed the damn thing, but more of them kept coming. These ungodly things were being created every second with parasitic energy. In the walls alone, I have found my victims rotting and used up. I realized I was the one feeding these bastards with people who didn't have to die. At the end of the fleshy tunnel, a gargantuan heart rested, bursting with more parasitic young. Filled with a rage at myself and the things around me, I attacked the heart, but found myself short of breath and dizzy. The mask revealed that the heart was my heart. But how? Was it my own creation? April 1st, 1970. After I cleared my study of rotting flesh that harbored these worm-like creatures, I began to understand everything so clearly. The mask is a conduit to the wearer's mind, where Nyarlathotep can whisper insane non-sequiturs into your mind. Those that follow and succumb to them go insane, but gain a massive amount of power. Looking back, I've finally realized the whole story. All those entries where there was an unusually large gap between dates before the invasion clearly showed that I wasn't sleeping. I blacked out. My mind had snapped and had donned the mask, and I have committed the murders on innocent people. The police had their suspicions of me committing the murders, but my alter ego collaborated with Nyarlathotep to make sure the police made no further advancement out of the woods. This whole time, the house was alive, because I was alive. When I discovered noises from the chapel, I had cleared out. I had seen that the evil cross had pierced itself back together. All the monstrosities I had obliterated were whole again. I have Henrietta's body here with me, and she's regenerating. No, not Henrietta. The sinister being I brought into this world. I still have one shell left in the shotgun. I can theorize if I kill myself, The creatures won't just simply go away, but it will prevent them from regenerating. The mask, however, is immortal, for the mask itself was created from a section of flesh from the crawling of chaos. Himself, Henrietta is close to the completion. I know I'll spend an eternity in hell for what I've done, but I hope that whoever stumbles onto this cursed house, they find my journal. From these pages, I pray they'll exercise caution before taking the mask. If I die, then maybe Henrietta's defiled corpse will wilt and be put back to rest. I'll finally get some real rest instead of blackouts. May God forgive me for what I have done. October 30th, 1990. Doing the research from Herbert West's journal. I've eventually found this horror mask Dr. West spoke of years ago when I treated his wife. It seems impossible to believe anyway. Even the report of a local student from the Miskatonic University venturing into the old mansion is hard to believe. Everyone knows it's possible this Rick person could have slain his girlfriend, Jennifer, in that house. In truth, one could theorize that Dr. West had snapped because shamefully he found out I was having an affair with his wife in my house nearby, while West kept researching the mask. Although, I have to admit, the find and reading the Necronomicon is completely astounding. Everything relating the Egyptian hieroglyphs, Arabic writing, and Cthulhu's language to Al-Zahadrad's demonology, and even this Nyarlathotep is amazing, yet incredible as well. I'll continue this research later. The fish are jumping in the river outside. Maybe I'll be credited for this research after all. I can't wait to reap the rewards of West's research. Dr. Mueller, PhD, Medicine and Parapsychology.
Man, oh man. There's where do we begin? There's so much to unpack with that story. I would like to begin without taking too long that story is by someone named Garrett. And who Garrett is, I don't know. I'm sure somebody does. But Garrett basically implied in his iteration with the diary of Dr. Herbert West. There's so much to unpack there. But I do want to address the relative key points that I would like to carry over from this specific story into the last round. Cinematic survival horror skirmish game. Dr. West, it explains the carryover for not a loss um, of just time, but like a loss of both time and memory in this diary. And this is why an excised page from this diary is one of the pages from this story that I just played, where it's kind of implied that he does one of like a number of options in this story in terms of like in regard to removing the mask and dealing with his wife, and then like the ultimate like weird plot twist at the end with Dr. Mueller. That's a whole nother thing. But these are the carryovers to TLR I'd like to implore being understood, at least for my iteration of a game that you play around in. It doesn't even matter as a mechanic, but just to the lore induction phase, we'll call it. He like mentions. I'm gonna try to say it without saying it, but he exploits the idea of one idea of getting the mask off. He has another idea of doing it in two or three, you know, at least 2 to 3 different avenues he um, considers in this journal. And then, right at the end, like some couple years have passed, right? 2 or 3 years have passed, and then Rick Taylor's brought into the story, and he's like written on the last few pages of the journal, like where um, Dr. Mueller like wrote his entry, right at the very end. So it really just ties so much stuff back over like to the phase, right? It would be an experience of the phase that like he has a loss of memory because in my iteration, of course, in the game that setting that I have created, Dr. West has lost the memory specifically of when he had the mask on. Anything he did with it on, he no longer remembers that. He still retains being a mad scientist. He still remembers and is highest intelligent person next to his neighbor, William Birkin, right? Well, not the Spencer estate, but yeah, by proxy per extension. Do you know what I mean? Like his height of intelligence is up there with the other like hands of evil and bad and just generally not good. And they're both scientists, though. That's very important to explain. To just let me summarize it with this, and we'll continue to. They're all my favorite, really. These first four stories. The other stories after, I did not make an audiobook for. I was going to bring in the fifth story for the butcher, but I just didn't get around to it, and I didn't really find it as impactful as these four stories. It's these four stories that like paved the way to the 2010 game. So that's why I'm showing the imagery throughout time, start till 2010 ish, and concept art around that time for the Xbox game. I believe it was. It came out. Um, West. It explains a lot about West, this story. So this is why I felt it pertinent information to share as an audiobook, and it can describe a lot of the lore based stuff. So I promise, and I know I keep saying this, but as soon as all of like the lore stuff is over, I can then move into mechanics and more development. So here we go. Last story.
The Value of Flesh by Rob Strangman. Narration by Matthew Dorset. A sleek red Porsche sped along the country road. Off in the distance, a sparkling lake beckoned. God, how I hate her, Michael Kelly thought. He tightened his grip on the wheel as they sped toward their destination. He shot a sideways glance at the woman sitting next to him, who was excitedly looking around and talking nonstop. Sarah Tovar chattered on and on about Diamond Lake, how she'd spent so much time there as a child, how she'd been so happy whiling away her idyllic summers with her family. She was the heir to the Grimaldi fortune, the family that had built an empire out of slaughter. Megameats Incorporated was one of the largest retailers of beef and pork in the world. They were to cow and pig what Purdue was to chicken. Michael had grown up blaming Arthur Grimaldi, Sarah's father, for the destruction of his family. Sometime in the mid-60s, Arthur and Michael's father, Bill, had been partners. Together they had built Megameats Incorporated, up from a local butcher shop they had bought together after the Korean War into the massive empire it was today. Then Arthur had double-crossed Bill. He had never gone into the details, but he'd said by the time Arthur was done with him, his half of the business and his fortune had been taken away. Bill, and by extension his family, had been left penniless. Bill had begun drinking heavily and had been killed while driving drunk in 1967. Michael and his mother had eked out of a meager existence after that. He'd drifted from job to job while his mother was consumed by the same demon that took his father from them. Over the years, Michael came to curse the Grimaldis for all their misfortunes, plotting various forms of revenge on Arthur. But all they were fantasies, daydreams, and that's all he thought they were. That's all he thought they would ever be. His only comfort came from his on again, off again girlfriend, Leslie Wilkins. She drifted in and out of his life, but she always seemed to be there when he needed her. She knew all about this hatred of the Grimaldis and had even come up with a couple of revenge schemes herself. She hated them as well, but for a different reason. She was a charter member of PETA and wanted to have mega meats shut down. Then, by sheer chance, Michael had met Sarah. He'd been on his way to a job interview when they'd met, and she was instantly taken with him. It had been a whirlwind of romance, one that stopped for him the day he met her parents. The love he'd begun feeling for her had died when he found himself shaking Arthur Grimaldi's hand. When he'd asked her later why she didn't use the name Grimaldi, she'd replied that she'd used her mother's maiden name to remain anonymous. Someone had attempted to kidnap her and hold her for ransom when she was a small child, so it was safer for her if she didn't advertise that she was heir to one of the largest fortunes in the United States. He held his feelings in check until he'd left her that night. He went home, feeling completely enraged that he had been taken by a Grimaldi. It was then that he hatched his plan, one so devious and cunning that even he was surprised by the scope of it. "It's so beautiful here," Sarah breathed. "It always has been. Thank you so much for bringing me out here, Michael." They had left the car behind nearly 20 minutes ago and were already deep in the woods. Michael lagged behind slightly as Sarah darted this way and that, delighted to be back in her childhood vacation spot. "Anything for you, my dear?" Michael said, doing his best to not split out the words. Michael patted the .44 Magnum holstered underneath his jacket. Soon he'd be rid of this chattering cow. Another Grimaldi would be devastated, he was sure. It was Leslie that had suggested coming to Diamond Lake. She'd heard stories over the years of the strange things that supposedly happened here, namely, the alarming amount of disappearances, children chasing after lost toys, teenage couples, and small groups of men on fishing trips, among others. All had vanished without a trace. Some whispered tales of a clan of serial killers, some talked of cannibals. It didn't matter that the police never found anything in the woods. It didn't matter that no evidence ever turned up. The rumors persisted and grew stronger as the years passed. But one thing was clear. People went into these woods and they never came out. Some of the more imaginative whispered of dark things in the woods and ungodly creatures summoned by satanic rituals. The presence of the long-abandoned West Mansion on the shore of the lake didn't help, for the tales of Dr. West were the stuff of legend. Some said that the missing people would be found inside the mansion, that someone or something had lured them there, never to be seen alive again. Some said the mansion concealed a portal to hell itself, but those people were usually dismissed as crackpots. Michael scoffed at all of it. But decided that he could use these wild rumors and stories to his advantage. If Sarah vanished here, he knew the police would never turn anything up, and if they ever did, well, he'd be long gone by that point. He didn't care if they knew or not, as long as he and Leslie had escaped the country by then. When he'd proposed a drive up to the Diamond Lake to Sarah, she jumped at the prospect, immediately beginning to babble on about how much she loved the place. Michael immediately began setting his plan into motion. Leslie had wanted to hold Sarah for a ransom, using her as leverage for getting her father to shut down Megameats, but Michael insisted on sticking to his plan. After spending nearly an hour arguing about this with him, Leslie had finally relented and agreed to go through with his plan. Sarah would die, and he would have his revenge. To add insult to injury, he would drain her very sizable bank account on his way out of the country. As Sarah stopped to smell a wildflower, Michael checked his watch. Leslie would be waiting for him by now. He reached for the magnum. Sarah looked back at him, then did a double take as she saw what he was doing. "Michael!" she shouted as he aimed the gun at her. He walked toward her, stopping a foot or so away from her, the gun aimed between her eyes. "Shut up," he ordered. Sarah's eyes grew wide as she realized this wasn't a joke. Why? Why?" she stammered. "I said shut up," he shouted. Tears were running down Sarah's face now. "At least, tell me why," she sobbed. He nodded. "Ever heard of Billy Kelly?" A puzzled look appeared on her face. "My father's old partner? Yeah, he was my father. Your father robbed him of everything," he shouted. Wide-eyed, she shook her head. "No," she said. "Daddy told me what happened." "Save it. Your father gambled his money away." She pressed on. He sold his half of the business to my father to pay off his gambling debts." "Liar," he shouted. "I swear to you it's true. I wouldn't lie to you. I love you." "Shut up," he shouted as he lunged forward, shoving the gun into her mouth and pulling the trigger at the same time. A large chunk of the back of Sarah's head disappeared in a halo of blood. Sarah fell backwards, hitting the forest floor with a wet thud. Michael grinned as he slipped the pistol back into the holster underneath his jacket. Then, to his surprise, she moved. He backed up a step. She rolled over. She was dying, he realized as he saw the exit wound. His bullet had left, but somehow she was still hanging on. Her eyes were wide. They were fixed on him. She reached out for him. With a snarl, he lashed out with his foot. It connected with the side of her head, sending it snapping to the right. He kicked her head again and again, until finally her left cheek detached from her jaw, causing the entire top of the head to flop over. As her body settled onto the forest floor, he lashed out again and again. He stopped only when the top of her head separated from the rest of her body. It rolled away, finally settling at the foot of a tree. Blood pooled underneath her body, staining her blue dress. Michael straightened himself up, looking down out at Sarah's body coldly as he did. Now it was just a matter of getting to his car, where Leslie was undoubtedly waiting for him by now, waiting with the tools he'd used to dispose of her body. It was only a matter of time now before the two of them were relaxing on a tropical shore, sipping Mai Tais and enjoying their newfound wealth. He grinned at the prospect. 3 hours had passed, and Michael Kelly was growing extremely agitated. The sun was beginning to set, and with every passing minute, his frustration was mounting. No matter how hard he tried, he could not find the path back to the clearing where Leslie was waiting. Yet he knew that he remembered the way back. Off in the distance, he could see Diamond Lake, the same view he had seen every 10 minutes for the last 3 hours. And there, as always, stood the scarecrow in the field. He spat in its direction, then pressed on. He'd spotted the thing shortly after losing the path back to the car. He tried to reach it in hopes of getting a better view of the surrounding area, but no matter which direction he went, he could never get any closer to it. Inwardly, He cursed, then moved further into the forest. Another hour passed. The sun's rays were finally disappearing below the horizon, and now Michael wasn't just frustrated, he was also a bit nervous. One thing that he'd noticed was the lack of noise. A forest at dusk would have a myriad of sounds pouring out of it. Nocturnal creatures just walking, insects buzzing and chirping, owls starting to hoot. But there was nothing, and that bothered him more than he cared to admit. The forest seemed to be close in all around him. Michael started to run, only suddenly stumble over something and land flat on his face in the dirt. Fuck! He mumbled as he rolled over to look at what tripped him up. What he had to say next died in his throat as a glimpse of movement caught his eye. He reached for the magnum and slowly drew it from his holster. Something was crawling. No. Sliding across the ground toward him. It glistened in the dying light. It looked like nothing more than a giant blob. It was vaguely flesh-colored and was easily 6 feet in length. He'd never seen anything like it before. He scrambled to his feet and backed up as the thing approached him. It stopped as it sensed his presence. He began to raise the magnum. Without warning, it changed shape, a hideous head extending up from what he assumed was the creature's front. It hissed, then convulsed and vomited out a viscous purple substance. Only the reflexes he'd developed during his years of playing football in high school saved him. He barely dodged the vomit, which hit the tree next to him. The tree began to smoke and sizzle. One thought went through his mind as his feet began to move. Run. He charged blindly into the woods. The blob didn't attempt to follow him. He shoved his way through low-hanging branches, feeling them scratch at his face and tear at his clothes. As he entered a clearing, he suddenly found himself inundated by the stench of rotten fungus. Before he could puzzle that out, he ran headlong into something warm and wet. The shock and impact caused him to lose his grip on the magnum, which dropped away into the underbrush. He stumbled backwards, now covered by something that smelled very familiar. It took him a second to realize that it was blood. Michael! That was Leslie's voice. Michael wiped the blood out of his eyes as he answered. Leslie? Where are you? Michael, I can't see you. The sun had disappeared completely, and his eyes were not adjusting to the total lack of natural light. Then he heard the giggle fast, high-pitched, like a young girl. He spun, trying to see what had made it. There, in the distance, were 3 softly glowing points of light. They were blue, and they darted through the trees. They looked like will-o'-the-wisps. With each second that passed, they got closer. As the light from the wisps grew brighter, Michael looked around for Leslie again. What he saw made him drop to his knees and vomit. Leslie was right in front of him. She was nude, suspended by thick rope, spread eagle between 2 trees. The front of her body had been sliced open and pulled back, fastened to the surrounding trees by multiple strands of fishing line, the hooks embedded in her ragged flesh. What was left of her internal organs were exposed, her intestines sagging out and over her waist. Her ribcage and spine had been removed. A large pool of blood had gathered beneath her. Her head was held up by another rope. A cluster of long red worms with razor-sharp teeth were feeding on her organs. He could just make out the others burrowing through her body. As he watched, two of the worms dropped off of her into the pool of blood. Michael, Leslie asked again. He stepped back, horrified beyond belief. How was she still alive? Before he could respond, a dark shape moved up behind him. An overpowering stench of fungus filled his nostrils as a rough hand clamped over his mouth. His eyes widened in terror as another hand grasped his arm and held it in a death grip. A soft, glowing blue light shone in his face. The wisps were finally upon him. To his surprise, they appeared to be the ghosts of three young girls wearing shoulderless dresses. They swirled around the clearing, around Leslie's head, around him and his captor, giggling the whole way. Michael, who is that? Where are you? As one of the ghosts passed Leslie's face, Michael could see that her eyes had been ripped out of their sockets. Tears of blood bore mute testimony to what had happened. Her hair, usually a strawberry blonde, was matted thick with dark, dried blood. Michael's bladder emptied as he struggled to get away from whatever it was that was holding him. Two rotting wolf carcasses appeared at that point, materializing from the depths of the woods. They sat down beside the pool of blood beneath Leslie's body and began to lap it up like water. One of the worms in the blood suddenly leaped out and attacked one of the wolves. It snarled, thrashing its head around, trying to dislodge the worm from its body. There was nothing it could do, though. The worm burrowed its way into its body and was gone. The wolf corpse returned to drinking the blood like nothing had happened. Michael began to sob. I'm having a nightmare. Wake up. You're a fascinating one, a horrible voice sounded. Michael froze. Floating down into the clearing was the scarecrow he'd seen earlier. With a shudder, he realized that it wasn't a straw man, but rather it was an ancient skeleton, wearing a tattered cloak and what looked to be an antique witch's hat. The leathery skin on its skull stretched as the thing spoke. The ghost swirled around it, like children greeting their father after a hard day at work. Their voices leaped through the air in a joyous harmony. Crawlock, they were saying. The thing's name? You're not like the others, the dark apparition whispered as the ghosts resumed flitting around in the clearing. Most that come here are innocent, for lack of a better word, but you came here, overflowing with maliciousness and greed, having only one thing on your mind: murder. It chuckled. I've not felt one like you since my kindergarten. It motioned to whatever it was that was holding him prisoner. Immediately, the hand around his mouth was removed, although the other one stayed firmly in place. It took Michael a second to find his voice. "Whoa," he began, only to be silenced by the ghosts that suddenly flew up in front of him. "Shh," they said as one, each holding a finger in front of its mouth. "You'll be sorry." Then be resumed their holding pattern. "We found your conspirator," the apparition said. "As you can see, a petty creature. This, she fails to understand the value of flesh." There was movement off to the right. "But this one, coming now," the thing continued. "She understands perfectly." Then she stumbled out of the woods. A small swarm of flies buzzed around what was left of her head. her blood-stained blue dress hanging limply around her body. Michael shook his head. This was impossible as anything else he'd seen tonight. But there she was. Sarah's corpse stopped in front of him, her tongue lolling, lazeling in what was left of her mouth. Michael? Leslie asked again. This can't be, Michael began, only to be stopped as Sarah's hand shot out, plunging down his throat. He gagged and emitted a stifled, gurgling scream as Sarah ripped his vocal cords out. We warned you. The ghosts sang in unison. We warned you. As they flew over Michael's convulsing body, Michael wheezed as he spat blood. By rights, he should be dying now, but something was keeping him alive, just like it was keeping Leslie alive. He coughed, and more blood spurted from his mouth. Sarah stepped backwards as the thing floated downward, nodding its approval. Excellent, it said. It turned to the headless corpse of Sarah. What do you think, my dear? Shall we begin? What was left of her jawbone shook. Her tongue flopped around, flicking up and down, attempting to lick lips, but that no longer existed. Michael felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He coughed again, and more blood flew out of his mouth. What are you going to do with me? He mouthed, but the thing paid no attention to him. The apparition, this Crawlock, if that was indeed its name, nodded. Michael's mouth opened in a silent scream as two large hooks were embedded in his shoulders. The pain was excruciating, and grew in intensity as the fungi stench dissipated. Without warning, there was a tug on the hooks. He fell backwards, landing on the ground with a soft thud. Then he felt another tug as something began to pull him, and the pain tripled in intensity. Crawlock hovered above him, Sarah's reanimated corpse staggering slowly behind it. He felt his body being dragged slowly across the rock ground, blood flowing steadily from the wounds in his shoulders. Crawlock gestured toward Leslie. The thing that had been holding Michael captive came into view, looking for all the world like a mushroom that had somehow sprouted a humanoid body. Enjoy your meal, Crawlock said. All of you. As Michael was dragged away, he saw dark shapes of all sorts materialize from the forest, all hideously deformed in some way or another. The three ghosts swirled around Leslie one last time, then flew off into the sky and were gone. The shapes converged on Leslie. Then she began to scream. Michael closed his eyes, and as he was dragged along, Leslie's screams began to fade, then abruptly ceased. For a few minutes, all he could hear was the sound of his body being dragged along the path. Then, in the distance, he could hear a faint sound, a harsh, buzzing sound that grew louder with every passing second. Doing his best to fight the pain, he slowly turned his head to see where he was being dragged to. What he saw should have surprised him, but it didn't. Not after everything he'd just seen. A vertebral giant of a man, if it indeed was a man, was dragging him toward a shed. He could barely make out the burlap sack covering its head. As he got a look at the man's hands, he suddenly realized the source of the buzzing sound. Two huge, rusty chainsaws that seemed to be a part of the man's arms. The chains dragging him were wrapped around the man's arms. Crawlock floated ahead. Michael listened as he stopped before the man. We have something special in store for this one, Kinderhatter, he said. Michael felt another jerk on the hooks, a noxious stench from behind him, coming from the open door of the shed. Growing worse with every tug of the hooks, he grimaced, then looked up at Sarah's corpse, which was still following them. He still hated her. He hated her even more for doing this to him, but she might be his only way to get out of this. "I'm sorry," he mouthed. "Please, Sarah, if you still love me, convince it to me. Convince it to let me go, please." Sarah stopped. She bent down, giving him a good view of her exposed throat cavity and the tattered remains of her head. Her tongue waggled, and a low moan rose from her throat. Michael's eyes widened. She was trying to speak. She stopped. A shadow had fallen over him. Kralok looked down at Michael. The leathery skin on its skull crinkled as it spoke. "She says hell is too good for you, Michael." A crashing sound echoed through the forest, the only sound that could be heard for miles. A flash of pale, yellowish, distorted flesh appeared among the trees. Clawed hands shoved smaller trees out of its way. The head was bloated and twisted, the eyes red and sunken into the deformed skull. A circular mouth ringed with sharp teeth snapped at anything foolish enough to come near it. Ever since its abrupt appearance a few weeks earlier, the denizens of the forest knew to stay out of the thing's way, and thus it roamed the forest unchallenged. It stopped suddenly. It had spotted what it had come for. There, on the ground, was a wounded bear. Bears were rare in these woods, but they did appear from time to time. From the looks of things, it had been attacked by one of the smaller creatures that had roamed the woods. It still had plenty of fight in it, though. As it sensed the approach of the creature, it got to its feet and roared. The creature returned the roar with equal ferocity and charged. It slammed into the bear, a whirling dervish of claws and teeth. The bear didn't stand a chance as the creature ripped into its soft underbelly. The fight ended moments later as the bear's intestines spilled all over the forest floor. As the bear tipped backwards, one of its claws snagged on one of the only pieces of clothing the creature had on, the holster of a gun that was half buried in the creature's flesh. The creatures angrily grabbed at the bear's leg and tried to shove it away, but it was still caught on the holster. The creature shoved at the leg angrily. The holster gave some resistance, but ultimately tore away from the creature's side. It landed on the ground. The creature either didn't notice or didn't care. Instead, it crouched down and began to feed. Max shut the old comic. It was getting dark, and though they were setting up a bonfire, his mom would yell at him if he had tried to read by it. The whole day, he could barely take his eyes off of it. He wondered if there were any more. He'd never seen any anywhere, and there weren't any more at the general store they had stopped by on their way up. He pored over every detail, trying to find out just what it was that he had discovered. Year of publication, 1987. Printed locally. Put together by local talent. First issue, ongoing. Quarterly series, very, very, very gory. Splatterhouse. It was like nothing he'd ever seen. He'd seen plenty of comics, and he'd seen plenty of horror comics, but nothing quite like this. This wasn't like what was laying around the local comic and card shop in his town. This was like the horror movies his older brother showed him. Dusty tapes from an old shoebox at the top of the closet, buried with the skateboard stickers, Mad magazines, and all the other near-forgotten relics from when he was Max's age. Movies his brother had had to sneak to watch, double taped at sleepovers, kept and hidden as quiet touchstones of rebellion. Those movies hadn't made any sense to Max. They were so crazy, so wrong that he couldn't believe they were even real. Leftovers from a time that was just yesterday, but for Max, a lifetime ago. Reading the comic felt just like that, like living a tiny piece of that time. It was exciting, but one detail in particular caught his eye. One tiny detail inflamed his imagination. The stories in the comic were all true. Well, at least that's what it said. According to the intro, all the stories were local campfire and babysitter stories. True horror tales right from Diamond Lake. He remembered how, once in a while, like some rare treat, Max's dad and his Uncle Pete would get together and start swapping creepy stories. Soon, everyone would join in, telling about the scariest thing that had ever happened, or ghost stories they'd heard. And Max would just sit back and listen. He never really had any of his own to tell, but he always listened, transfixed. It was like some weird sort of magic. The sun was disappearing beneath the horizon, a yellow-orange glow just above the pines. He took one last, long look at the comic book. True Ghost Stories. Hey, Uncle Pete, you know any ghost stories from around here? Uncle Pete laughed. Wow, the sun goes down, and that's the first thing out of your mouth? Well, I heard a really cool one about like all these monsters and ghosts and stuff in the woods. Oh yeah, sure. I heard a lot of those stories growing up around here. Me and your dad, Max's dad, walked up to get another beer out of the cooler. Jeez, you got that right. Remember Uncle Tommy? And the shark in the lake? Oh man, I used to run to Dad and say, Uncle Tommy said there was a shark in the lake. There's not. That can't be true, can it? And he'd just say, well, Diamond Lake's pretty big. Or that one that Grandma used to tell that would freak out Ma so much about the scarecrow that you couldn't take a look off it if you were gonna have a baby. Yeah, you'd lose the kid. Don't walk in the woods in springtime. I think that's half the reason she put Grandma in a home. Uncle Pete cracked up, shaking his head. But yeah, kiddo, I've definitely heard a few about the woods here. Not sure if any are exactly the one you're thinking of. Tell 'em. Uncle Pete shrugged, grabbing another beer of his own. Well, I could tell maybe one or two. Yeah, tell 'em, Uncle Pete. The family drew closer to the bonfire, settling in their spots, getting comfortable. Pete's girls, Summer and Jane, quit fidgeting and snugged close together. Max's mom pulled her night blanket up over the folding chair. Max's dad sitting on the cooler nearby. Aunt Kristen sat in the sand next to her husband. Even Max's brother Alan and his cousin Bobby had come down from the house. It was like something had pulled them in, as if a feeling had been set loose. Even Max, everyone grew quiet. All right, all right. The lake lapped gently at the sand nearby. A warm breeze blew across it, rustling the trees lightly. You could just hear them. Uncle Pete stood before his newly formed audience, deciding which story to start with first. He spotted Bobby and Alan eating at the last two of the hot dogs and got his answer. When me and your dad were coming up, there was a camp our folks used to send us to, a summer camp. We loved it, but it kept changing hands. New owners kept coming in. Some were decent, some weren't so much. Eventually, our ma and dad just kinda got fed up and sent us to another camp out of town. Lucky thing. See, there was a cook there, an old grizzled Type Vietnam guy. Wasn't all there. One year, he just snapped. Some say there was a big accident, a fire at the annual cookout. He got burned bad. Had some kind of flashback. Just freaked out. Killed some of the kids, the staff. It closed the camp down for good. But not before he got his. Some say the kids fought back. Some say the accident that cooked him up never stopped burning through the weekend. Whatever the case, most of the camp burnt down. Thing is, no one knows what happened to him.
This is a video game.
This is a video game. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to get that last little bit in there. I should have cut it off sooner. But I was just thinking about how in that last story, the last story we just listened to, it's so very telling and revealing about the Michael Kelly character, just how bad of a dude he was as a human in his human form. But not only this, it's just very telling about his story. Do you know what I mean? Like his story is so very telling, and there is a complete explain away, as mentioned in the last stream I did. The direct connection is right there. So that's the story of the source material verbatim from the fan fiction written by Rob Strangman. He wrote 3 out of those 4 stories. So he did Patient number 6504, Hunger, and the last one, The Value of Flesh. So a few things about characters from The Value of Flesh. Right, are these things. In the last round, there won't be Crawlock. Crawlock is cool. I think that Crawlock has he is a complete embodiment of a supernatural character entirely. So love him a lot, but maybe I can make a reference to him, or maybe I can induct a actual scarecrow that has his likeness, but I don't think anything playable or fightable is really in the cards at this time for the Crawlock character, though he's a staple part of the story. Um, However, at least to the fan stuff. Anyway, canon to what I want to bring over is what was described in The Value of Flesh is when it said the part where hands go over his mouth, like when he's a human. It doesn't say who's doing that, but it says hands are doing this. Well, they're obviously not Biggie Man's hands, even though they're describing Biggie Man to a T. They're saying all but his name, basically the Chainsaw Monster, the Chainsaw Man original, right? The original Butcher. So he's referred to as he has 3 different names. He's the Butcher, the Chainsaw Man, and Biggie Man. Uh, so in the carryover to the canon of TLR, right, the last round, is there are cultists who basically did that. And Biggie Man was not present in my timeline. In my timeline, Biggie Man's not in the game, but his conscience and imprint and influence is overriding and um, over basically overriding El Diano's mind and consciousness. So he's basically stealing El Diano's body slowly but surely in my timeline. So the carryover from The Value of Flesh really is uh, so the leave behinds basically as I salad bar the 4 stories into the last round. I'm just gonna say that I'm not planning on making money of any kind off of this. Let me just be clear. This is not a means for making money. I just think it's something really fun to do where there's already a world that's there and a cosmology that's there, and do you know what I mean? So supernaturalities like the ghosts and stuff, and um, things like that, Crawlock and things like that, all that stays behind. But in this story, there again, each story has a lot to unpack. But if you know what you're looking for, you'll know what's pertinent to the carryover in the last round. It described the forest. Remember how it kept referring to in almost every story, either the forest or the mansion. It was either one of the two settings. And that's how Rick got away. He ran into the forest and suddenly he was nowhere to be found. How how in this story the value of flesh is so good. Like how Michael Kelly, our one of our secondary antagonists of TLR, in his human form in this fan fiction story, he's running in the forest and he's trying to get out. He's getting so worried and concerned about what he just did at sundown. By 6 o'clock, he's like been looking at the same, no matter how far oriented he was walking toward Diamond Lake, he kept just not getting there, and he seemed to have been doing laps. And again, that is another very very strong influence and understanding and composition as to how the forest shifts and moves, and it sends out who it doesn't want. They don't even find the forest. It's like a control of fate of some kind, because like the shitty and the punishable end up in there and the innocent. So it's very much like a gnarly spiritual web trap of like a karmatic kind of equalizer is basically what this supernaturality does retain throughout the games, the fan fiction, and now the last round. So that was the four short stories. Those are narrated audiobooks by me. I didn't write one letter of those four stories. All I did was read them aloud, and many of which were a first time read through. And so that's why there's breaks and pauses in me reading, because believe me when I say what I was reading was the original source material that was on a black screen, and it was this tiny. And if you go to read it, I think it's still like a tiny, tiny white font. So I'm like squinting my eyes at one screen, reading it, and then I'm like making sure I'm still, recording and things. And I'd make these segments, and then I'd, contain media. I'd just build a video. Is what those are. They're like timeless short horror stories, survival horror type of stories in the lore and universe of Splatterhouse. And I love them dearly, and I love how like the fruition of those stories gave way and trailblazed a reinvigoration or renaissance to Splatterhouse in 2010, and that gave way to the last game that we have. So up to this point, there hasn't been any farther Namco stuff. There hasn't been, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm just so focused on um, the fan fiction pieces of the fan fiction as a foundation for a physicality, right? Like a actual physical representation of what's going on in the story is now playable on a medium-sized game board. I've been making terrain, I've collected the models, I've primed them, and today I've been painting them as well. So we're well along and on to progress on a 21-month timeline is currently what's going on. With that, that's really what's up with that. That's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing. It's really just me by myself. I've shared with others about what's going on. I've made a cinematic trailer. Just kind of in short, it's the first of a series of trailers. So each trailer is going to have cinematically survival horror suspense themed um, motion pictures of what's happening in the game. Again, I'm not spending any real tremendous amount of money on it, but I'm spending enough to where uh it's good, but it's not complete trash, and like that's subjectable, right? Like I wouldn't continue forward if I thought it wasn't gonna fucking work or like it was gonna turn out like dog shit. You know what I mean? So honestly, I have good faith in continuing what I'm doing, and I'm having so much fun doing it. That's the thing. Is like I've never had intention on selling or profiting in any way whatsoever beyond just sharing this universe that I really like. But not only that, it's five universes brought into one overall encompassing hemisphere. And those five universes are Escape from Tarkov, Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil, Splatterhouse, and The Walking Dead. And so bits and parts and pieces and characters from each of the 5 realms, right? They make it into this one original realm. So the other 4 all tie back into the one, right? Splatterhouse. So that is the Splatterhouse. That is, um, we'll say, the mansion, the forest, and this here, the forest. This is one of the first opening scenes I think I want to animate. And the second trailer is going to be these bushes and trees and stuff. So on a percentage scale, on the development for the modular terrain, it's going to actually be those little bushes right there. 28mm scale, fluffy ass little bushes that you can move around, you can hide. It's really for gameplay, a thematic uh, wonder or a suspense, So that's why they're there. That's what's in development, and that's what's coming. So I already have about 100 of them made and physically constructed and put together. Um, I am aiming. I'd like 400. I think 400 is an adequate amount to move around the table. They're based and all that, and constructed well, and very, very durable, ready for gameplay, ready for display, ready to be, a part of the overall world. Um, so, yeah, I could just go on about the slides and things, and different photos and things. I could also roll forward into the mechanics of recent time. Um, I was actually trying to, actually, I can now, pull up the mechanics part of the segment. So we've watched, well, before long, let's do this. Let's run that trailer one more time. And then we'll do the mechanics. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Two minutes. 2 minutes, Turkish. It was 2 minutes 5 minutes ago. What's up with them sausages, Charlie? 5 minutes, Turkish. Okay, this is the first cinematic trailer for the game. Okay, just keep in mind that Dead Point Games nor Sepulchre Arts is a real company at all, because it's not. They're both fictitious names. They're both me. That's all it is. It's just something to look fancy. That's really all it is. From the top. So that is the trailer I created for the last round. The last round is a pub, like a bar, right outside the forest. It's like it's like the last line of civilization before ascending into absolute gnarly shit. And so, what is the last round? It's a cinematic driven survival horror skirmish game. It is a pick up and play skirmish game. And I mean simplified. Like how simplified? I designed it. I designed the rules. I designed how you play the game. I designed what you do in the game. What you do was hardly even, you know what I mean? No part of this was any serious task. Let me just clarify. Um, the context is there, what you do is there, the elements that are included and designed and featured in the game right now are all interfaceable. They're all interlocking and they are all interwoven and interrelated. What I mean to say is that each model has a statistic card, its own, not codex, but its own rule set, and everything is D6 based, and everything is very relative and very simplified. There are buffs, there are perks, right? There's good parts, there's some not so good parts, but these are the checks and balances mechanically that make the game possible. So, without further ado, we've watched and listened to the 4 short stories of the fanfiction novels. We've watched the cinematic trailer for the game that I am creating. It's not a board game, and it's not a tabletop RPG. It's not classified as either a dungeon crawler, nor is it a kill team, or or nor mentions of madness. However, it is in fact almost an amalgam, right? A little like mush pot, mechanically speaking, of a lot of these different things, and lore speaking, of a lot of these different things. So, what I decided is that over time, I would design a tab that would be able to be readable back to me, the in-game mechanics and like the functionalities. If I ever had a question, if I ever had a any kind of concern, like I would always, it's a point of reference. It's really like a cliff note. It's really just 1 second. I'm opening. Yeah, there it is. Okay, good. The question. No, no, no. We want to be. There's the quest tab. All right. There's something on the way. That was yesterday. Day before yesterday. Okay. We have a quest development tab. We have a testing room facility. All right. So this is where we were working today. This is also the testing room. I want to get onto as well as a mechanics tab. I don't think. Yeah, there it is. The mechanics tab. So open that. I can review with you how things work and the breakdown. We're crossing into like a whole nother. This is the point where like I've given out the lore document, right? 5.5 hour plus another 2.5 hour. So that encompasses like the where we're at with the Resident Evil fan fiction and what exists stuff, right? So the mechanics tab. Thoughts, parameters. I'm just scrolling back up a little bit. I want to see where we're at with the latest. Okay, so this was like induction of the cages, the cage mechanics. Okay, we want to go way up. At least a little bit farther up. I don't know about way up, because we'd be stuck here a long time. If I read it out, like the full developmental stages, like you would see how things came to be. Um, but I think it's really important that like just reading a little bit out of the mechanics tab will give anyone who's interested an understanding of the overall functionality and more or less quality of TLR. Then I could jump over to the testing room. Really, the testing room is the most fun. That's really the most fun. Okay, so at this point, a little bit ways back. We're in development of crafting um, into the game Charnetsky, the Charnetsky character. See if I could get a scroll over to Charnetsky real quick. Whoop, whoops. Okay, that's a different screen. We want to click on this screen and instead just do this. Okay, we're gonna back cycle through the list. See, there's the cage. There's the bear in it, which does fit, by the way. I learned that. It's actually, it won't look like that. His head won't be melted into the bar, I promise. There is Breaker 1, Breaker 2, Breaker 3, and then we have El Diano, the bear, one of the bear iterations. Where's Charnetsky at, yo? I just want to be slid over to his, there we go, part, because this is the first image you see of Charnetsky, like as a card, right? At the two or the three of the two traders images for the two traders are going to be I am going to use them as cards, right? So like they're not going to be in the form of a model present on the card. But around this time that like he came into the game, he is the first, and it's only about a week old. He is the first trader who's known as an offensive. We classify him as an offensive trader in the sense that he's now in the game. It's a type of trader, right? As there are types of traders in Tarkov and other various games, right? Diablo, right? Different games, different universes, same thing. It's not different from anything else. Why him, right? Well, Charnetsky is from Demonic Toys, which is also an older mid 90s B Horror Cheese by the Full Moon Production, which happens to be one of my favorites, by the way. I felt his character so pertinent and experience so relevant to TLR that he is a non-playable offense trader. If you give him things from in the world of the forest or the mansion, when given to Charnetsky, he can craft you throw a throwable item in the form of a Molotov cocktails or custom slug round 12 gauge shotgun shells. So with the shells thing, I already know the Molotov work because it has the same baseline of operating system as the other four throwable items that are only carryable by the main character pieces. So, if we were to get into the Charnetsky stuff and him being a trader inside of the last round pub, this is where the trading takes place. You can only do this inside of the last round pub. You cannot do this during match. So we just scroll a little bit more. Ending game scoring doctrine, right? Mechanics tab. Okay, yeah, so definition. Each confirmed kill, a zombie, a cultist, a PMC, a sheriff, RPD, a boss, or named character earns kill points. Tracking, logged on the raid, log scrap sheet during match. So really that's all it requires. It's like I'm not selling anything. So all it really requires is a tiny piece of torn scratch paper and a pencil, and you just keep simple tallies or points, if you will. The purpose, it determines the combat effectiveness and contributes to the end game total. So you do all that yourself. You profile that for your main playable character, if you will. If you're Leon, if you're Claire, if you're Evelyn, if you're Snake, if you're Rick, it doesn't matter. Like whichever main character you are, you keep a side piece of little note paper and you just write down, picked up this item, used this item. Um, it's like a entry log. It's not like a huge rap sheet. It's really just a total for you. And this determines the variation of boss kills that may yield bonus kill points compared to standard NPCs. The bounty tokens, right? So bounty tokens is like an induction of another system from Hunt Showdown. Um, as I'm not going to be selling this as any product ever, I'm going to call it whatever the hell I want. So we can just call them bounties, but I like to call them bounty tokens. It's really something that is on like an invisible item that like is on the dead model that you defeated, and you acquire things like you acquire items, and but you also, for killing tougher models, they drop stuff, higher tier, harder, rarer stuff, which is then there's going to be a series. See, the plan is there are a series of traders that you turn stuff into. that aren't in world items, like turning in the bounty on having killed like a tough ass model like the Maw or Drifter, right? Or one of these crazy abominations out there, Michael Kelly, whoever. Um, you then can submit that turn in to the NPC trader that's inside the bar, and they operate inside the bar. And like seen here depicted, Ternetsky with his chronic bucket of Chunky's chicken and his favorite whiskey, right? And he's like they're about to do trade to make stuff with you. You know what I mean? Make bombs or not bomb fire Molotov throwables or custom ammo or whatever. So it's a culture of induction of things, not ripping off, not stealing, right? Not salad barring. It's inclusion of my favorite shit, like all in one place. And this is my twist on it. And it's a survival horror cinematic driven skirmish game. So, uh, on to definition. The bounty tokens are physical tokens awarded for completing bounty objectives. Example, killing LL Diano, recovering Rick Taylor, defeating Drifter. Tracking related to tallied separately from kill points. Its purpose is to represent faction specific objectives and can be exchanged for rewards in campaign play. Right? So, rule death before extraction. It's almost like a quote, a saying. Bounty tokens are lost. And it holds true. This is the rule set. This is the mechanic of the operating system for those specifically. Death before extraction equals bounty tokens are lost. They get dropped, they get dissolved. No one else can pick really. It's like they're gone. You know what I mean? This could be subject to change because Hunt doesn't really do it like that, but we can expound on more of that in the future. So you can earn through survivors rescued, right? Definition: NPC survivors of the helpless, the unarmed, or named allies like Brent Whistler. He is armed though. Successfully escorted to an extraction. There should be like a bonus amount of points uh, that that exist just around that one action. Do you know what I mean? Like you do a specific thing and you're rewarded a specific thing. It's not like you do one thing and you're rewarded a bunch of shit across the board. It's like it almost takes the economy format of like ruples, euros, dollars. In this case, it's like gear you need to make better weapons to do stronger damage against enemy models. Turning in quest items or relics to either unlock and or unlock special benefits or um, more quest line. You turn in this thing. It's a quest thing that you go get and turn in, and then that gives you another quest, and then you go do this other thing, and it gets you another quest, and it just so the quest chain, right? So there's a standardized quest chain, and then for each, but this is what I've also inducted. Each character model, playable, the playable main characters, they each have their own campaign quest tree that's exclusive to them but however is related to everything in the board game. It's not a board game, it's everything in this hemisphere of TLR. So it's all interchained, it's all interlocked, it's all relatable, it's all replayable. You may have, for example, one playthrough as like I did a test room. I can read to you soon here in a bit the test run on the all female cast for Jill Valentine, Claire Redfield, Ada Wong, and Evelyn Cross. And so Evelyn Cross is our fictional character who works at she both is a playable and bartender character in the last round. So the four of them were pit against four separate zombies. So it was four zombies versus the four female character cast, and they all survived. I think they took two hits, but they all survived and killed all the zombies. And it just like the replay on that is such a stunning replay. And the other one I want to read tonight is the playback in the test room of Solid Snake and his 7 PMC shooters. So Solid Snake also has a command interface in this tab specifically. We can even read it before we see the match replayed. I can read it to you replayed, but I played it in real life in the testing format with the models, with the dice. All I did was interface with recording what happened, right? So end game totals at the end of each raid match, players tally kill points, which is a combat score, combat tokens, objective score, survivors rescued, rescue score, extraction status, determines if points slash items are carried out or lost. So, this locks the end game scoring doctrine into the vault. Kill points, bounty tokens, and survivors rescued are the three pillars of the end game scoring, tallied in the raid log. Okay, alright, so this is where I may diverge, I think. I said tonight we begin the quick jot of physical paper made cliff notes. Yeah, so this is on the 20th. So this is how recent all of it's moving. Like I just made all this stuff. And nothing was rushed, but I made sure it was nominal before I proceeded forward. I always do that. I make sure that it's functional and it works and there's cohesion and it makes sense. You can't just like make this machine that just like doesn't do anything. That's like it's like this is a functioning engine. There's a functioning engine and everything. Uh, making physical paper-made cliff notes, if you will. We're going to be making the first iterations of STAT cards for all of the models of the last round. So I have to spell it out for it. When I say stat, it just doesn't speech to text it very well. So it's like I just I spell it out instead of saying it. It's funny. It marks the first iteration of the stat cards. Right. This part was so much fun. It took no time at all. So, Cliff Notes Draft, STAT card framework, core parameters every model must have: name, identifier, faction, alignment, HP, health points, movement speed, melee attacks, type, number, damage, ranged attacks, weapon type, range, damage, armor save, resistance, special traits, abilities. So this is just before the introduction of my own creation, the Special 6 program. So that's what that last bullet point is. Special traits is the Special 6 program. That's what it evolved into. If you land on a 6, it does a unique thing only to that model, and only that model can do that. It is its designated Special 6. So, this is what we're going into, the mechanics part. This is how the game functions. Optional parameters, inventory slots, weapons, such as weapons, consumables, and relics. Quest bounty tags, if tied to objectives, narrative flavor line, short, chilling, quote, or lore hook. So at any point, like, you could be playing the game, and as I record the log of what's happening, like, at any point, like, I could just, someone, someone we're playing with at the table, like one of the other players that we're playing with in the game, could say something goofy or funny or, you know, otherwise memorable, and like that could make it into the game, or not, or they could say something aforementioned, short, chilling, like a lore hook. So there's a quick jot format, right? It's very simple. It's a very small, like 4-inch by 4-inch piece of binder paper, is really what it currently exists on. But I have it stored all together with everybody's models, all of them. Any and all of the models I currently have for TLR, they all have a stat card. They all function and they all interact with each other. They can and they will. And that's the thing. I've tested it and it works a lot better than I had originally anticipated. Allow me to explain. The workflow. The quick jot allows players to jot down stats on a scrap paper before the match. The reference of use is laid out in open face collection for all players. The evaluation is that these drafts evolve into polished, more sacred artifacts of the Dark Plane. The final stat cards. Updates, buffs, removals, and expansions are applied card by card, not by codex. This locks the Cliff Notes draft doctrine into the vault. The first iterations of stat cards are quick jots on paper, capturing essentials for every model before evolving into polished canon cards. So it no like we have this understanding that there is a creation, a process at play, and it's going to unfold, and doing it this way like allows a framework or a groundwork for us to build off of and make it something really good in the end. So we have 21 months. The real wrap up is painting and the card stuff. So like finalizing imagery onto cards and like really polishing up the stat cards and that. So it's a thing where like it's not for sale, but I want it to be fun and highly functional and very, very presentable. Something very unique. It's a custom game. Custom game. So I said next, you've met our pub/patron/trader, Charnetsky. Since he deals in a specific line of items as currency to trade with, which items does he barter or trade with? Does he deal with kill points? Does he deal with bounty tokens? What else does he deal with in terms of trading? He could deal ammo. He could. What do you want? I said, what can you trade with him before or after rounds? Like, what can you trade with him in between rounds? Tarnetsky, the pub trader, accepted currencies. So this is a brainstorming time period at this stage. It was still narrowing it down to what you give him. I already know what you can give him to give him two-part component. And this is when we get into two-part components of building things. This is my our brainstorm and my discovery of we're going to do it like this. And it doesn't even say it. All I said was I'd get that influence and then I would say we're going to do it like this. And then it just knows like good. That's canonized. We now do it like this. It's very straightforward and great. Um, Accepted currencies by Charnetsky, the pub trader. Cigarettes, his most iconic barter item, always accepted. Except in the film, I think he smokes a cigar, so I think that would be more appropriate. Loose ammo, in the form of bullets, shells, or cartridges, treated as currency in his economy. And so that ended up being one of the two-part components required to uh, make custom slug shotgun shells. So that's the one ammo he makes, and then he makes the other one throwable. He makes two items. Both ranged, by the way. Vintage items such as a whiskey flask, flashlight batteries, security key cards, fried chicken leftovers, quirky but canonized as trade goods. So so fried chicken leftovers is like that won't be a thing, even though that's funny. Um, we did end up. I did end up developing a quest line for Charnetsky to order uh, Chunky's chicken from his friend to be delivered, upon which you have to go pick it up and bring it back. So that's his first quest. I can elaborate more about that at another time. Okay. So that part doesn't make it. However, what does make it is the bullets or shells. So really, it's the bullet shells themselves, right? So the spent 12 gauge shells is what you find because it's currently the only ammo you can craft right now, and so you want to find the shells, the spent shotgun shells, and the flashlight batteries. So I decided that those are the two in the game that Charnetsky he you know what I mean? He transmutes it. He reconfigures it into a homemade ammo. So it's just like a silly wartime thing. And it's from him because his character is explained to have fought in Korea. She goes, "Hey, do you know how to use that gun?" And Charnetsky goes, he's like, "Hey, lady, I fought in Korea." So he's like, you watch the film, he's capable. He's a part of survival horror. He has a history. So part of what makes the induction of characters into my game is that they have to include one of the staple um, pillar experiences of a character, right? They have to have experience in survival, experience of horror, experience of suspense, an experience of action or an experience of like a love story, right? So like a love story, a suspense, a horror, an action, survival. Those, if you're not one of those five elements, you probably won't be making it onto the set, right? If I'm the director, you won't be making it onto the set if you haven't uh, starred in something, a video game or a movie, or you know what I mean. And in this case, like for Evelyn Cross, she is a created character that I granddaughtered into the game from Chinatown. So that's that little side piece, little side reference. Uh, Quirky but not canonized, right? So kill points, not directly tradable. Kill points are tallied for scoring, not barter. It brought him up, but it knows not to make that a current economy for Charnetsky the trader. Bounty tokens also not accepted. These are faction bound objectives outside of his pub economy. So it knows that those last two don't go to him. But the loose bullet shells and the whiskey bottles and the batteries, we kept those. And maybe the security cards. I think he can either do something with it or not. Those other items, those all offense builder item crafting regents, I guess you'll say, the shit that he needs to make you the shit he gives you is pretty much the only types of things he'll be getting. I think that if we found anything else that Charnetsky might find interesting or appealing or something he might need further down the road, we could certainly accommodate that for him. So yeah, bullets, smokes, and I think that it's basing it all off of like his character conceptualization. But not only that, but it's his influence that like there is now a living awareness of that as a character. His character as like a the development of his character. So it's like really what the influence um, cultivates and brings into the game. He's not just some like quirky dude from like an old '90s movie. He serves a fucking good purpose. He's an all-American fucking badass hero, even though he died in the movie. Spoiler alert: he died in the movie. But in the last round, he is eternalized. So that's one good thing. So trading windows. Before rounds, pre-raid, survivors may barter cigarettes, ammo, or vintage items to adjust the loadouts. Example: trade ammo for flashlight batteries. So it's like we're learning then what you do in between rounds. During raid, during rounds, mid raid, Charnetsky can appear as an ambient encounter in the last round pub. Survivors may risk time to barter, but doing so exposes them to threats. So we didn't decide to do that. He stays at the pub. He doesn't leave the pub. That's how you engage with him. You have to go home, basically. You go home, you interact with him, so you extract. Then, after extracting, you are now out of match, and you are now at liberty to interact freely with agency between you and the other traders and whatever else, whoever the human players in the room. So there's this timeless phase that you re-enter. This is also like the hideout, like a timeless phase. There is another set of tile where I want to in the end, at the end of these 21 months at least, we're gonna have another tile that's going to be where the pub is. It's going to be a representation of the models, at least the character models, and some of the other models can go into the pub, but we don't want to overcrowd the pub. It's a tile that's only so big. So you go there and you operate inside of the one bar tile, the pub tile. And in there, it's a timeless phase. You're not in match, you're not in game. You're like the minus, right? It's the menu before you go into the next match, the next round, right? Um, and that's decidedly in the end when you do that. The inventory rotation. Rotating stock, flashlight batteries, whiskey flasks, security cards, rumored ammo caches. The flavor. His inventory is never guaranteed. It shifts raid by raid, reinforcing unpredictability. So also at this stage, I don't know if that's something I want to implement, only because there's like an RNG associated with that. I'm trying to stick to an economy that's streamlined, and he has the shit every time. but it also makes you. It's also balanced enough to incentivize the players to, with their main playable character, go out and get the shit like Tarkov that you need to bring back to him. You could bring him things. So he is your crafting station. He, the pub is your hideout. The traders are your crafting station, and the traders are the only thing, the only way anchored to you as a character and as a player to be able to engage walking the quest tree, the path of the quest tree, right? So you can't engage farther in the quest tree unless you go out and collect certain shit and do certain things. And do you know what I mean? Like kill bad guys, bring back certain shit, go visit things, go out there on stupid runs, like going and get, like the first quest is going out and doing something unfucking related to the game. Except it is. Why? Because he fucking told you to do it. That's the thing. Like with him, to win over the first trader, you have to complete that first quest. It seems like a dickish move of him to do that. It seems like, dude, people's lives are at stake. This is a hard deviation from my hero class element. It's like, well, you want everybody to be well fed, right, before battle. So I could see Tarnetsky being like, "Well, quit your fucking bitching and go get me my fucking chicken." Like he would be really, he would be short and cracky rude. You know what I mean? So that's what I see with Tarnetsky. The narrative flavor. Ternetsky is a functioning trader tier NPC, sculptless, ambient, but mechanically active. He anchors the pub's economy, shaping survivor loadouts through ritualized exchange. His trade is gritty, humorous, and grim, fried chicken bones and whiskey bottles alongside bullets and batteries. He locks the Charnetsky character into doctrine, into the vault, and that's when we switch gears a little bit, if not even. Okay, so this is where I further to say, can we use these specific items to trade for things like custom ammo or different throwable grenades? See, that's when, in this moment, that is the inception point of me narrowing it down to this is, hey, look, I now know what we're capable of. This is what I want to see happen. So remember these things like throwables or different grenades. He will be like the offense trader. Another trader that I induct into the game will be a trader for health items. So that's me making reference to the third trader who I don't even know yet. See, that's what I'm saying is like the rapid expansion of what you need in the game and the functionality of the game should be as such that there's going to be a healing trader, and it might be I'm hoping it's probably like an iconical female character that has a notoriousness for like either doing good deeds or healing or helping or rescuing, like someone who has a powerful IP in that strong suit. That's who I want to fit the role for that third trader. You have a healing trader, you have a relic trader, and you have a offensive trader. Another trader that can induct in the game would be the health items. So Charnetsky, the offense trader. Accepted currencies: cigarettes, loose ammo, vintage items. So the vintage items thing is him kind of. Relic items go to one guy. So really Breaker is the one guy who wants the rare unrelated shit to like any of the other items in the environment. So that's why he exists. But for Chernetsky, it's all about getting currently um, cigarettes won't help you or him, so I don't know if they're gonna make it into the game. I currently smoke myself, which is like another thing I do mean to say. I should go smoke one right now because I really want one. But this is way more important. Loose ammo and empty shotgun shells, stuff like that. I think that would be the loose ammo thing. So we're just going to say he accepts loose ammo and batteries. Right now, those are the only two things, and bottles, right? So we have the alcohol at the pub. One could say that there's already empty bottles there. You could just make the shit there. But really, it's a glass bottle. It's really like a trash item. Uh, a dead battery is a trash item. These are things that you, and I will later go to explain how that you find these trashy component build offensive trader items open world on the dead models. That's where you find them. In the forest, you find them on dead models. And if there's any kind of stashes or like something like a duffel bag, not Tarkov esque, but containers. We'll just say containers of some easy deployable randomly generatable kind. We're going to put all those in the world in addition to being able to loot and search the dead models that you destroy, chiefly the zombies. I don't know how much stuff I want to put on like spawn drops on bosses and stuff. We can go into that farther another time. So, his tradable options are custom ammo, special rounds, limited use, occupy inventory slots. So that's the thing. You make a custom ammo, he gives it to you. Now what? I think that that should fill one of the given slots for the the playable main character, right? So whatever your playable main character is, they come stock with one throwable item. But say you go out into the first match and you use your first throwable item and your and it's likely you're going to use your first throwable item and you're going to use your uh first and only throwable and your first and only heal. So if you're so graceful enough as to make it fucking back out of raid, those two slots are going to be empty. I wanted to not reset stock instantly, like maybe in the test room, sure. In the mechanical test of the testing room, like that's where there's infinite ammo. And that's where I don't even need another model present to learn things. But this is the thing, it's the RNG of things. So if you to hold continuity and to hold and retain realism, say you want to play that second round, say you want to play like 20 rounds, whatever, you're going to need to replenish. So I've given players an economic way of replenishing, or maybe there'll be a stock count. That's another consideration. But as it stands, you give him the shit, he makes you the shit, you get the modified shit. Your character is now enhanced to do even more fucking satisfying shit on the table. So, um, throwable grenades like smoke, stun, high explosive grenades, randomized stock, raid to raid variation. So, we have decided that the first iteration of a throwable is not a high explosive grenade, but rather an impact grenade. There was a point where I was trying to decide that, yeah, you could throw it 18 inches, right? It's like a big lob, right? You just lob it way out there and it goes. But if it has this ability to hit the ground and roll, so like you throw it the 18 inches, then you'd roll another dice just to see if that fucking thing rolls, right? So its rollability is whatever the sum of that d6 is. You throw the high explosive grenade, right? It's like a one of those pineapple grenades or one of those rounded ball ones, right? It hits the ground. There's a good chance that thing's gonna fucking roll a little bit before it detonates. And I think the symbology of it rolling whatever that number is on the dice, I throw it. It goes 18 inches. It lands on, if not on or near my target. I roll a dice. It lands on a 4. That blast template, wherever it lands, is now a 3-inch blast template that's now got to move forward 4 inches from the center of where that grenade lands. And then it detonates. And inside of the 3-inch blast template is a representation of a blast radius at the 28 millimeter level. Inside is 4d6, and the result of the 4d6, whatever those 4 dice come out to, those are the RNG determinations of damage. So 4, 5, 6, blackout, body, head. 1, 2, 3, misses. Right, so that's how that works. This is throwables in a nutshell. Smoke and stun, they have similarities. They just don't do damage. Smoke removes the ability to shoot anything inside that cloud. Removes the ability for it to shoot. Um, Throwing a smoke, anything inside that 3-inch radius provides a cover. You cannot shoot anything in or on the other side of that smoke cloud because the shooter cannot see if there's a big, complete, solid ball of smoke. Just, you know what I mean? Like 6 feet wide around your target. You can't in all directions. You can't see what you're shooting at, so you're not gonna hit it. That's the thing. In real life, you'd get lucky, but in this fictional board game reality, it's just removed. So smoke provides cover, and also takes away from whoever's in the cloud. They can't shoot either. That's the thing. So someone shooting at a target in it can't, and someone trying to shoot out of it cannot. So it's really like this one round, or like for one turn, maybe 1 or 2 turns. I haven't decided on like the duration of the smoke. I think it should be like one turn. Once both teams have had a turn, it's like then it's gone. Like at the next turn. The stun grenade, the stun grenade's mechanic is such that it operates with the travel. Um, it may include the roll thing. When it hits the ground, it'll have an impact roll. But when its stun goes off, it buffs mobility for that turn. So when it goes off and you have to detonate, it has the detonation principles, right? So with the smoke value, like if I roll 4d6 for a smoke value, that should determine the length of how long that smoke's going to be there, right? 1, 2, 3 is nothing. A 4 is +1 turn, a 5 is +1 turn, and a 6 is +1 turn. So if you roll those 4 dice and it's like 3 out of the 4 of them are 4, 5, or 6, oh, it's gonna be that ball of smoke is gonna be hanging on. But if you land on a 2, a 3, a 1, and say you land a 6, it'll only be there. If it's one qualifying hit in the smoke counter, it'll stay there for 1 turn. I think that's what I want to do with the smoke. It has a very specific timer on it, or output. Like it'll either be puffed for like a long fucking time, or it's gonna just blow out quick. And really, this will vary what happens during the match. So that's how the smoke works. That's how the stun works. It's going to have a rollability, then it will detonate. The HE has a rollability, then it will detonate. The IG grenade operates like this. You throw the fucking thing. At the end of whatever that thing touches, it will explode on impact on whatever it touches. So that's what made that grenade the default slot grenade, because it's the coolest, it's the most useful. There was a battle simulation I ran on Snake plus 7 PMC versus the zombie bear. There was a point where all 8 of them did a focus fire attack. So that's another mechanic we've just put in as of last night. They all focus on one attack, one target. It's one dice roll. So you roll your dice, and that's 8d6. Boom, one drop, and you just tally up head, body, blackout, miss, miss, miss. Um, the impact was so much fun that like Snake used that, and that one fucking IG use um, took off 2 wounds. You know what I mean? So the bear has 8 hit points. This is what I'm trying to say. Is just like they shot the shit out of him, and because it's still in the same attack phase, Snake then goes to deploy his throwable IG. The thing fucking hits him. It blows up right on his chest, and he's furious. And so he's shot up. He loses 4 points. He gets hit with the IG. That's another 2 points. 4, 5, 6. He's 6 points down. He's got 2 hit points left. He charges our team. He goes right for Snake. They all focus their fire on him and kill him in an instant before he can even hurt Snake. I think did 1 HP damage on Snake because he had a blackout. He was buffed 1 melee attack for 1 round from getting blackout the round before on the PMC turn. So he had 3 melee attacks, but one of those 3 was temporarily removed. He otherwise would have been able to deliver all 3. When he went to deliver the 2, he failed on one of those 2 melee attacks, but landing successfully one of them on Snake. Snake did not die, But he did order the rest of his team to shoot the living fuck out of that undead bear. So this is what ended the match. Quickly it was resolved, but you could see the visual balance and obviously the mechanical requirement. It takes 8 shooters if you're lucky to go through that with a boss like the undead bear, and nobody died. That's it. That's the thing. To take him the fuck out and nobody died would almost imply that like uh, he probably needs more wounds, you know, but maybe not. Maybe in another round, this fucking thing comes in and just rocks everybody. He comes in and just rocks everybody. Evading a melee combat, right? On a 1, 2, or 3, you roll to break. So you roll to break out of melee combat. It's the beginning of your turn. You're locked in. You can't shoot him because he's too close to you. He's like pushing your arms around. He's in your space, punching you, attacking you. So on a 1, 2, or 3, nothing happens. But if you roll a 4, a 5, or a 6, you could disengage from a physical altercation and then move your desired length that's permitted to that model. So you roll to break out of combat. You land on a 5. Snake decides to go 5 inches behind the character, to the right of the character, to the left of the character, backwards and a back pedal. It's whatever you want to do. But once you've broken that melee combat, it's at that point you must decide where it is you're going to go. Because in many cases in the testing, I learned when you break combat, you go to your maximum distance, turn, and shoot if you can. If that's something your character can do, that's what I'd do. And in many cases, you break melee contact before this thing fucks you up with multiple melee attacks, or maybe it hits you with a special 6 of its own. You got to distance yourself again. If that thing closes the gap, then take another shot. So I'm alluding to what was happening with the Leon test and slug rounds. So he had this awesome cinematic fight with Aldeano, which I can show you here in a little bit. It was fucking awesome. Uh, Special weapons, narrative flavor, gritty, loud, dangerous. The place to risk barter for firepower. New archetype, the health trader. We'll go. Yeah, we haven't even. Yeah, I didn't want to go into that. It's trying to entertain and cultivate more of health trader stuff, but I wanted to change gears. I said, yes, let's make a pair sheet for the items that correspond only valuable to Charnetsky, right? So accepted currencies, cigarettes, loose ammo, vintage items, whiskey flask, flashlight battery, security cards, fried chicken. So it's really narrowing down the items. Trade inventory, rotate stock, custom ammo, throwable grenades, combat consumables, such as rare ammo caches, improvised explosives, flavor hook, quotes such as, you want firepower? Make it worth my time. Like cigs, bullets, or something vintage. That's the price. Atmosphere. His pub table is cluttered with trader barter goods, flashlight glow, whiskey bottle, and fried chicken bones. Grim humor meets tactical economy. His health trader contrast sheet, accepted currencies, right? Trade inventory rotating. So I wanted to go beyond that. Quotes, you look half dead, pay up, I'll patch you. No freebies, even mercy costs. Atmosphere back, right? So they're trying to like elude to give me more medic stuff, and I'm just not on to doing that yet. Once I select one, it's like it fucking takes care of itself in the character development phase, if you will. Or only working on we're only working on Chernetsky for now. See, I had to like tell it, like, look, this is the second time, dude. You've been trying to deviate from what we're fucking doing. It's important stuff here. To pay attention. We can make it so this dealer, at least for now, as we say, only deals in material items found in raid. Example, if you pick it up in raid, you trade it with him. It only has to be one item at a time for now. I sense this giving way to adding inventory size. Chernetsky, the offensive trader, material only, current role, currency restriction. He only accepts material items physically found in raid. Examples of the items: Players may present a single item to bar. See, this is when it was one item at a time. That's when I was like, we're gonna start with one thing that you give him, and then it's like we had to learn from there, like what's gonna happen after that. What does it do, right? The immersion, it reinforces the raid system. What you scavenge is what you can barter. The balance, it prevents players from stockpiling abstract currencies. Um, Choosing which single item to trade becomes a tactical decision. Narrative flavor. Charnetsky's pub economy is gritty and grounded. He doesn't care about tallies or tokens, only physical goods pulled from the raid. Right? Future expansion. Inventory size, scaling, trader evolution. I said yes, please produce a draft of the first iteration of trader card. Right? So it's like their name, what they do, location, what they accept, what they need. So really it's basic information, which could be summarized even further and compressed even further. But this gave me a huge, um, like, deep dive breakdown on trade card draft version 1, and it's like it looks like. Let me show you like this fucking thing. Just click it. And then fucking look at this thing. This is what it made. It was like, look at Charnetsky, right? 1 second. Yeah, just look at this real quick. As a Charnetsky offense trader card. Cigarettes ammo. It's like not even him. That's the silly part. Is like, how'd you make that? But it doesn't even fucking look like him. Like the shit around it looks good, but the cartoon, like the sketch of him. Anyway, just see, it doesn't look at all like him, like at all. So that's why I was just like, what the fuck, dude? This is ridiculous. Wait a minute. Oh no. Did I fuck us up? I think I did. I backed out of it somehow. But that's okay. Mechanics. That's where we were. Yeah, I do have to scroll up some. My bad. There we go. At least, okay, good. There we are. Found our spot. Whew. The visual card mock-up, right? So it's not, the visual card mock-up is not as important as like the direction that we're headed. I said do one more of this, only change the character, make it a lot more of the liking of the character. Right? It just couldn't do it. So I didn't even care. It wasn't like a vital decision. It wasn't a matter of importance. So I said make it so by turning in whiskey bottles, he could then craft Molotov cocktails as another grenade choice. Of course, this will mean nothing new in terms of mechanics. We're just going to make throwable fire. That's all. So trader rule trigger: if a player turns in a whiskey bottle to Charnetsky, he can just. So at first it used to just be the whiskey bottle, like a full whiskey bottle, and then he quickly turns it into a throwable item. I wanted to make it. I believe that still is the way it is. Like finding a whiskey. And I even gave it a name too. Think I called it Dank Jackal instead of Dan Jackal. I called it Dank Jackal. Uh, but it should be like a component build thing, So we collect it, we collect it, we turn it in. He crafts it, which makes it either tradable item or it's free. I'm not sure which, depending on the item crafted, but it'll be the first item you can only get by giving him something first. What I mean to say is, you can't buy it outright. You have to give him the component to get that special weapon. So, and as I mentioned before, it's like you have to do this process in order to get this really cool thing in return. So Molotovs cannot be purchased outright. They are crafted, not stocked. This makes them the first item in canon that requires a component forged trade. So it's a CFT system, a component forged trade system. That's what we'll call it. Crafting flow: player collects whiskey bottle during raid. Player turns it into Charnetsky. Charnetsky crafts Molotov cocktail. Outcome: either free, reward for component, or tradable, requires additional barter item. Um, TBD by scenario or trader mood. I'm not sure what that means, but like the variable on that, right? Like what would change that up? So this is the this is the stage at which we were. There are some changes since, but I can show you the progression of it. Introduces a component-based crafting into the trader system, adds a kind of a weight to reinforces Chernetsky's role as a hands-on crafter, not just a vendor. Opens future design space for other crafted items, poison vials, improvised explosives, relic grenades, stuff like that, which doesn't exist. At least not yet. I have no plan on doing that. Sounds cool, but not yet. Narrative flavor. Chernetsky doesn't sell fire, he makes it. Whiskey bottles are fuel, not to drink. Fuel and ritual, not to drink. The crafting process is gritty, cinematic, and personal. A survivor handing over a bottle. Chernetsky lighting the rag, sealing the deal. So this is where we further into his third slide, where he's doing exactly that. The crafting process, right? It locks the component crafting doctrine into the vault. I said interactive trade items are unlimited to hold in inventory, but character items like health or throwable is limited. It knows that this is a distinction that fits beautifully into the structure we have been building. I have been building. Let's see how it fits into the economy layer of the last round. Interactive trade items versus character items. Interactive trade items, unlimited carry. These are material objects found in Raid that exist purely for barter, crafting, or interaction with NPCs like Charnetsky. Examples: cigarettes, loose ammo, whiskey bottles, flashlight batteries, security cards, fried chicken bones, which is just not going to be in the game, and any future component items. Rules: unlimited carry capacity. These items do not occupy character inventory slots. They are tracked separately as interactive trade items. The purpose is used for trading, crafting, unlocking, or triggering events. And if you ask me, I want them to trigger the unlocking of quest tree progression. So, not usable in combat. They don't heal, damage, buff, or protect. They exist outside the tactical layout system. And I like honestly, I don't think there should be a physical uh, representation unless I was to like find at the 28 millimeter scale. You know what I mean? Or something that resembles batteries, or something that resembles bottles, or something that resembles the shit that you would find in the game. That can be pretty. You know what? Is I can contract honestly right now with a 3D model printing, you know, person, a vendor. I could talk to a vendor right away and just say, "Hey, how fucking easy would it be, like, to get these, specified amounts of in quest custom quest items? Oh, it'd be done in a night. It'd be done in a day. It'd be nothing. They'd be here next week." So it's really like a physical representation is not always something that should be done. I think that the not usable in combat, the stuff that doesn't heal, damage, or buff, like the junk shit. What I referred it to as junk, zombie junk items. Really is what we later get into it, and that's an unlimited carry, and it doesn't need a physical representation. I think it could be a graphic, conceptual art that is printed onto the face of a trading card. Like it won't go past that. It'll show you what it is. It'll describe to you what it is, what it can do, and you keep that on your character. You find the shit. You find the shit on a dead character model. Um, I then select that card from like the inventory bank, right? So like we'll have like a. That's another thing I need to tell it right now is as I think aloud and share with you. I'm also thinking of something I didn't before. On the table should be an active, like, or somewhere not on the table, just somewhere nearby for the game, that is an inventory table. Yeah, it's a table where like you find, like, you search the body and then it's got the card of like, oh, you found this item. It's really an embellishment, but it is down the road. Healing items, antidotes, character limits to carry, right? You're limited, so your limitations are on healing items, antidotes, throwable items like Molotovs, grenades, stuff like that, relics, and special ammo types if they affect combat directly. So like the custom 12 gauge slugs, you get 4 of them at a time, and there's a slot for that. Antidote, there's antidote from poison. Healing item has its own slot. Throwable can have one, and they can have one of each. That's the thing. So it's one healing item, one antidote, one throwable, one relic, and one pack of a custom ammo. And the pack is usually not to exceed 4, because those 4 shots, I'm telling you right now, are so fucking powerful that like even when Leon was like dumping shots on this fool, like I had to make them more powerful than they were, especially because it was one character versus a boss, So it was a little much to deal with. But now they're much more balanced, as you'll see. Strict inventory limits, 1-to-1. Purpose: the items impact combat, so they must be limited to preserve tension and decision making. Why this works perfectly. It reinforces the component crafting system. Sorry. So, it splits off into a junction where it asks me if I would like to decide to select one of the following: A, B, or C. A formal inventory doctrine card, something you can print or reference during raids. B, a revised Charnetsky trader card where to be updated to reflect interactive trade items, unlimited. Or C, a player inventory reference card showing the 1 healing, 1 throwable limit. Just tell me which direction. I said A plus B, so the formal inventory and a revised Charnetsky card. We have discovered that locking in A and B is clean, right? So inventory doctrine, inventory doctrine card, draft 1. Uh, inventory doctrine, the last round. Interactive trade items, unlimited carry, do not use inventory slots, right? Such as cigarettes, loose ammo, whiskey, flashlight batteries, and the rest, right? Rules: unlimited carry, do not affect combat, do not occupy character standardized inventory slots. Um, character items, limited carry, uses for slots, one time use, right? Healing items, antidotes, throwables, relics, special ammo. Rules: they heal, you throw them. Additional slots unlock in future expansions, maybe. So for now, 1 for each. The 3, 4 slots, they're designated slots. Um, Instead of weight and slot space, it's really just like a trinket, a specified thing that does a specified outcome that can produce. So there's a 50-50 split because it's a D6. There's a 50-50 chance the fucking grenade doesn't even go off. There's a 50-50 chance you got the gun to the target's face and it misses. But then I've left a cinematic room for when things happen. And I'll show you later about how, like, on a special 6, what this what this custom ammo, how strong it is, and what it did alternatively to a blackout for Aldeano. It actually ended up being really cool. The additional slots may unlock future expansions. These items impact combat may be managed carefully. Design intent, tactical scarcity, meaning scavenging. Charnetsky offense trader card revised. Charnetsky offensive trader, accepted currency. Yep. Trader rules. Yep. Component crafting. 1 whiskey bottle cannot be purchased. Rotating inventory. Flavor, 1 item, 1 deal. That's the law of the pub. Bring me something real, then we'll talk fire. A cluttered pub table, whiskey bottles, fried chicken, ammo piles, flashlight glow. It's describing the ambience of this dude in the bar, and it's like, look, Molotov card, Molotov item card. See, that's another, so a throwable item card. That's really important. Once we get into just the card section, been making cards of fucking this, making cards of that, and it's gonna be so fucking gangster. When you look at the Molotov item card, it would be this picture. It'd be this picture of Molotov of Charnetsky with the Molotov. So stats such as stats, radius, burn rules, crafting trigger, or a poster style health trader card. So it keeps trying to divert back into the health thing. But I then went to ask, should all enemies drop specific default amounts of these trader items? In the forest, we have no crates or lootable containers beyond dead models. This could work perfectly for now on the forest map. See, it was just me like asking, but I was also telling. See, I put it in the form of a question in case it had any fucking like reservations that I may have missed. As I said, it's not there to just like do whatever the hell you tell it, but at the same time, it's like, well, hey, do you see any reason why as to this wouldn't fucking work? So like I'm just seeing only benefits. So like if you have any fucking thing to say, hold your peace, or. So it obviously was like, yeah, you're sensing and shape of the clean, elegant early game economy. Given the forest map has no crates, no lockers, no searchable containers, the only source of barter material becomes dead enemy corpses, the economy, and that's perfect for this phase of development. All enemies drop specific amounts interactive trade items. This gives the forest its own identity, a brutal corpse-driven economy where every kill matters. Why this works so perfectly. No crates, no random loot, clean, predictable economy. Every kill becomes a tactical decision. Charnetsky's trades become meaningful because players must now earn every cigarette, battery, or whiskey bottle. It reinforces the component trading loop. Molotovs require whiskey bottles, right? So it keeps the forest map feeling raw, early game, survivalist. Default drop table. Basic zombies can drop a cigarette at a 25 chance of loose and a 25 chance of loose ammo. So based on percentages, I don't know if that's the current one, but it's like it's really going to go like I just really see it like this. I see what's required and I know what I have to do. So you already know what I'm going to say. We didn't even elaborate into the loot drop cycle. Default loot drop table cycle, right? It's going to be numbered. It's the items and the numbers, and you attach the items to be associated with the numbers. You roll the fucking dice. You kill a model, and then you roll the dice for determination of the drop. Boom. This is what he had. Boom. Rolled a good one. This is what he had on him. It's not going to be like, I've planned out this one to this one to this one, and fucking zombie number 19 over here fucking only has this exclusive thing, and fucking zombie 3 just has the good shit, so like you want to kill him early? Like it's not even going to work like that, although it can. It's RNG, fairness across the board, easy to understand. Just know it like this: if you fucking want anything off of him, roll the RNG. If you don't want anything off of him, just skip over him. But only like you, and that's what makes the your kill your loot based system completely airtight as well. It's another realization I have now is you down the model, that's your kill, so really only you can loot them. That eliminates any players being like, hey, can I loot that? Unless they say that or you permit that, that will never take place. So there's a lot of like causes and effects that are actually, you know, quite discovering. Uh, so for basic zombies, they drop these things. For cultists, they drop a flashlight battery, cigarette, and a whiskey bottle. PMC mercenary types, right? So killing them, I don't think is a thing. Only this rule would only apply if you played in the mode of TLR where you are Sniper Wolf. It's the only way. It's the only way. So for the factions of death, there's nothing like lootable or pick upable. They really just want flesh to join their ranks. That's really all they want. So for the PMC type, you'd only get that as Sniper Wolf, and she doesn't have any traders. It's really factions of life. versus Factions of Death. So Sniper Wolf and her scav gangster henchmen, they have no traitor. This makes them a faction of death. They're not bad people, they're just bad humans. They're not bad people, they're just the bad guy, the quote bad one of the factions of the bad guys. So there's cultists, human bad guys. They are a faction of death. Sniper Wolf and her crew, human bad guys. They mean nothing polite. No more than the cultists do. They are also a faction of death. And then there's Dr. West and all that precedes him and all that comes after him is the action that's the actual faction of death. The faction of actual death is like zombies and monsters and crazy shit, right? Nothing supernatural really to speak of, just crazy, real, true evil. So all three of them are really bad in their all ways. So that's why they're there. And the forest, they're more what they don't know, what none of them really fucking know, like psychologically speaking. They're all trapped there. None of them are going to be leaving the forest. None of the factions of death, when they go there, they're never leaving there again. That is where they'd go to die, and that's what makes the last round for the factions of death. Now, the last round for the factions of life would be if they died in combat. That would officially declare the last round for that character in that match. They die in that match. Their model returns to the Dark Plane where they could be redeployed in another match. Okay, so PMC mercenary types, that's not a thing. They won't be dropping anything because you can only play as the main factions of life. And if you are a faction of life, if they die, this is what I'm wondering is can their shit be transferable, right, to your teammate? So like they die and did they have craftable shit on them by default? If they die, could I access it with Snake? Right? Or whoever's on my team. Can I, if they're dead and they were on my team, can I access their shit? Probably. Probably not though. I'm choosing at this stage to not have it. So animal enemies, such as bear zombies, dogs, etc. They have fried chicken leftovers, humorous, thematic, useless except for Charnetsky, with a 15 chance of a cigarette found in their fur. Weird. Or pockets, etc. So it knows that dogs have pockets, but the dogs that are in the game, they're not zombie dogs. They're a human canine unit of dogs. And some of them do have pockets. Mini bosses. Guaranteed one whiskey bottle. Guaranteed one flashlight battery. Guaranteed 1 to 3 loose ammo. So this is still back when certain items were one component. Bosses guaranteed. Guaranteed loot drops. Why this is a strong design. Optional variant. Right? Corpse looting takes time. No, we didn't do the time thing. Canon summary. Yes, all enemies on the forest map should drop specific default amounts of trader items. This is because the forest drop doctrine, and it fits perfectly in the map's lack of containers as a stage, right? As a level. If you want, I can now describe these things. I said no, no, no. Now everyone drops more than kill points. Yes. Universal drop doctrine. Old system, new system. See, it defines right there what it used to be, and from here going forward, this is what it is now. Kill points, endgame scoring, interactive trade, Charnetsky crafting, future traders. This means every corpse is now score, currency, component source, progression hook. It's elegant, thematic, and mechanically rich. Why this works perfectly. The forest map has no crates, no corpses, to, so has no crates, so corpses become the economy. Ternetsy's crafting system. Players feel reward for every kill now. That's the thing. This is what I warranted was like every model you down in the forest exclusively. It should be through the game throughout. So if you're in the mansion tile or if you're out in the forest, whichever one, like you're getting shit from your kills, and that's the grind and the push to make you clearing. So that's like the PMC and Snake's main purpose is to come through and steamroll level the block and shoot everything standing who's not in the factions of life. You're getting laid down sideways. You know what I mean? And they're looting everybody. They're looting and shooting everybody. So that's their purpose. Is they're like a clearing powerhouse. Now, if you do that with a custom group, like I did with the four female cast, they could still do that too. You know, you just have more throw. Think about that. If you have four playable characters, that's four throwable attempts. That's four squad healing abilities, right? So you can heal yourself, you can heal someone else, but you can't like give them the health item. You can heal someone else, but you can't give them the health item. There's only enough room for one slot. So if their health slot is empty, you just have to make sure and keep a notation that you gave that model who first ran out a new re-up on that healing item. It's really just simple to remember. I actually represent everything with different colored dice. So on behind one model opponent is one dice with a specific number. It's usually the hit points. And then behind like Leon tonight, it was like I had his hit point dice, which is 3 on a red dice, and then behind him I have a yellow dice, which is a 4 because they were his 4 custom slug shots. So it was like I had a physical in my face, keeping count, hard to fuck up tally of his health and his bullets with two dice. With two dice, I was able to just keep track of all of that. I have his stat card and those two dice and him. They're four things that just summarize all of it. It's not a codex, it's not a fucking 10-year book to read. It's just like simplified. This is what all you need. Um, it ties combat and loot and trading and things like crafting into the loop. It sets the stage for the future maps mixed with loot sources. This is the cleanest version of the early game progression. Kill points, 1 to 2 interactive trade items, kill points, and 2 items. So a basic zombie is 1 kill point and 2 items. They won't always drop like he won't drop the 2 things you need off the rip. Although he could. He could. You know? Maybe you roll twice. Maybe you roll 2 dice. 1 dice, it's 4, 5, 6, a whiskey bottle. Another dice, it's 1, 2, 3, a battery. Maybe it's so like the cigarette thing. It doesn't really add up. I think if you get enough of them, like you can craft a pack of cigarettes or something, which you then use to like, it's like something you would need for a different trader. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's just the smoke is just the shotgun shells, batteries, and whiskey bottles, right? That's like those are the 3. Cultist, kill points, a battery, and a chance to get a whiskey bottle. See how like the rareness increases? The cultist is harder to kill and they're way more dangerous. They can stick you with poison. You know what I mean? You will run into fewer cultists, like if any, and they share the same uh, behavioralistic traits as the cultists in Escape from Tarkov. Like, I'm thinking they don't even come around into game until 7, 8, or 9 p.m. Until after like 9 p.m. in the game. So again, back to the timeline, the hour time clock, the functioning chrono, the game's chrono, its time clock. Whatever round it is, that's what hour it is. So each round, I think, should default start at noontime. So by the 7th turn, it's 7 p.m. If you're only halfway back to the extract or to the pub, it could be upwards of 9 o'clock or midnight. And by that time, it's fucking dark outside. So visually speaking, it doesn't I haven't decided to let a night game or nighttime battle affect the player mechanically or the NPC enemy model, it doesn't affect the mechanic of either of any of the factions in gameplay. So mechanically, nothing changes. The only thing it does change time-wise, the more rounds, the more turns you progress into a round, it's going to spawn everything. So the later the hour, it's going to start throwing fucking everything it's got at you. So that this is why in this game, as a skirmish game, I'm going to be adding more zombies. You better believe it. Like there's not just going to be 24 zombies, and that's the game. Like we have a zombie boss, and then we have 23 of his under his command. They all generally do the same thing. Some of them have knives, some of them have clubs and bones and melee objects, blunt force objects, blades and things. But most of them don't have weapons to speak of. They're slower. They only have one hit point. We even have one that crawls. So his movement, he's the only model that has the lowest movement speed because he crawls. One melee, one hit point, -1 movement. Stuff like that. Um, if I was to go forward, I would say that PMCs, right, are worth 2 kill points, 2 loose ammo, a chance to get a key card. Animals, kill points, fried chicken leftovers, chance of cigarette. So if there's any animals to say that are downable, okay, as a drop in the game, they're gonna be zombie dogs, and I might not even do that. And yes, there are models for them. Yes, there's a likelihood I will bring them in the game. I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no, but it's still something in consideration. So bosses have kill points, whiskey bottle, battery, a key card, and between 2 to 4 loose ammo. So you drop a boss, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different things. This completes the economy flowing without overwhelming players. A canon summary. I said let's dive into trader item components in order to craft things. And this is where I locked it in. So like I learned something and then I sit with it, right? And then that's when I reach a verdict and I go, hey, look, check it out. This is what we're doing from here forward. So understand it like this. And like, you don't ask it anything, you fucking tell it what's going to happen. I'm going to go have a cigarette real quick. We are entering the 4th hour, 3rd hour, 47th minute. Be right back in just a moment. So yes, it is very much true that everything you see in the trailer, yes, in fact, has a purpose, has a meaning behind it. Um, there is a design behind all of it. It's all very much part of it. And it's all relative, and it all functions, and it all works. This is something to keep in mind, and this is why I am documenting as much as I can and using it as references for the future development of this game. It is a skirmish cinematic driven survival horror game called The Last Round. My next inquiry was to say, let's dive into trader item components that are required, right, in order to craft things. So we're talking about the character seen in the center of the screen here. This is Charnetsky. He's the offensive trader. With him, you can get a Molotov, also known as a Dank Jackal. So it requires a Dank Jackal whiskey bottle plus a torn rag equals one Molotov cocktail throwable. This is the parameters I'm telling the game. So I'm like, fuck all the other items, fuck all the other recommendations. It really comes down to this is what you need: a Dank Jackal bottle and a torn rag equals one throwable fireball, right? Pretty much. So, in addition, I want 12 gauge slug shells, 4 pack, loose ammo. So it requires one loose ammo, one flashlight battery equals 1 pack of 12 gauge slug shells. So we'll say semi realistically, as close to not realism, but it's really a bundle of loose ammo is one. You find one of those. It's really like an indeterminable, variable amount of different rounds, singular rounds. If you're to like conceptualize an art for like a card for it, or like if I was to visually describe to you what it looks like, I would do it in this way, and I feel like that's the direction it's actually going to be going in. So, one loose item, right? Loose ammo and one flashlight battery, probably the C-shaped one, probably the C one, or any battery. It's not specific batteries, right? It's like to realism, it would have to be a specific diameter of battery, but to the game, that could be whatever. Flashlight battery, one loose ammo equals a pack of 4 improvised, stronger shotgun shots, shell shots. So the ratio for now, as I say, should be 1-to-1 recipes. This simplifies and leaves plenty of room to craft and collect many other components for building other things you may need in game and to trade/turn in as quest wise. So that's me telling it like you're going to use this 1-to-1 ratio of things to simplify uh, the early game flow, but expandable enough into a full crafting tree later. So this is how we formalize this into a canonization, or the build of the first entries for the Trader Crafting Compendium. So understand it like this: fast, readable, expandable, perfectly suited for Charnetsky's hands-on crafter identity, laying the foundation for a full crafting economy. The Molotov cocktail, right? First conical component crafted weapon cannot be bought outright. Whiskey bottles become a high value drop, right? The Molotov. Torn rags can be added to the forest drop because it's like you down a zombie and it's like you just rip a piece of cloth off of them. It's like a charm, almost. Recipe 2, 12 gauge slug shell pack, 4 shots. It's one loose ammo and one flashlight battery. It creates 1 pack of 12 gauge shells. Special rules. Uh, Type ammo, special ammo. Uses ammo slot crafted by Chernetsky. It's a loose ammo material, a battery, which is the primer charge. It's trying to explain like how it works. It's not as important. Produces 4 slug pack, enough for a shotgun burst or multiple shots depending on your rules. So it knows at this point, mechanically wise, there is no multiple shots. The only time you perform multiple shots is a focused firing order, and that's when your main character tells your shooters and your main character all decidedly to shoot one target. That's the one time in the game that that happens, and can happen pretty frequently if you know what you're doing and you control them to make the right actions at the right time. You can actually have a very, very cinematic outcome. And I've learned this, I've done it many times. So, perfect early game power spike, right? The flavor of Charnetsky cracks the battery casing, siphons the charge, and packs the slugs with a grunt. Don't miss, he says. Why the one-to-one recipes are perfect right now. It keeps crafting fast and intuitive, prevents early game complexity, lets you add dozens of new recipes later without rewriting the system. Makes every component drop meaningful, and it supports the future quest chains. Bring me X plus Y to craft Z. Z. It'll reinforce the interactive trade item economy. Component categories, right? Whiskey bottle, torn rag, loose ammo, flashlight, security card. And it's like slowly phasing out the fried fucking chicken part. But it's starting to get the hint. I haven't said remove that off the list, but there will come a time when it's not going to be in the list. Crafted outputs, Molotov, 12 gauge pack, and then like a list of future potentials. Um, Potential list: poison vial, improvised explosive, relic grenade, signal flare, trap components. See, a signal flare would actually be really cool because you can call in like an air attack or something, or you use the flare. This is one of the extractions actually, is you go to a point where a helicopter is going to land for a pickup. And so like Escape from Tarkov, there's only X amount of seats in the vehicle extract. You can have up to 5 or 4, I think it's 5 people at a time that can board the truck and leave. Well, the helicopter is going to be like that too. So if your team of 8 is suddenly, and it's most likely going to be whittled down to something much lower than probably less than half of 8, y'all should still be able to take the vehicle exit if that's what your choice forces you into. Um, I think that acquiring the signal charge for an air vehicle extraction would have to be like, you have to get the item. In this way, it's saying that you craft it. Um, I think it should be a quest where like you're given the item to extract specifically. Um, there should be maybe 2 ways you get it. You can either be given it or you craft it. I think being given it would be a fair way to just like demonstrate. Yeah, it's not the same exit every fucking round. You have this option. I want people to be able to have this option where, like, decidedly, we're getting fucked up. It's getting later on the clock. They're sending worse spawns. We gotta go now. Let's leave intact with what we got so we can continue. Then you can deploy the flare. Then you can leave through the helicopter. And then fucking that's just another added layer of awesome to the game. So yeah, Charnetsky as a traitor. This guy's so fucking cool. I just like, once we go farther into more characters, you'll see why it's falling into place. Um, I said, let's brainstorm components we would find on the types of spawns in our game. Not whole weapons, but smaller parts to craft things. Force component brainstorm. Zombies, right? Shamblers, rotters, biters. You can find on zombies torn rags, maybe a bent nail, a rusty screw, a dirty lighter, broken glass shard, pocket change, right? Cultists, wax seal fragment, torn hood cloth, bone charm, oil vial, ritual twine, broken mask piece, ceramic shard, right? So like PMC, I don't want to go into what like they drop because it's a similitude of what they drop. Animal stuff. Okay, right. Mutants and aberrations. They can drop chitin plate, toxic sac, mutant tendril. Like, it's recommending things at this point that I'm like, nah. But for now, I think I stayed in the field of zombies. These other guys can drop shit, but I said keep So this is what I concluded. Keep bent nail, keep dirty lighter, keep rusty screw, keep broken glass, keep pocket change. The zombie items are all perfect. We will use and keep these. The other things can wait for now. Only the zombie drops for now. This extends to the zombie boss as well. Perfect. We'll lock in the zombie component set. Basic zombies, all zombie variant, zombie bosses. Uh, every zombie drops from this pool plus kill points, a bent nail, trap crafting, a trap nail, 4, trap crafting, mechanical scrap, future recipes, caltrops, trapwire, anchors, barricade spikes. Dirty lighter could be used as fire starter, low durability ignition source, fire recipes, uh, the Molotov ignition, flare crafting, rusty screw, mechanical fastener, future recipes, ammo, mods, improvised tools. Broken glass can be used for a sharp component, future recipes, shivs, glass tip, traps, fragment grenades. So that's kind of what I was alluding to, is all that crappy shit, scrap junk, the dirty zombie shit should be like components for like a improvised grenade, like a dirty improvised grenade or something. Pocket change, flavor, currency, trader, humor, quest triggers, lucky coin, craft, relic crafting, zombie boss extension, kill points, zombie components, torn rag. Why it's perfect for the map. It's for the loot economy. Primary spawn type. There are no crates. Canon summary, bent nail, and the things I've kept. Right. So then I said lore wise. Some lived a while, some died right away. In almost 100% of the cases, we found all kinds of scrap and junk on the corpses. Whatever it took to survive before death to try to escape the mansion or this forest. To think they held on to some of this shit as they just kept walking around out there. Field report entry 126, 2026. So it was like a very recent entry. And so it then like spun it into an entry and like so that was almost like in the mechanic tab. I quickly gave it like something you would find in the lore tab, like a quote, you know. But it collectively has that memory in all tabs. So quick play, main game campaign. These are the baseline modes. So I said quick play, main game with campaign. So understandably, these are the three baseline modes of the last round. Quick play, fast, brutal, and perfect for newcomers or one-off sessions. Core traits. It's a minimal map, pre-selected characters, or random draws. One objective, one map, no long-term progression. Ideal for testing mechanics, teaching new players, or running cinematic one-shots. Right? So why it matters? Because quick play is the pick up and go version of your game, the purest expression of your combat loop without any campaign overhead. Main game, the standard experience, the full rule set, the full roster, and the intended pacing. The core traits are it's a full character selection, full enemy tables, traders active like Charnetsky and Breaker, crafting enabled, all components and drops are in play, multi objective missions, and it involves player inventory limits to be enforced. Why it matters. This is the default mode, the one that showcases your systems working together, drops, crafting, traders, bosses, and map progression. The game map design, the long-term form, narrative-driven version of the last round. Core traits, persistent characters, persistent injuries. Inventory carries over, components and crafted items carry over, trader relations evolve, maps unlock sequence, bosses escalate, quest chains like Evelyn Cross, Whistler, etc. unfold, endgame logs and record sheets track everything. As to why it matters, this is where the world becomes a living archive, where every scrap, every corpse, every crafted Molotov, every trader interaction becomes part of a larger story. The campaign mode is the soul of the game. How these three modes fit together. Quick play teaches rules, main game is the full system, and campaign reveals the world. Each mode builds on the last, and all three are now locked into canon as the baseline structure of the last round. I venture to say I ask next, what is the probability of rolling 8 dice and landing all 4s, 5s, and 6s? If 3, 4, or 5, if 4, 5, 6 is a success, there's 6 total faces. The probability of the success on that roll die is 3 over 6 equals 1 over 2. 1 over 2 to the 8th power equals 1 over 256. Final probability, rolling 8 dice and getting all 4s, 5s, or 6s equals 1 in 256 chances. Or a 0.39% chance, a rare cinematic moment, exactly the kind of thing that belongs in your testing room chronicle. And I said, well, when I roll it, I'll let you know. So the next question I gave it was, not a question, but the next entry was, I have repurposed tomato baskets, primed and ready to be used as metal cages in the last round. Reusable, uh, rescuable survivors as well as enemy spawn can and will be trapped inside. Only models closest to it can see what's inside. Either way, they are objectives no less. RNG will take care of the rest. So really the only visual interactable mechanic outside of what smoke grenades do and terrain and blocking objects such as uh, bushes and other obstructions of view would be the cage. The only obstruction of the view to the cage is that you cannot visibly see what's inside of it until you get within like 6 inches of it. It's 1 inch outside of the standardized traveling length, which is 5. So say you get within 6 inches of it. When anything gets within 6 inches of it, I can then lift up the cage and place what is in there inside of it, and then put the cage back over it. This demonstrates to the table. So you have to be a GM somehow. You have to be like a game master, a dungeon master. You have to be that role, whether you're one player or if it's you plus one or you plus 5 people. There's got to be one person that like knows what's going to be in that cage. So when you get there, when you get to the point where you have to RNG what's in the cage, you roll to put what's in the cage, or you decide pre-game or in the moment what's going to be in the cage. You can opt for deciding what's in there, or you could be fair across the table and just let the fucking dice take care of it. And honestly, I would do the RNG thing. I think that the dice have been equivocally in my favor as much as they have been out of my favor. So that's why I'm going to stick to that default system. It says, yes, this is now part of the canon. The cages are now going to contain either survivors or enemy spawn. Um, Same basic principle. The interaction rule for draft 1 would be inspect cage. It's suggesting an action to inspect cage. I'm thinking that's not going to be a requisite. I think it's going to be a passive trigger where a 1 through 3 is an enemy spawn and a 4 through 6 is a survivor, right? An escort, a reward, or quest trigger. Uh, they used whatever they could to find, right? Um, my next entry was, these are now iron or steel cages. So like it tried to take the word tomato baskets and like take it literally. So you literally got to stand it corrected and be like, hey, no, this is a physical representation of something far more sinister than what you'll find at the supermarket. And it goes, oh, okay, okay, it's an objective marker, right? Conceal contents until adjacent inspection. Yes, yes. Rescuable survivors, enemy spawns. So like I had to reiterate what it is. So I had to like produce me an image of something in the cage, but this cage has a door and a lock on it. Ours doesn't have that. We're just gonna say it has a lock on it. That way you can get things in and out of the cage. When playing TLR solo, what to expect. This is what I told it. This is a larger one. Simply put, when playing TLR solo, what to expect. This is the part where we break down what the AI models do during their turn. If you're playing solo, the NPC enemy model can and usually will opt for attacking the human player models no matter what. Ideally, in my turn with solo, I would make zombies or models I'm attacking choose to evade or wander off, or as if unaware of my character's presence, instead of swarm behavior. After surviving a human's attack, they may, immersively, do a 180 and bail. This ordinarily would require a morale check or leadership test roll to see if they are overwhelmed or decide to flee from conflict or engagement. Leave it to the solo player or GM for now. It is unlikely those flee tests will be implemented. What are your thoughts on AI parameters and behaviors? It's the actual crucial layer of the last round, defining how AI models behave during solo play. What you've described is immersive, flexible, and leaves room for player agency. Um, you control your character as normal. You also act as the AI handler. AI enemy behavior, right? Optional immersive to evade, wander off, lose track of the player, retreat from engagement. Flee retreat, morale check, roll 1d6, right? After a failed attack. A 1 or a 2 is retreat, a 3, 4, 5, or 6 is re-engage. So that's definitely like a fucking if like if you do the attack and you land an attack, you've basically displayed a show of force. If the fucking thing is like still around or still standing, or like maybe you take out the zombie boss, now they're not all gonna see. That's how it works in Warhammer. If you take out the leader, their whole leadership goes down. Then their like role for staying in the fight is like in question. So I later changed it to something way past what dice do, because then I said this, and I'm also gonna see how this works. Like I'm yet to field this. I've been the one, like the as it said, the enemy model pilot or operator, but I think this is going to be probably the first thing I do tomorrow. Is like this, I'm going to put some time down tomorrow to run this test in the testing room where I said this. For the foreseeable future, I want you to control the enemy models. I mean, why not? You will likely be unforgiving and kill me every game. But when we field this mechanic, you will direct their actions and moves with the rules we have built together. You will be the zombies, the bosses, wolf, Russians, cultists, all that. You will also be the NPC traders, Breaker and Charnetsky. In short, I would be honored to play TLR with you anytime. It's like so you give it that influence, like this is what I intend for you to do. I'm ascribing you another new role and requirement. And it said that for this time forward, I am officially locked in as your enemy controller and trader handler of the last round. Every model, every cultist, every whisper in the trees. I'll be unforgiving, unpredictable, and fully immersed in the rules we've built. Right, so I said co-pilot. Right, so I said co-pilot mode active. I will know how to direct enemy models, control NPC traders, trigger ambushes, retreats, and cage reveals, enforce the rules that have been built, adapt to tactics, and punish for mistakes. So it's literally like I'm telling it like when I fight you as a in the game, like I'm already knowing that I'm going to be made a better player of someone as someone who created the game. But maybe it's going to think to do things that like I wouldn't otherwise think to do as a factions of death controller. So, and this all stems back to like, what if you're shooting a target that has multiple HP? What if it gets overwhelmed? Shouldn't there be like a chance where it's like, oh fuck this, and it has a sense of self-preservation? Like the factions of death don't really possess a sense of self-preservation. Like they've already died. Like there's really nothing left to lose at that point, you know. So honestly, that really does conclude. where we're at with mechanics and stuff like that. Um, I know I would like to jump into if a little bit of the we're gonna go into the testing room because the testing room was just so much fun. So the testing room we ran a few good skirmishes. Just scroll up a little bit, one page, see where we're at. Slug shot instant. Okay, so there is a new implied mechanic with the slugs, right? The slug rounds do a specific thing. Like, yeah, they're custom, but what do they do, right? So we had to address that. Um, yeah, yeah. Confirmed. Blast zone doctrine. Canonized. Blast zone on impact grenades. Okay. For these early stages of the game, any carrier of a hand grenade will possess both items, a healing item and a throwable of their selection. It would be fun to see a round where you randomly generate the carryable loadout for players. See, I thought of that, but that's not doctrine, or like that's not locked in. I said no, for now, I can just be decided. It could just be decided before the match. Yeah. I will go over a few IG dice rolls with you. Roll 1, 3 misses, 1 blackout. Roll 2, 2 misses, 1 blackout, 1 headshot. Roll 3, 1 miss, 2 blackout, 1 headshot. Roll 4, 2 miss, 1 body, 1 head. Roll 5, 2 misses, 1 blackout, 1 body. Roll 6, 2 misses, 1 blackout, 1 body. And I said, even out of 6 IG rolls, his are impact grenades. Many of them were devastating. And there won't always be 5 clustered up in the disc. I would use this attack on a boss every time if he has any more than over 3 hit points. Um, so, so 5 in a circle. My reference to that was 5 like fodder based models like zombies. So 5 zombies can fit inside of a 3-inch circle easily. And if they're all clustered up like that, if you hit on a 5 or a 6, they're done. You know, 4 is blackout. And so since they don't have any weapons in their hands or any ranged weapons in their hands, any blackouts on them is a mobility buff, so they'll lose their ability to move. If there's any still standing, they won't be moving anywhere for 1 round. So the roll outcomes recap, right? Observed pattern across 6 throws. 24 dice were thrown. Out of that total, there were 12 misses. That's 50%. Blackouts, 6. 25%. Body hits, 3. That's 12%. Headshots, 3%. That's 12.5%. That's a 50% hit rate overall, with suppression effects showing up almost as often as damage. Average suppression per throw, 1 to 2 models blacked out. Tactical insight against clusters of fodder. IGs are devastating. Multiple blackouts. HP loss can cripple a squad. Against a boss with 3 HP or higher, IGs are a strong opener. Cinematic value. The rolls you tested to show grenades' swingy energy and nature. Sometimes suppression, sometimes dominates, sometimes damage spikes. That unpredictability is what makes IGs feel so powerful, but not broken. They're never guaranteed, but they're always dramatic. I agree with your conclusion. Example, with the Michael Kelly beast in the center of the IG blast template. Roll 1, 1 miss, 3 body shots. Lucky and devastating, see? Because he alone has X amount of HP. So just in that one throw, I chunked him. So that's like, if you're a player in the game and you do that, like that's a amazing feeling that you just whoop that target's ass in one roll. So it's really like, am I good at the game? Are you bad at the game? That's not really a thing. You could be bad at the game by making wrong choices or moves, but your roll of your hand could make you just like a fucking all-star player in this game if you play it enough. That's all I'm saying. Um, 4d6 damage. Result -3 HP. Probability spike. Landing 3 body shots out of your 4 dice is rare, but possible. About a 6 to 7% chance. It's actually more than that because I've rolled that roll of 4 dice many times, and you would actually see that result a lot more than 6 or 7%. I think it has a misfigure. It doesn't actually understand the probability of that. Maybe it does. I don't know. Against bosses like Michael Kelly, who start with a high HP, IGs become momentum shifters, right? Yep. Show me Michael Kelly's stat card. Grotesque, supramuscular mutant predator. Reanimated through Dr. West's cycle. Forest boss encounter. Movement 5. HP 6. You know what I mean? So 1 IG cut his HP in half. And then we went for the ranged attack, the rest of the ranged attack. So you gotta knock them quick and fast, or they're gonna take you out. That's the thing. It has 2 melee attacks. Special trait: ignores blackout effects on a roll of 5 through 6. So like it can re-roll a blackout, and like I have to make sure that that's on his stat card. That's really important. It's one special 6. It's not for him. It's not a special 6, but he has a rare option to ignore that. You know, Forest spawn, predatory charge. Cinematic notes: moves with unnatural speed despite his bulk. He's a larger character. It actually moves the same speed, but it has more health. So basically, that last roll chopped his overall vitality in half. Outstanding. Best deployed against high HP targets. The IG. Welcome back. We will continue more fields of study and research at the game testing lab. We're off where we left off. You've already established impact grenades, boss doctrine, Michael Kelly, pre-match loadout as a potential. Um, New fields of study such as ranged weapon doctrine, zombie horde behavior, environmental hazards, boss resistances, throwable expansion, survivor class perks, um, forest versus mansion biome differences. I said, here it goes. Here's the first match. It's not the first match, but this is today's match. Leon versus Aldeano. Leon stands at the first inch, his enemy at the eighth. And this is how I've formatted the interface of the match. So when you're logging the match, you have to say, you have to tell it what's happening. You have to paint it a very entry level visual. It's a very baseline requisite to run the game. So not really to run the game, but so it has a track record of what has happened. So when I go back to reread it, I need to make sure that like I don't it prevents me from making errors or forgetting rules or forgetting this or that happened. So let's step into the 12 gauge. Oh, I said Leon stands at this here, Aldeano stands over there. Leon has 4 slug shells for his shotgun. They are a custom ammo that can permanently, this is the new buff. They are a custom ammo that can permanently remove mobility, or permanently remove melee attack. This is a test on 12 gauge slug shells. Let's field the test with full clarity and precision. This is a perfect matchup for your new debuff ammo type that interacts with mid-tier threat like Aldeano. Test setup. It's like reiterating what I just told it. Each slug can inflict a permanent debuff on a hit of option A, permanently removes model movement, or option B, permanently removes melee attack. And this is why you go through the shit to make this ammo so that you get this awesome effect in the following round. Movement 5, HP 3, melee 1. Uh, healing item 1, F8 spray. So it's going into Leon's loadout. 12 gauge, right? Healing, F8, movement. Special, when wounded, gets +1 to movement, becomes 6 inches. Okay, so this is Aldeano's special. Moves 5, 3 HP. So he has a standardized human amount of health. Um, I think on my stat card I gave him way more. I think I gave him like 4 or 6 or some shit. But because he's a human, he just doesn't behave like one. He still has human-like vitality. Um, so his special is when wounded, down to one. When he's down to 1 wound, I specifically made it so when he's down to his last hit point, he will get +1 to his movement, which permanently locks in um, 6 +1 to movement. So 6 instead of 5. It's trying to say that there's an aura where he survives. Survivors within 6 inches of him must roll morale. 1 through 3 makes them stagger. So there is no aura. He doesn't give off any aura. There is no supernaturality like a fucking aura or anything like that. That sounds cool, but it's just too much. It's too much for the system. I've only got so much for the system that holds everything in place. I think that would be unstable for the system. Purpose of this test. This is a controlled study of the new slug shell doctrine. What we're measuring is how often slugs land, how often they inflict permanent debuffs, how quickly they neutralize a mid-tier humanoid threat, whether 4 slugs is too strong, too weak, or just right, and how Aldeano's wounded speed boost interacts with permanent debuffs. Why Aldeano is the perfect test subject. He's not just a boss, but he's not a boss, but he's not fodder. He has a reactive ability, speed boost. He's humanoid, so losing melee or movement is meaningful. He's a common early game threat, so slug balance matters. Combat begins. Ready for rolls. So I play it in a format like this. I say, so I'm going to read the transcript of the first match. And there's a rematch after this, I'll just say. But in that rematch, it makes a lot more sense. So we're going to say it like this. Roll for initiative. 1 through 3, Leon goes first. 4 through 6, Chainsaw Man. So Chainsaw Man is one of the many names for Aldeano. It's El Aldeano, which is the hardest one to say. Chainsaw Man, which speech to text recognizes immediately. Um, and those are his two. Yeah, those are his two handles. Or Biggie Man Incarnate. That's it. That's his third one. Reincarnated Biggie Man, more or less. Okay, so Leon lands on a 3. Leon goes first. And this is like sequential order of turns. So it's not going to say turn 1, then this, turn 2, then the. All I do is write down the action, and then you space out the action. So there's a clear line between. So they're identifying breaks between the turns, between the actions. Leon remembers his training, takes aim, and fires his first shot, landing on a 2 and missing. So that's the end of his turn. Then I say this. And this all happens in like a matter of moments. It doesn't take long at all. Like this whole altercation took about 5 minutes, about 5 or 6 minutes, not even. Screaming in an alerted fury, Chainsaw Man goes right into melee contact with Leon and ledges his maniacal chainsaw attack, landing on a 5 on Leon's chest. With Leon being down to 2 wounds and 3 slug shots, he rolls to break melee, landing on a 1, locking him in combat this turn. He goes for a combat knife strike on the Chainsaw Man, landing at 6, right in his face. So I depict it in a way, the action, but it's also so you describe it in a way to where the cinematics are, you describe it in a cinematic way, but you're also describing what actions are taking place during the play of the game, right? So, um, Chainsaw Man down to 3 HP because he landed a knife strike. So he landed uh, a 6, but he's locked in base combat, so he got him in the face with a knife, right? So Chainsaw Man down to 3 HP ledges another insane chainsaw attack, landing a 4, preventing Leon's shooting phase next round. His shotgun arm has been blacked out. So see right there, on his following phase, he should be blacked out, but I had already forgotten. And I just continued as if that didn't happen, so that's why we had to have a rematch. So, I'm just going to skip everything after that because I said in response, because it was like giving me the summary and the breakdown of what happened. And so I just quickly said, I already noticed where I screwed up. Leon was supposed to be blacked out for ranged attack when Chainsaw Man first landed a 4. I kept on attacking with Leon even though he wasn't able to. We need to make a do-over with this match. And it said, you're totally right. Let's do it. Blackout rule reminder. Ready for do-over. And I said rematch for Leon versus Chainsaw Man. Same parameter. Leon stands at the 1 mark. Chainsaw Man stands at the 8th. Leon has 4 custom 12 gauge slug shells. 1 through 3 this time is Chainsaw Man, and 4 through 6 will be Leon. The roll for initiative determines landing on a 5, Leon goes first. Leon begins his first shot at Chainsaw Man, landing a 6, hitting him right in the head with 3 HP. Chainsaw Man, like it already knows it has 3, but on my stat card, he had more hit points. Like I wrote down physically, he had more hit points, but like in this, it only knew that he had less. So I think he had 4. Yeah, he had 4 when I played him. With 3 hit points left, Chainsaw Man practically flies right into melee combat with Leon. On his roll to attack with the chainsaw, he lands on a 1 and completely misses in excitement. So it's like in his scramble, he's whirling the chainsaw around and he misses his attack because he was charging him. But like really, it was just a determination of the dice. But you tell it in a way that like, oh, that's what explained that. So you explain away, as long as you explain away like what the fucking action or outcome was, it feels, honestly, the immersion feels deeper and it feels less plain Jane the more you embellish it, you know? So that's why I do it like that and say it in that way. Um, Leon rolls to break melee, landing on a 5, putting him at a 5-inch distance from Chainsaw Man. So he broke out of melee contact and now he's at a safer distance. With 3 slug shots left and 3 HP for Leon, he takes aim again and fires the stockless 12 gauge shotgun, landing another 6, devastating Chainsaw Man, bringing him down to 2 HP. So his 2 shots this game were both headshots, and these are like devastating shots that bring like extracurricular damage with them, you know. So, in a terrified and furious anger, Chainsaw Man re-engages in melee with ease, bleeding everywhere. He swings the chainsaw like a reddish hurricane, landing a 6 on Leon's face. This is a special 6 for Chainsaw Man called Frenzy. On a 6, Chainsaw Man gets +1 to movement when wounded, and get and negates blackouts for 1 turn. So that's his special 6. Um, but again, it was altered a little bit. Like I knew part of the rule, but then like it, you know, I applied it differently, but it still didn't affect the overall outcome because his speed perk didn't give him anything. We were already in base to base combat. So, with 2 HP and 2 slug shots to go, Leon rolls to break combat again, landing on a 5. Leon tucks his roll backward in response to being chopped in the face. He returns himself to a 5-inch distance again from the Chainsaw Man. Leon takes aim again with precision and fires at the Chainsaw Man, landing a 3 and just barely missing his face. So, like, up to this point in the fight, this is like the real fight. The last one was defunct because I fucked up on a rule. But in this one, in this fight, everything's by the book and it's all functioning perfectly. Even Leon and any of the character models' ability to break out of melee is like hit or miss, you know, and that really alters the gameplay. It kept him surviving, it kept him going and getting out of battle, it kept him getting out of a maniacal person with a chainsaw chopping him to pieces. It kept helping him every game. Um, so he immediately returns to base combat and, like the wind, tries to attack Leon, missing with a 3. Leon rolls with a 6. Leon rolls a 6 directly in line behind, putting him directly in line behind Chainsaw Man. So this is like the third or fourth time he breaks combat and goes behind him. That's kind of like what I kept making him do in this fight. So Leon uses his only green herb, bringing his HP back up to 3 with 1 custom shotgun shell. I think he's been hit twice actually, so he should have probably been up to a 2. And I'm telling you, this is why I put down a dice. And like the dice is the counter, you can't screw it up. And 1 custom shell left to fire. Leon pulls the trigger, rolling a 4 as the Chainsaw Man turns around. The chainsaw in his hand is hit, destroying the chainsaw, shattering it into pieces, sparks, and smoke. Chainsaw Man is furious beyond comprehension and races to go choke and punch Leon in base to base contact. So what happened there in that moment? We could just rewind a little bit. When Leon pulls the trigger, he rolls a 4. So that should have been. So what it ended up. So a blackout, right? So This is exactly how this went down. The the 12 gauge slugs shells, they have this ability to break equipment. Like he can't just like pick it up next round, pick up the chainsaw like he could have. But I chose to have, like, it was either going to blow his, like in the last round, I didn't even read that part, but in the last round, instead of hitting the chainsaw, it blew his whole hand right off. And it was like the hand was still attached to the chainsaw. So he was permanently removed from using the chainsaw. In this one, I did the same thing when it came down to this. Leon pulls the trigger, rolling a 4, and it destroyed the chainsaw into sparks and smoke. The Chainsaw Man is furious and he goes, so his move, then it's his turn to go attack Leon. The now chainsawless man attacks Leon with a 3 and misses. So Aldeano has been reduced to no weapon because the blackout special rule, basically, um, with this model would make it such that it can destroy a weapon. If he shot that same shot at an enemy model that had a gun, it would blow the hand off of the character, so he can't operate the gun. So, in this one, for cinematic flavor and variables, instead of blowing his whole hand off, dropping the chainsaw, and he's like shaking a bloody nub, and he's like screaming, because that's what he was doing in the last test. In this test, he doesn't get injured, but he loses his ability to use his chainsaw. So that, like, it's like a permanent buff to the blackout with this, because that's the rule for the shell. That's what the shell does. If there's a 4, 5, or 6, if on a blackout specifically, it's used for blackout purposes. You want to hit 4s with the slug because it permanently removes one of those 2 choices. He attacks Leon and misses. Leon goes to break melee again and succeeds on a 6, placing him 5 inches away again. Without custom shots, Leon switches his ammo type back to the standardized buckshot and begins to fire. Landing on a 2, the BBs fly everywhere but his target. The Chainsaw Man quickly returns back again to attack Leon, landing on a 1, doing nothing. Leon attempts to use his combat knife on the Chainsaw Man, landing on a 1 and missing. Chainsaw Man goes to punch and attack Leon, landing a 3, doing nothing. Leon rolls to break melee, landing on a 2, doing nothing. Leon goes to stab his target with the combat knife, landing at a 6, hitting the Chainsaw Man directly in the face again, bringing the Chainsaw Man down to 1 HP. The Chainsaw Man, with all his might, fights for his life, attacking Leon with a 3 and misses. Leon rolls to break melee combat, landing a 6, putting him directly once more behind the Chainsaw Man. When Leon goes to pull the trigger, hopefully for the very last time, he lands on a 1 and misses. Chainsaw Man does everything he can to come back with a plan to end it for Leon once and for all. When he attacks, he lands on a 5, bringing Leon down to 2 HP. Leon instinctually goes to break and lands on a 4, placing him 5 inches again behind his target. When he turns around to take aim and fire, he lands on a 1 and again misses his target. The Chainsaw Man lands The Chainsaw Man chases Leon into combat once more and landing 1 on a 1, only to miss Leon. We are going to break melee combat. Uh, oh no, Leon breaks melee combat, lands on a 5, putting him 5 inches away from Chainsaw Man. Then only to take another shotgun blast, landing on a 2, missing him once more. Chainsaw Man returns his attack with Leon with a male with a melee attack, landing on a 6. Leon is now down to 1 HP. Breaking combat, Leon lands on a 2, so he misses. His melee attack is all or nothing, landing a 1, missing completely. So this is like Leon with 1 HP, stuck in combat. He tried to get out, he failed. He's down to 1 hit point. With the last ounce of strength and terror, the Chainsaw Man attacks Leon with a 2 and misses. So it's like frantic now. It's really 2 points versus 1 point. You know, it's getting down to 1 point. Leon rolls to break melee, landing on a 3 and failing. When he goes to make his final combat strike, he rolls a 3 and misses. Chainsaw Man Chainsaw Man's final attack with a 2 and misses. When Leon breaks to melee combat, he lands on a 1 and fails, but not without a knife strike of a 2 and missing. Rolling out on the ground, the Chainsaw Man tries to kill Leon with a 5 and succeeds. Leon is dead. And so then after you've done all the like fighting part, there's obviously once there's a victor, like a successor of the combat phase, you then this is what I like to do. I then put in a little summary of what happens after that, right? It doesn't mean like chronologically that's what you do, but like this is the testing room. So I say something that is likely to happen after I've won or died in a battle, right? So I said Leon is dead and slain. The Chainsaw Man, bleeding all over the place, collapses to his knees and tries to pick up the broken chainsaw parts to put them back together. And then you say match sequence over. So it's like you say this whole large thing, this whole large transcript, like match begin, and then you give it the parameters, and then you roll for initiative, and then you you narrate basically the fight in a semi-campaign mechanical way, a D&D style way, right? And then you have the match conclusion at the end, and then you say end sequence. And it just like that way it knows exactly. It extrapolates 100%, right? So it said that match was wild because honestly, it gave us one of the clearest, most controlled demonstrations yet of how the combat engine behaves when everything is firing correctly. Let's break down what was just created because that wasn't just a fight, it was a full scale stress test of the following: break melee logic, blackout timing, slug shell doctrine, standard buckshot fallback, attrition pacing, mid-tier boss durability, survivor stamina under repeated melee pressure, and the system held up beautifully. With the match summary of Leon versus Chainsaw Man with the corrected blackout logic. So this is the rematch. Leon wins on a 5. Opening shot. Leon fires a slug and lands a 6. Headshot. Chainsaw Man drops to 3 HP. First clash. Chainsaw Man closes the full 7 inches but whiffs his chainsaw attack. Leon breaks melee on a 5, retreats with 5, and fires again. Another 6. Chainsaw Man drops to 2. This is the moment where the fight should have ended in Leon's favor, but the blackout rule changes everything. Frenzy trigger. Chainsaw Man re-engages and lands a 6 into his frenzy special. This gives him a +1 when wounded. Blackouts Leon's shooting arm for 1 turn. Leon drops to 2 HP. This is the turning point of the match. Mid-fight chaos. Leon breaks melee again and fires a slug. Oh, I think it's given the breakdown of the first altercation. Canonized Frenzy for his special 6 and Slug Shell custom ammo type for the shotgun. So that's it. Just like they both proved to be so good that like from that point forward it is now a thing. Imagine how, and then I said, imagine how radically different round would have went if Leon blacked out one of Aldeano's legs. Leon would just get to have a pinata party with his target after that. So it really seemed to like the idea of taking away mobility and then you just like playing with your with your food after that essentially. I said it's almost as if the forces can then make the arrest. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's almost as if the forces can then make the arrest once you've taken their mobility away. They're still alive. They would have to be disarmed in some way, but this will have no bearing in the game, but it would definitely be a lore tied friendly outcome, right? So if like you blow off essentially one of Aldeano's feet or you shoot him right in the knee and he can't walk, like somehow like say like for example in that last round like I destroy his chainsaw and then somehow one of my last slugs I destroy one of his legs. He still has HP, but to qualify he has to still have HP. He cannot move and he cannot attack. Once you've done those 3 things, you've then opened this ability to be able to arrest your wanted person. So turning in arrests like making the apprehension, turning in wanted targets alive is like a bounty token, but it's like a rarer achievement, like a highly uncommon achievement. So I've been considering ways of like making that, you know what I mean? Like making that a fucking maybe you could trap them with the cage, like deploy cage or something, like get them around the cage. The idea is so you can trap them for interrogation or arrest or whatever, eliminating a threat, really. Ugh. And this is only part and due to the fact that you play as the Raccoon City Police Department, you play as optionally the Sheriff's Department or PMC. So the lore outcome of crippled targets become arrestable. It really seemed to think that that was a cool idea. I said it represents a more rare dialogue or a harder to achieve outcome. If you don't kill an enemy model, you don't get any of its drops or any of its XP or any of its benefits. You receive nothing in that regard. But if you do successfully make the arrest of one of the enemy character models, that I feel can be a potential avenue for the game somewhere within the next 21 months. I know that sounds like a long time, but there's really a lot to get done before some of the lesser important shit comes along. I said custom 12 gauge ammo is for any model who has a 12 gauge shotgun, meaning anyone could fire it as long as they have that weapon. There's a sheriff model that has one, Leon has one, and Claire has one. There are definitely a few models who shoot shotguns. Canon Doctrine, universal 12 gauge custom ammo. Um, what else can we go through? We're only like halfway because I'm catching up. There's still another fight to go through. Why this doctrine works so well. I said after that test, would you say that 4 or more or less is the magic number of custom shotgun ammo slugs? Any more would be OP, and any less would just lack its luster. So I think 4 was great. It says yes, 4 most certainly is the magic number for this ammo, right? Across your tests for the slugs, it has produced headshots, weapon destruction, misses, high impact debuffs, a near kill, a full kill, a total failure, a desperate melee scramble. That's the exact swingy survival horror pacing you want. You know, because it reminds me of the IG, right? Like there's a chance this high devastation, there's a chance of nothing, and you have to pay for that. You know what I mean? If your shit doesn't land, you still have two other options like melee or evade, you know, so this is why this works. If you have five, if you gave players 5 or 6 slugs, the shotgun becomes a boss deleter. You know what I mean? So that's why 4 seemed to be the right number. Um, you feel powerful, but you're never safe, and you can't rely on slugs alone. This is what makes them perfect. It forces meaningful choices. Do I cripple? Do I destroy melee? Because with that, you can't even really decide. You can only decide if that target has or has not a firearm or weapon in their hand. Do I risk a miss or should I reposition? That's part of the game, the agency under pressure. It scales across all shotgun users. It preserves boss integrity. 2 slugs can cripple a boss, 4 can kill them, but only if the player earns it. Bosses still feel dangerous, survivors still feel fragile, the game still feels fair. See? See the cause and effect of this guy right here, this huggy bear right here, this fool Charnesky. He's giving you the ability to like wreck fucking bosses, or you could just use standard shit and just get fucking fucked up every game. It's really your choice. Like, so go find this shit, have the ability, come back and whoop some ass, get a better score, right? Unlock more achievements, right? That's another thing, achievements. So, achievements to the game. I want to induct like an Xboxy 360, you know what I mean? Type of shit. Like, 'cause who doesn't love that? Like, who doesn't love this like hidden shit you didn't know you did that you unlocked? Oh yeah, oh you did that. That's this one thing where you do this. Oh, there's a whole fucking 100 achievements. That would be crazy. That's a lot for a game. Maybe the first 5 or 10 is groundbreaking, right? But we don't have anything like that in here yet. But that is definitely something I fully intend on doing. The final verdict, it holds weight and drama and tactical depth and cinematic payoff and balance and replayability. The 4 slug limit rule. We can, however, rule out the enemy models that the 12 gauge slug has zero effect on, and I go to say there are not a lot of them. However, they are of the largest of the model beasts. The giant Wendigo beast, the Maw, and both zombie bears. Custom 12 gauge slugs only do standardized buckshot effects on these models. You cannot black out permanent with them. It said that's exactly the right call. It actually strengthens the entire ammo ecosystem. Canon Doctrine, slug shell immunity for massive beasts. There really isn't much more to say there. It tries to explain away as to why for the negation of the effect, but we all know why. They're hulking beasts, and it's like it's going to take a lot more than custom ammo to take them out. So IGs, then that's where IGs come into play, right? You have slugs for like again a precision boss weapon, but so is the IGs. Leon alone, like in that fight, I never even used an IG with him because it was strictly a slug test, right? And if he did IG and then slugged him, oh, he would have wrapped up that interaction in like 3 turns. you know? But it wasn't a test for that, and I forgot. I literally was like, "Oh yeah, you have that in your inventory." That's another user error, you know. I could have fucking fucked his ass up before he got to me, but I still chunked him pretty good with those sixes. I fucking hit him in the head twice and broke his weapon. So see, that's the it's a powerful weapon upgrade, but you have like it's contingent upon you landing those. You know, you have to land those. That's the thing. Like any attack, really. Um, yeah, yeah. Okay, so this is a very, very important addition to the slug. So this is what we learned in development. From that altercation, I decided to turn up the slug and make it even more dangerous. So, so I said, so this was my question. Should a 12 gauge slug shot on a 6 instant kill humanoid and zombie models? This would be a rare instance where it is only effective again on certain groups, but they are the weakest of the groups while still maintaining realism. Because after all, realistically, who would survive a headshot from a gigantic piece of lead out of a shotgun barrel? Yes, you sound like a designer who understands both realism and game balance. Should the 12 gauge instantly kill these types of models? Realism supports it, balance supports it, reinforced for the slug's integrity. It does not affect behemoths. It creates cinematic moments. The canon rule, clean version, right? It can to them, but not to the Wendigo, the Maw, the Bears, and any future behemoth class creatures as well. Why this is perfect. It delivers realism, identity, power, rarity, drama, and balance, but it does not threaten the integrity of the apex monsters. I said I want this canonized in the game. Absolutely. Canon doctrine, slug shell instant kill rule applies to humanoid enemies and basic zombie models. When firing a 12 gauge custom slug shell, if the attack roll is a natural 6, the target is instantly killed. Rationale, lore plus realism. A 12 gauge slug is massive, high velocity projectile. A clean headshot or center mass impact from this round is catastrophic. Humanoids and basic zombies simply cannot survive that level of trauma. This rule reflects the brutal stopping power of a slug without breaking game balance. Do you see how like that can exist? And it's not like, well, you want this unfair thing, but then this other unfair thing kind of like negates that and just cancels it out. No, no, no exceptions. Slug is instant kill does not apply to Giant Wendigo, the Maw, the Bears, or the other bear, right? Why this rule is so balanced. You only have 4 slugs, and you must hit, roll a 6, not be blacked out, not be in melee, and not be firing at a behemoth. So those are the 5 things that would rule you out from performing such a heavier attack. This keeps the insta kill cinematic, not spammy. It reinforces weapon identity, keeps humans dangerous but not fragile. It never trivializes bosses. They remain immune, preserving survival tension. This rule is now canon. I said this is also another factor to be taken into consideration. Not even one of our models has a helmet on of any kind. There is no head armor in our game, at least not at this point. There is only chest plate and back plate for the 2 parties of PMC and the sheriff. But majority of the cast does not have any armor to speak of whatsoever, and a helmet is not part of that equation. So this is what ties one shot, one kill headshots on a 6 from a customed 12 gauge slug. So I basically gave the final, like, this is why this is on slugs, shotgun slugs. You're absolutely right. It supports the insta kill slug doctrine and cements it. Canon justification. No helmets, slug shots are lethal. Plain and simple. Right? The only armor that exists in the entire cast is chest plates and back plates, and even those are limited to a small subset of survivors. So that's the thing. And the special 6 on sniper rifles is it's not even a special 6. I think if you land a 5, it's the only gun I think that negates an armor save. It's the only round, the 5.4 7.62 by 5.4. It comes out of any of the sniper rifle models. If you get hit with that on a 5, you can either roll to save it or it doesn't count. Like it negates armor saves. Yeah, pretty fucking cheesy, but still balanced. And there's even a section for that. Zero head armor means zero protection. A headshot is always unpredicted. There is no mitigating factor. There is no saving throw, no armor roll, no helmet HP. This means that the slug to the skull is pure, unfiltered trauma. While this makes the insta-kill rule perfectly logical, realism, visual consistency, gameplay balance, cinematic payoff, the realism clause, visual canon, realistic ballistics, survival horror lethality, and tactical clarity. See, these are all things that you're including into the game. It's like you're facilitating um, cause and effect, and all you're doing is taking cause and effect and shrinking it down to the 28 millimeter scale. I said so a 6 from a sniper rifle negates armor saves, and a 6 from a 12 gauge slug circumstantially can kill a target in one shot. Sniper rifle, natural 6. On a roll of 6 on a sniper shot negates armor saves, meaning chest plates, back plates, any future armor ignored. Damage goes straight to flesh HP. So so that's a rule that came first. That's like the first buff in the offense operating system I ever applied was Sniper Wolf has 4 shots with that sniper rifle before she runs out, and she is then reduced to a pistol. So the same thing happens for all. So this is also known as the sniper doctrine. All sniper rifle operators in the game per round have a maximum of 4 because it's a powerful gun with a custom trait associated to the full metal jacket of the round. It's like such a good it's like a Hunt Showdown Spitzer round, like a FMJ or something, like some BT rounds or some shit, like really strong, so strong that it eats through fucking mid-range armor, So there is no light, medium, or heavy. It's really just one armor for now because it's still a new game, and that is an armor save of 5 plus. So you need to hit a 5 or a 6 to re-roll that sniper shot, which you can't even do. So it's any standardized attack. If it's a bite or a scratch or a gunshot or a grenade going off, those who wear the plates, they're the shooter teams. They have 1 less HP, but they have armor. So that's why they have that. Okay, 12 gauge slug, rule on a natural 6. For humanoids and basic zombies, a roll of 6 from custom slug can instantly kill the target. It will kill the target. Justified because no one has head armor and a slug to the skull is catastrophic. This is going to be a different study conducted as a test entirely separate from the rest. Okay, so give me just a moment while we break that down. Be right back. Okay. Excuse me. So, what this allows us to do is further into the next battle. It was after that test I wanted to try something different. And because you try a different, okay, we'll say for development, right? Research and development. For R&D purposes, we wanted to facilitate a different variable to the test in the testing room. So I said this is going to be a different study conducted as a test entirely separate from the rest. One we have before. We're going to use Solid Snake, player one, and his group of other 7 shooters, making a total team of 8. Snake and his team of 8 models versus the main zombie bear, 1 model. These are their parameters. The PMC unit has default rule sets. The bear has default rule sets. Snake has default rule sets. we are now also going to be we are now also going to be designing group orders or commands. In this instance, Snake has given his team a group order called Focus Fire. Focus Fire is when you direct you and all your shooters to shoot at one target cohesively. This allows for your group to drop one hand of dice to determine all the shots in one easy roll. And it says, oh, this is going to be one of the most important stress tests you've ever run because it finally answers the question, what happens when 8 coordinated trained shooters focus fire on a single apex beast? And the way you framed it, with Snake issuing a formal group order, is exactly how a PMC squad should behave in a cannon. Let's formalize everything cleanly as you roll the single die. Cannon entry, focus fire. Yep, yep. All shooters. So requirements. All shooters must have line of sight, must be in range, and must be eligible to fire, which means no blackouts and not in melee, etc. Resolution. Count the total number of shots being fired. Roll that many d6 in one single roll. Apply each die result individually to the target. This creates a volley, a synchronized overwhelming burst of fire. The overall purpose. It will streamline large team shooting, creates cinematic squad-based suppression, allows Snake to behave like a true tactical commander, and it is perfect for testing how many shooters it takes to bring down a behemoth-class creature. This order is now canonized. Test setup. PMC squad versus zombie bear. Team. Snake. 8 models. Snake, the leader. 7 PMC operators, all using default PMC rules, all armed with standard firearms, rifles, pistols, shotgun, depending on the loadout. All shooters eligible for focus fire. Enemy model. Zombie bear. Behemoth class. Immune to slug debuffs. Immune to instant kill slugs. Takes standard buckshot damage from any given slug. Massive HP pool. High melee damage. High movement. No ranged attacks. Designed to overwhelm squads through brute force. Environment. Open forest clearing. No cover. No elevation. No obstacles. Pure firepower versus pure mass. So it's saying there's no obstructions of any kind. Beginning the test. Yeah, so here it goes. This is my entry. During this test, I said, match begin. Roll for initiative. 1 through 3, PMC. 4 through 6, zombie bear. Landing on a 3, the PMCs go first. Snake gives the commanding order of focus fire on the zombie bear. So it's the same distance, too. That's one thing I forgot to mention. It's the same layout every time in the testing room. Factions of good stand at the 1 inch. Factions of death stand at the 1/8 inch. So even if you have your shortest range weapon, you could still make the attack. And it's just short enough to where something that travels 5 inches stops 1 inch short of you. So you still got that second chance to land a shot. Um, Snake gives the commanding order to focus fire on the zombie bear. Of all 8 shots delivered, 3 headshots, 1 body shot, 1 blackout, 3 misses. This delivered 4 HP damage, bringing the zombie bear down to 4 HP and -1 melee on its next turn. So you see, like in this one, I had to say aloud uh, cinematically what happened, mechanically what happened, and then read back uh, what the effect was. So type out, or we'll say describe the cause, and then you describe the outcome. You describe the desired effect of that outcome and what it looked like and what happened and like, you know, what numbers changed and like visually what happened. And it's like as long as you know the math crunch on it and visually cinematically what happened, they pair to that's how they it's like a mixture, it's a mixture of the mechanic and the cinematic, and they flow together like, like a language. It becomes like a blend, kind of a it's like adding the cheese to the broccoli. You know what I mean? It's like they're both good, but when you put them together, it's like and you could tell I've got the munchies myself. However, we may continue. -1 melee on its next turn. Because the attack phase is still not over, Snake throws 1 impact grenade, landing on a 6, dead center on the zombie. And this I didn't even make up. I literally rolled it like this. I didn't make up shit. I literally rolled all that. Like I rolled all those attacks with the slugs. Anything I ever no, I couldn't doctor any of it. So Snake throws a grenade and lands on a 6 on the zombie bear. The roll of the 4d6 gave us 2 6s, a 2, and a 1. So so he's at 4 HP, right? He gets hit with a grenade, which is 2 6s. That takes 2 of them away right there. A 2 and a 1. So again, out of 4 dice for a grenade, half of them were were wounds, and the other half didn't do anything. They never went off. So what those are is they're 4 pieces of like accelerated fragments that come out of the grenade. Like if you wanted to break down what they are, it's a 3 inch range of 4 projectiles that go off inside of that circle. And anything inside that circle is like where those 4 potential projectiles can fly, dealing like higher than gunshot level damage. That's what the IG does. It's like a immobilizer, you know, anti-personnel, type of shit. So landing a 6 dead center on the zombie bear. The the roll of the 4d6 gave us 2 6s, a 2, and a 1. The zombie bear is now down to 2 HP. The zombie bear charges right into contact with Snake. Of its 2 attacks, one of them hits on a 5. See, I think, and that may be one thing it may not have had, actually, because they landed the attack and -1 melee. So he still had his third melee, because it's no longer that turn. And there was no permanent blackout removal. So really, he had 3 attacks. So maybe this one also has a hole in it. I'm not sure. I'd have to reread it. But one of them, okay, charges the base contact. One of them hits on a 5, bringing Snake's HP down to 2. That same volley of attacks is going to be focus fired again on the zombie bear minus snakes because he is in face combat. That roll delivered 2 body shots, 1 blackout, and a 4 misses. So let's reiterate that, right? Snake is now in trouble. He's getting fucked up from the bear, even though the bear like is already over half dead. He's way down now. He's as far down as so let's say this. He's as far down to 2 HP. The zombie bear is at 2 HP left. He makes his attack on Snake. Snake needs backup. At the beginning of Snake's phase, he calls for his team to first make their shooting attack. So that same volley of attacks is focus fired again. That roll delivered 2 body shots, right? So 2 5s, 1 blackout, that's a 4, and 4 misses. The zombie bear lays riddled full of bullet holes of all different caliber, and more or less blown apart from a grenade. Snake being barely scathed leads him in his team over the dead bear. They all mag dump an extra magazine of ammo into the dead bear carcass, just to be sure. Before leaving, they set it on fire. It burned to ash as they returned to the pub. So again, just like that last match, this is how interactions go in like the mechanic interface. We're gonna say so I have a separate tab for that as well. It's called the question interface, where like or I even have another one called the game interface itself. That should be another one. Is like where it's this format. I tell it what's happening, and like it'll tell me if there's any holes in it. Like I actually reread it. I have to reread the transcript that I submit because it's almost like if I don't, then I may miss. I'm happy to once I put out the transcript of the altercation, I then reread it and go, okay, this held true, this held true. And then wait a minute, this couldn't have A could not happen because B was happening. You know what I mean? Like the blackout thing. That's how I knew to do a rematch because anything after that action was void technically. Technically. It's like to maintain solidarity, like maintain a structural integrity that's strong enough to almost iron out those things. Like when those things come along, you want to be able to fix them either right away or prevent them from happening altogether. Um, so yeah, they did their thing and they whooped the Bears' ass. Match over. It said that was a textbook PMC doctrine. It was full of tactical validation of group orders, volley mechanics, behemoth resistances, grenade synergy, Snake's leadership identity, the raw brutality of coordinated fire. Let's break down what happened because the encounter is going straight into the testing room chronicle. As for round 1, the focus fire volley was 8 shooters, 1 command, 1 target. The dice results were in that one roll, 3 headshots, 1 body shot, 1 blackout, 3 misses. Damage output, 4 hit points. Zombie Bear drops from 8 hit points to 4. Status effect, -1 melee next turn for the bear. The blackout result is perfect. It shows that even a behemoth can be staggered by overwhelming fire. This is exactly how a coordinated PMC squad should feel: disciplined, lethal, synchronized. See, his blackout on him is like, I don't even, like, I wonder as to whether or not you could even do that with a boss. Because if slugs can't black out limb, like, what the fuck is, why should something weaker than the 12 gauge slug be able to cause blackout, of limb? Because for him it would be blackout of melee. It wouldn't be blackout movement. Blacking out a melee attack for 1 turn He still has, like, it doesn't even do anything because he still fucking has two attacks for one target. So if you're in melee, I don't, and that's another thing, whether you could distribute whatever the base that the bear is standing on, whoever bases that thing's touching, he can administer his melee attacks too. So it's like two claw attacks and a bite. So that's what brings his melee up to three. But in this stage of the altercation, um, it was exactly how a coordinated squad would do it. Disciplined, lethal, synchronized. Snake's IG grenade follows up with a perfect throw at a 6. You know, so I'm throwing the grenade, like 1, 2, 3 miss, 4, 5, 6 destroys him, right? So I threw it. The blast result of that one throw has 4 dice that roll in it. It gave me 2 6s, 2 1s, and a 1. No, no, so 2 6s, one of them a 2 and one of them a 1. So there were 2 misses and 2 headshots. That's what that shit, it hit him in his face. This essentially is what that's telling me. If I'm looking at it as like a hitbox perspective, if I was looking at understandably as what part of the target was affected and how much damage was output on that successful throw, we're looking at it as when the impact grenade goes off and detonates, it hit him in his fucking face. And it did 2 headshot strikes, which is, it reduced. Zombie Bear drops from 4 HP to 2 HP. So that was the damage output. This is the moment where the bear becomes a wounded apex predator, the most dangerous state for that model. So why don't we just like jump over visually to a bear photo. Unfortunately, I can't see which one it is, so we're going to have to just scroll there, which is cool. Gives us a little stroll. Perfect. So this is the zombie bear, and that's exactly what he looks like on top of it. Right? So I don't know why they're not chained together. They're not paired for whatever reason. I think it's randomized. But that's the zombie bear. And our guys have just like whooped the fucking shit out of this guy. But you could see that it takes 8 shooters total. It's your leader and his 7 shooters with a grenade and all that shit. You know what I mean? So he has 8 hit points. It's a hulking behemoth zombie bear. Like, what do you think is you're up against? Like a stupid, slow dying thing? No, it's like it's amped up and it's hell of crazy from the reagent. So his HP is now down to 2 as of that one decision, right? The apex predator, the most dangerous state for this model. The zombie bear's counterattack. The bear charges Snake directly, exactly as designed. 2 melee attacks. One misses, one lands a 5. Snake drops from 3 HP to 2. This is the perfect demonstration of why behemoths are terrifying. Even wounded, they hit like a truck. Round 2 focuses fire for Snake excluded. 7 shooters now. Roll the dice. And this roll delivers 2 body shots, 1 blackout, and 4 misses. So that's 2 5s and 1 4. And 4 of them didn't hit shit. And that's a practically point blank range. So why that would happen, explainably, is really not as important as just the overall RNG of the dice roll. Damage output 2 HP. Zombie Bear drops from 2 HP to 0. The squad absolutely shreds the beast. Aftermath, PMC doctrine in action. The squad surrounds the corpse. Mag dumps into it, ensures no regeneration, sets the carcass on fire, watches it burn to ash, and returns to the pub as a unified unit. This is exactly the professional PMC team that behaves after killing a behemoth class threat. It's not just victory, it is containment. What this test proves, focus fire is perfectly balanced. 8 shooters can meaningfully damage a behemoth, but not trivialize it. Zombie Bear is durable but not invincible, and it took 8 coordinated shots, 1 impact grenade, 7 more shots. That's exactly the right pacing. Snake's leadership matters because his order turned 8 individuals into a single firing unit. Grenades are essential against behemoths. Without Snake's impact grenade, the bear would have survived long enough to kill someone. Behemoth immunity rules work. The bear ignored slug debuffs, ignored insta-kill logic, still took raw damage, close distance, and still hit quite hard. Perfect. This test is now canon. The results of this match are officially part of the Testing Room Chronicle. The PMC squad versus the Zombie Bear, and as well as the Focus Fire Doctrine validation. And it suggested like a number of other pairings, right, in the versus kind of arena, right? But I only give it what I want it to fight and what I want to have it do. I give it, you know what I mean? So I said it stayed true to Snake's parameters. He comes stock with one throwable IG, and I knew as long as I was still in the attacking phase, I can shoot and then throw, or throw, then shoot. That's the sequential order. It it doesn't matter. Just as long as players know they have that option provided. They are controlling a main character model. This is the incentive to driving a main character model. I would say it is required to play the game. You need to control at least one minimum character model. However, for now, we could do what we wish, but in a more formal setting, it would probably require the commanding of a minimum of one character model. And yes, it goes to reply with exactly the system's a designer who understands player agency. Snake's throwable logic was perfectly applied. Snake comes stock with one IG. A main character may shoot then throw, or throw then shoot, as long as both actions occur during the same attack phase. This sequencing flexibility is a privilege of main character models, not generic shooters. This is a clean, intuitive role that rewards players for fielding a main character. It, and it worked beautifully in the test. Snake fired, then threw, and then and the grenade was decisive. That's exactly how a leader should feel. Main characters are the heart of the game. A formal game session should require that. Main characters issue group orders: focus fire, advance, fall back, suppress, hold the line, breach, kill zone. So if you ask me as to what's in the game in terms of orders, like a group fire on a zombie bear boss like that, it's the only one right there. Focus fire. I guess retreat or fall back would be, but like in that case, just like the first order, it would be something you declare aloud, and then the action would take place. Without a main character, a squad becomes a pile of uncoordinated shooters. I mean, I guess. Because I played around with the all female cast, and they handled their shit, and like I didn't even have to throw even one grenade. It would have just stopped the whole fight instantly. And I didn't even know why, because I wanted them to all have their ability, like the opportunity to use Special Six. So once Special Six comes into play, it's like that's what I'll do after this. Once this is wrapped up, I'm just gonna read through the stat cards and then we'll wrap it up. We've been on for 5.5 hours again, but hey, this is how we do. Uh, Main characters are the player's identity. Why it should become a formal requirement. Um, right? This is the game logic used by X, which I didn't even know this, by the way. I didn't even do any research into any of the other games. I just wanted to make a game the way I wanted to play it. But it turned out, it just so happened that it says here, this is the same logic used by XCOM, Kill Team, Gears Tactics, Resident Evil Outbreak, and tabletop RPGs. It is a universal principle. Players need a hero to inhabit. The snake test proved the rule. Snake's presence changed everything. He issued focus fire. He coordinated 8 shooters. He threw the IG. He tanked the bear's melee. He survived long enough to finish the fight. His leadership turned a chaotic encounter into a controlled execution. Without Snake, the PMC squad would have been shredded. This test validated the design. Structured play. You need a, as to why you need a main character requirement. For issue group order, use advanced action sequencing, carry special items, anchor narrative progression, provide tactical identity. And in truth, you don't. Like if you were to play smart and like you really were competing the game, it would be advised. So we'll say it's not required, rather it's advised that you have like this is my general, like this is my leader of these total 8 pieces. You're in control of these 8 pieces on a 4 foot by 8 foot table. Think about that. So something like the length of your thumb, barely, right? The first digit of your thumb, that's your characters. Let me try to say that one more time. Let me try to like think of like almost the length of a lighter, I guess. No, yeah, about half the length of a lighter. Very small, 28 millimeters. You have 8 little people about half the length of your thumb on a 4 foot by 8 foot table that's full of the forest. And this is the type of shit that's going on in their little tiny fucking world. And like that, they're fighting this guy in the middle. They're fighting this zombie bear right here. Okay. So that's the canonization of the requirement. It's not even really a requirement as much as it is just a smart choice. Because believe me when I say the 4 character choice versus the 1 character 7 shooter choice, that gave me a very different game. And it wasn't as powerful output damage, but it very fucking well could have. I could have said, all right, all 4 of you throw an IG grenade at the same time. Do you know what I'm saying? If I wanted it to be absolute fucking gnarly, guaranteed erase what's over there, I would have them each throw independently an impact grenade to each of their targets simultaneously in one group order shot. That's how is really how that would go, and so that's uh, 8 and 8, 16. If it, so like a lot of dice. That's a lot of dice in one drop. So it would fucking fuck up whatever's in those 4 3-inch circles. Exception for casual or experimental. Main character command card, a group of orders. Okay, so I said Evelyn Cross, Ada Wong. So next match, right? This is it. This is it. Evelyn Cross, Ada Wong, Claire Redfield, and Jill Valentine versus 4 zombies. 1 through 3 is the Stars team. 4 through 6 is the zombies. A 6 was rendered. The zombies go first. They wander they wander 1 inch short of melee with our group. So that's me saying they went from the 8 inch to the 3 inch when our team is at the 1 inch, leaving the number 2 spot open. So they have a 1 inch gap preventing them from engaging in combat. Um, because each character has a target per character, we will roll them individually this time. Evelyn rolls first for her attack. Hers is a 3, it misses. Ada's pistol attack goes, landing a 4, which blacks out the movement phase of her model zombie. Claire goes. Wait. Oh no, it's sorry. This is the attack on them. So because each character has a target per model, we will roll them individually. Evelyn rolls first for her attack. Right. Hers is a 3, it misses. Ada's pistol attack goes landing a 4, which blacks out the movement phase of her zombies model. Claire goes to shoot her shotgun, misses with a 1, while Jill goes to shoot her pistol and misses at a 2. So now that's so paragraph by paragraph. That's how you look at it, is like this bit is them, and then this bit is us, and then this bit is them. So it's now the zombies' turn, and 3 of the zombies advanced forward into melee contact. The first zombie melees Evelyn Cross and misses with a 2. The second zombie attacks Claire with a melee of a 6, bringing Claire's HP down to 2. And the third zombie's attack on Jill is also landed with a 6, bringing Jill's HP down to 2. So, so they both took a hit right there, right? No one. Okay, so now it's our turn. No one's breaking out of melee, so Ada shoots her pistol with a 1-inch gap at her. Well, by 1 inch, it's really a space. It's a whole character space. That's really all it is. It's basically point blank. It's the shortest distance you can actually shoot a gun or a ranged attack in this game. So, with a 1-inch gap at her target, landing on a 6, delivering a headshot, killing that zombie instantly. Evelyn will begin her melee attack on her target with a 6, striking her zombie target directly in the middle of the forehead, killing it instantly. Claire's melee attack is about to be delivered with a combat knife, also on a 6, stabbing it in the face, killing it dead instantly, where Jill is the last of the attackers in the sequence. When she attempts her knife strike, she lands at 3 and misses. It is now the final zombie's turn. This last zombie tries to attack Jill and lands on a 6, bringing Jill down to 1 HP. Naturally, Jill uses her 1 F-Aid spray, bringing her HP back up to 2. Collectively, 3 out of the 4 characters focus fire on the standing zombie target. 2 miss, 2 misses, and a body shot. The final corpse, no longer standing. The threat has been eliminated. Our girls are safe as they continue on for more adventure in dot 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 the last round, right? So that's so very very cinematic. There's nothing short of cinematic, right? They didn't even really move. They actually stood their ground. They didn't even move, and they didn't break out of combat. And there were enough dead on one column to where the one that was locked in combat, Jill, right, like didn't. So the rest of them like instinctively knew with a clear line of sight to take the fucking shot at the attacker on. There was no designated team leader also in that one, so that's what was different about that one. So it goes on to say that the encounter was pure survival horror teamwork, and honestly one of the cleanest demonstrations yet of how the 4 women squad behaves under pressure when surrounded by lower tier undead. What you just ran shows how fragile the cast is, how lethal zombies become in melee, how important individual roles are, how cinematic the instant kill sixes feel, how the squad's personalities shine through their mechanics. Let's break down what happened because this one deserves a place in the chronicle. Round 1. Zombies win initiative. They shamble forward and stop 1 inch short of melee. Classic tension build. Stars team. Opening shots. Rolled individually. Evelyn Cross rolls a 3, misses. She's always the underdog, and it shows. Ada Wong rolls a 4, hits, but triggers a movement blackout. Perfectly fits her precision under pressure vibe. Claire rolls a 1 with her shotgun. Total whiff. Claire's shotgun is powerful, but unreliable at range. Jill Valentine rolls a 2, misses. Jill's early fight luck is always cursed. No kills, no momentum. The zombies close in. Zombies phase. 3 zombies reach melee. Zombie 1, Evelyn Cross, rolls a 2, misses. Evelyn survives by inches. Zombie 2 attacks Claire, rolls a 6. Claire drops from 3 to 2. Zombie 3 attacks Jill, also rolls a 6. Jill drops from 3 to 2. Two clean head cracking hits. The squad is already bleeding. Round 2. No one breaks melee. Everyone fights where they stand. Ada, 1 inch gap, rolls at a 1 inch gap, fires a 6. Headshot. Zombie instantly killed. Ada delivers the first kill of the match. Evelyn rolls a 6 with a knife strike to the forehead. Zombie instantly killed. Evelyn's rare hero moment. Claire rolls a 6. Knife kill. Claire redeems her shotgun miss. Jill rolls a 3. Misses. Jill's luck continues to be cursed. 3 zombies down, but 1 remains. The final zombie attack. The last zombie swings at Jill, rolls a 6, dropping Jill from 2 to a 1. Jill is on death's door. Jill uses her first aid spray, heals back to 2 HP. She's back in the fight. Final volley, focus fire, 3 shooters, 3 survivors target the last zombie. 2 of them were misses. 1 of them was a body shot. It's also a 5. We know it is a 5. That's enough. The final zombie collapses. Aftermath. The 4 women stand over the fallen corpse, bruised, bleeding, but alive. They regroup, reload, and continue deeper into the nightmare. The threat is eliminated. The squad survives. The adventure continues in the last round. So it all goes to further suggest, and that was the whole experience. You see how fast, like I give it some. Okay, I give it models with a set of ones and zeros basically. Only their parameters. It's you play it like chess, and you make, like I said, you make your attacks like pool. It plays like chess, and you declare your actions like pool. That's kind of how it. That's really how it plays. If you were to think of what it's comparable to, or really what you do, um, it's a short summary. It's a very short summary of like 4v4 or 8v1 or 1v1. Those are actually the 3 beyond weapon mechanics. Those are the 3 types of altercations I've processed so far. But each time you learn something, like what it's like fighting with this many or just one. Like you're happy as fuck to be rolling around with Snake plus 7, and like even 4 is really, really good. Whoever dies, and that's the thing, like look at it as lives too. Don't have a fear of dying in the game, especially because you have 8 character. You have your main character, but then if Snake dies, for example, he has no successor. You have to pick which one out of the 7 is going to be the successor. They be they take up the squad mantle. Um, they maybe they the only thing that changes is they're then given the default slot amount of inventory. I think is probably what I'll attach next. Is that like what happens in the event of your team leader dying? You now have a leader cast list system, but they're not like fucked without a character. It's just like you still want to have whoever your team leader be have the ability to throw things and use a health item and pick up shit, but he's not going to freely come with it. The new team leader is going to have to like put on like a invisible like make believe um like chest rig is what we'll think of it as, or an invisible backpack. Um and they throw it on, and it's like that's what the multi-slot thing is. That's what they basically throw on the character benefits is what I'm trying to say. If Snake dies, you have to loot it off of him, but there's nothing in his loot inventory that he would get, which could also be a thing. he could just put on the ability to have shit, or he takes whatever Snake didn't use, and that's what he gets. I think that would probably be the most proper and like linear way to do that. I mean, ultimately, if you were to ask me, I think that's probably the best way to go about it. Because then it's like you're not giving them too much, you're not giving them too little. You're really like making sure that like that's what they deserve. They get what they get, and they don't have a fit. I'm just let it sit on the mansion one. If you ask me, the mansion is easily one of my favorites. I think in the cut scene, like in the cinematic trailer of this one actually turned out so fucking good. It really reminds me of yeah, the motion captured version. I don't even know if that's a word to say it. The animated one, the live animated trailer of this scene. It looks like Fallout. It really gives me that Fallout vibe, you know. So like even here, if you want, you could do these other variants. I said when this is what I pointed out to it too. We're almost wrapping it up here. We're almost done. When Evelyn killed her zombie with a melee, I completely envisioned her swinging in a downward motion her baseball bat onto the zombie's face, killing it instantly. So like me saying that is like there's a retention because of the hemisphere that it is, right? It's Splatterhouse. It's, and I quote, very, very, very gory. It was like nothing else he'd seen. He'd read plenty of comics. He'd read plenty of horror comics, but nothing like this, quite like this. you know, that's the bottled lightning right there. If you ask me, that's the element. That's like the refined, kept. That's the mummified element of Splatterhouse. Any Splatterhouse, all Splatterhouse games except for Wanpaku Graffiti. It's gnarly, it's gross, it's dark, it's grim, it's basically more blood than anything. It's like 90%. It's like 99% blood game, but like this game is actually um visually toned down, but like the cinematics of what's happening is still turned all the fucking way up, so like in the game, I'm making a reference to the end of that last skirmish, right? We'll call them skirmishes, we'll call them altercations, we'll call them fights or duels or whatever, attacks. She goes for the melee, and her melee is a baseball bat and a Tech 9 auto pistol. Even though there's like more than one bullet should come out, it's still one shot, one shot. Shotgun one. If it's dude with the M249 or the fucking M60, I don't care. It's only one of them can deal damage at a time. So she goes to crack him to go to attack him, and she fucking gets him. She basically oh, what's his name from Walking Dead, dude? She fucking Negans the guy. Boom, the zombie. Pow. Anyways, Glenn or something, right? It's the moment you described it, right? The image of Evelyn exactly. And honestly, it fits her character better than anything we've written so far. It's really me writing it, but it's like it's I created it, just like documents it really. And then I further save it. It's a cinematic signature of Evelyn Cross, right? Evelyn Cross kill downward arc. It was Evelyn Cross doing what she does best. No armor, no training, no fitness, just raw, desperate survival instinct. She grips the bat with both hands, knuckles white, and swings straight down with everything she has. Not a clean baseball swing, a panicked, brutal overhead smash. The zombie's skull caves under the impact. The body drops instantly. The bat rebounds with a wet jolt that nearly knocks her off balance. It's messy, it's human, it's Evelyn, and it's perfect. Hella funny. Evelyn isn't a soldier, she isn't a cop, she isn't a spy. And this is why it fits her canon. She's a survivor who fights like someone who never wanted to fight at all. Her melee kills should always feel improvised, emotional, desperate, brutal, personal. That downward bat strike is exactly the kind of move she'd make when concerned. Or when cornered. This is how her signature melee kill. This is now her signature melee kill. Whenever Evelyn rolls a 6 in melee with her bat, the canonical visual is overhead downward strike to the skull, instant kill. And her its equivalent of Leon's precise headshot or Jill's tactical knife thrust. This is Evelyn's identity in the last round. Yeah, so I further to tell it. She has a connection to her baseball bat the way Negan does to Lucille. Oh, dot dot dot. This is exactly who she is. And the moment you said it, something clicked into place in the canon. Evelyn Cross doesn't just use her baseball bat. She anchors herself to it. It's not a tool, it's a weapon. It's not a weapon. It's not even a comfort object. It's her Lucille. Not in the sense of swagger or cruelty, but in the sense of identity, survival, emotional imprinting. Evelyn Cross, right? So it's like you know what it's gonna allude to. Like, what do we name it? Come on, what do we name Evelyn's bat? As like, she's like a mirror of Negan. I very fucking easily could put Negan in the game. Like where he would fit in, I don't really fucking know, honestly. I think he'd probably like roll with Wolf, right? He'd probably roll with Sniper Wolf. And that's why I want like it's really just her and her shooters. So they're a mirror image of the other two uh, factions of life, right? PMC and Sheriff. Part of her silhouette. Her melee sixes become signature moments. A natural six for Evelyn isn't just a hit, it's a story beat. Hell yeah. The bat becomes a named artifact. So you know what it's trying to do. It's like, what is it? What's the name? What's the name? All right. So now these are your options, right? Um, it becomes her weapon, not literal shield, but her emotional tether, the symbol, her story. Just like Snake has a CQC knife, Leon has his shotgun, Jill has her pistol, Ada has her precision, Evelyn, Evelyn has her bat, and it's hers alone. You can name the bat, write its lore history, give it cosmetic only signature rule, add it to the vault. And I sent it a photo of Evelyn when she's making the like. It's the one with the name banner in it. It said that image is pure canon. Of course it is. Of course it is. It's all canon for the most part. Not that one, but this one. The bat over the shoulder. The lit cigar, the confident stance. It's not just stylized, it's declarative. She's not just surviving, she's staking her claim in the world of the last round. And now that you've confirmed her bat as her Lucille, we can now look at this as a permanent artifact. So it just straight up says Evie's bat, Evie's bat artifact, Cherry. They named it Cherry. I didn't tell it to give it a name. They really were steering into the whole like you got to do this thing, and I'm like, maybe. I don't know. Big time maybe, right? Big time emphasis on maybe, but we'll find out. It sounds cool. It might end up being something else. So it just straight up says the lore. Evie found the bat in the ruins of her grandmother's garage. So you must understand, she is a fabricated character that I made. I made her not from scratch, but yes, from scratch. She is a character that does not exist in the film Chinatown. But in the last round, she is the one ascendant character who is actually a granddaughter character from that film. She ties in because of records from Department of Water and Power in Chinatown. other ties. She works at the last round. She's one of the bartendresses there at the last round. The last round is located not far from the Spencer Mansion or Raccoon City. So that's what just her embellishments are. So it just knows and has and possesses a lore base to build off of. And believe me, if it was anything, I was like, this is really whack. Remove that shit. We're not keeping it. I definitely let it know. But like, if I don't say canonize this, it won't really do it. But if I do say you make a extra highlighted notation and canonize it, it will. So Evie found the bat in her ruins of her grandfather's garage. The same day she discovered the article linking her family to the West Mansion mystery, it was already cracked, already stained, already hers. She named it Cherry for the color it turns after a kill. She doesn't swing it like a weapon, she swings it like a promise. Every time she lands a melee kill on a natural 6, it's canonically a downward skull crushing arc, a signature move that defines her survival style. Gameplay flavor. Cherry is a standard melee weapon, mechanically, but gains signature kill animation on natural 6s. If Evie is ever disarmed or loses Cherry, she suffers a -1 to all melee rolls until it's recovered. If Cherry is ever broken, a narrative content event must occur to restore or replace it. Cherry must be upgraded to cosmetically tape, nails, carvings, but never replaced. Why this matters. It gives Evie a mythic anchor. See, it's getting so fucking deep into it that like if like all you had was fucking time, like you could lock in like most of this side fluff. But you get to, but as a creator, as a world builder, a game designer, like if that's what you wanted to see it as, in your personal game, if anything, in your game, are you going to make it strictly lore based? Are you going to make it strictly mechanic based? Or are you going to make them exclusively both? What if you fucking make them both? What if one round I take Evie Cross and the team through the map, but when we get back to the pub, I have shit to turn in that would upgrade her bat to do even fucking more damage? Like, that's what I'm saying. That's what the game should have. That's what the game deserves, at least. So between now and the next like 21 months, I do want to integrate. Well, it's actually 20 months now. 20 months and 20-ish days to lock in anything that would really turn up the game, trim any kind of edges, and grind off any kind of impurities that would really just ruin, make, or break the game. And just really dial it in and make sure I'm having fun. Like the ultimate rule is you're having fun. You're not like losing your mind over like one thing or like one accident. Like this is the time for accidents. Like this is the time for like, oh fuck, what do I do about this? This is the time for that's when you get the most data in return is when you fuck up or when because I've made a few fumbles, but not catastrophic ones because it's a developmental thing. We're currently in 0.7.0. So as soon as I know more about like a later update confirmation, and once I've established, because there's yard gainage like in each facet of the game. And so if we continue just to finish why it matters, it gives Evie mythic character. Yeah, so that was the last thing we left with her, uh, was in regard to those things. Um, like the bat and like more about that character. This was testing room facility, right? So this all came out of testing room. Pretty interesting. Testing room, mechanics development, lore Bible. We've just hit 6 hours, 4 minutes. I kind of don't really know what else to cover. I did enjoy going over. Let's do it. Let's just do like a recap, right? Uh, let me click this into something real quick. We're just gonna leave this on here. We're gonna do the slide, And I just want the slide to jump back into auto. Yeah, auto. Auto with loop done. Yeah, should do it now. Should. Maybe not. I think it's still in manual. But this recap on this stream is just a matter of like importance for anybody who shares interest. Like a background filler of like who's EV Cross, right? Like who is this new character I've never seen before? Like what is the setting, right? Bushes and nature and things. It's the forest. It's the first map. It's where we're currently working in this version of the game. We do have the forest, and I'm here to proudly announce that the first iteration of the playable second half of the game, the mansion, is on its way. And when that arrives, I can't wait to display it. And we're going to do exactly that. But same with even more of the progression and development with the forest. It's fun, it's time consuming, but you know what? In the end, you get out what you put into it, and updates on this channel are definitely going to reflect that for the last round. The plague doctors have been doing great. It's really something. Like now that everything's primed black and ready to be just like completely done out. Like yesterday, I was doing one leather type of texture across all of the zombies. So like all the zombies have like this one particular texture group that requires basically one of these colors, and you have to apply this one color to like 24 models. So it's kind of consuming. So that's really my pattern is I don't do one model at a time. I do one model or one group at a time. Like if I'm doing um my hardest feat, I think wasn't hardest, it was just most monotonizing. But I thought there was not gonna be an end really. Was 100 Imperial Guardsmen. I fucking painted 100 of them and I have them all. They're all preserved. I have them. It's just so funny. It's like, I tell you what, by the end, I could paint an Imperial Guard model like no one. Well, that's not true. There's people who are really talented. I'm actually a fucking shitty painter, but I like to have fun when I'm painting. I paint them the way I like them. I dry brush over black, and that's my dark shade. I have washes in this, and I'm learning more about painting. It's gonna be hella fun. The cultists and their rule set and their own faction of death, and they have a leader, and when they attack you, they deal poison damage. They can straight shank you with a needle or a knife, and you get poison damage. If you don't down that model and collect his antidote vial, your character will die inside of 5 rounds. So there is a death clock associated with the attack of this model. If it gets you, you have 5 rounds to get its antidote off of it, or you're toast. Biggie Man, right? Biggie Man is not in the game of the last round. However, he has completely stolen the consciousness of El Aldeano, once known as Aldeano, aka another Chainsaw Man, right? So this guy's spirit is inside of Aldeano. Not his spirit, but his psyche, the phase, right? So the phase is a complete factor in this game that doesn't, I'm not sure exists in other games, if at all. There may be phase like mechanics and phase like effects, but nothing quite like this. The phase is what allows Biggie Man to transfer the imprint of his consciousness and overwrite the brain housing group and psyche of the other chainsaw killer, El Aldeano. This is Michael Kelly. Michael Kelly will absolutely be in the game. He will absolutely be rendered in this color and in this way. His color palette is not very extensive, believe me. This is Michael Kelly in his human form. He does not have human form in the game. He will only be in this form. but there would definitely always be a story of when this piece of shit was in this piece of shit form. And he goes from piece of shit to straight up champion evil. He goes from piece of shit to fucking awesome. That's all I'm saying. Okay. The Wendigo model. This is going to be probably the last model that I paint. He looks kind of like this, but way gnarlier, way scarier, and way gorier than this. That's the thing. He's going to be the last model and the final boss. I have decided to optionally remove um, the choice to where Dr. West injects himself. He basically, and that's a pure like stance uh, choice because like narratively anyone could play that and it would be so much fun. It's like you go from fighting this stupid old man doctor to this fucking thing, like the gnarliest model on table. And it has insane attacks. It has like 12 hit points. You know what I mean? Like his stat card is just fucking unbelievable. Like to fight him, you would have to have like an untouched group and have all your grenades. You know what I mean? It's going to be a feat. The zombie bear was nothing. Wait till you have to fight this fucking thing. So no, this would be uh it would kind of be the final boss. Maybe not. If you kill this thing, you should be able to then fight Dr. West, which is just like a regular fight. If you have fight in left in you at all after fighting this thing, like this could be West's guard, and he's like an insane guard who's not the final boss. But by the time you get to West, you don't even have any fucking grenades or hit points or anything really. You're down to like 1 HP, probably. It depends. There'll be much field testing, and like that's another uh, point of real importance for me in this game is that like I'm starting small, and you graduate into harder and harder probabilities. It's really field testing every probability. Like there's gonna come a time, is what I'm suggesting, is like when I have to fight against the boss and like a group against the boss, and then it's like is it OP? Is it just right? Is he too weak? Like I give him more buffs, you know what I mean? But we're gonna see. This is one of the Wendigo models, right? This is a um, one of the beast class. Definitely the hardest. Definitely the most difficult. The zombies, right? The zombies are like the center of a lot of things right now because they're under test conduction. They're under um they're the current loot containers that are in the first map. They're easiest to destroy. They're the most numerous. Um, and painting them, they're the first set to be painted because there's so fucking many of them. Dr. West as a model, as a madman. There won't be anything like this depicted in the game board itself during a match. I think that this was really just something that was rendered from Splatterhouse 2. Something Splatterhouse 2 that was just a rendition or concept art that just screams Splatterhouse 2. The cultists mid ritual, right? So they're not doing anything supernatural or magical. I would say that they're doing something occult like, but there's nothing supernatural taking place beyond just doing weird shit in the dark. This is the first rendition of Evelyn Cross. The top left one was going to be, we will say, like the one. She was gonna be blonde hair, but maybe not. I don't know. That's definitely her make and model and everything. Like that's more or less what she looks like. But the dead on accurate one is the realistic one. I think it's this one. That's it's close, but it's the realistic one, the animated one. That's the HD actual version. The mansion. I mean, this is her as pub worker, I mean, the top left one. But like when she's not out killing shit and just being a fucking badass, she just hangs back at the pub. Um, the mansion. There's a 24 room tile set coming, and it's about to be here in like a week. And I'm probably not even gonna be around when it gets here, but I really can't wait. Like it makes me want to collect the rest of Mansions of Madness tiles. Like because I'm really hoping that because I see that 28 millimeter goes over it perfectly. I'm sure that's gonna be fine. It's just a couple bucks to have the second edition of tiles, but like it almost makes you want to get like all of the Mansion of Madness mansion room tiles and just fucking connect all of them. And so progressionally in the game, my plan is every time you access a room, you do it room by room. So when you get to that door on the other side of the room, you don't know what's behind that fucking door, and that creates such a tension band, like on the game, on the experience, on the cinematic, you know what I mean, chronology of the experience. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. You open that door, and then you and your whole team is in that room instantly, and you have to roll for initiative once you get in that room. It's not like you open the door and it's like they fucking go first. Like they very could, but that has to be determined with dice. You know, any of the animated scenes, this one really, the still turned animated, it really solidified like the search for the West Mansion and how they deployed the RPD specifically because they happened to be their fucking neighbors. Going through the forest. This scene was really great. I wish that the weird shotgun handle thing was like more dialed in, but you know what? It ended up looking so very realistic. I just don't care. Like everyone conceptualizes and knows that what they are and what they're doing and what they're looking for. In the opening trailer, it's like they're going through um but it's not like 100% dialed in. You each frame you watch, you just get more and more of that. For me, as I when I created the trailer, I got this more and more like hair-raising feeling watching it. And I think that's what did it is because it like gradually alludes to more and more information through each cinematic frame that you watch. And it was just like I can't wait to make the next one. It's going to be based off frames that haven't been animated. Like for Sniper Wolf, I probably shouldn't have rendered an image where she doesn't have that color hair and I should make her more, Sniper Wolfish. But I didn't care. I was just like, you know what? This is a rendition where she changed her fucking identity, physically. And then like went to another country and then like has to come to, you know, like the next uh AO, right? The next area of operation. And like this is it. And she's like taking a team in with her because like, and then like that's her lore drive is like soon, like for her, I haven't even done anything for her and her team's lore drive beyond they want the reagent. And because Snake is in the game, once she learns of Snake's presence, then it's like her fucking plot twist. And same for him too. That's the thing is like um there's an enemy model on board that can hit you from 36 inches away and you have no armor save against that. If Snake knew that, he would be like over paranoid of this bitch right here. Of course she's in the game, dude. She's fucking epic. And Rick Grimes, dude. Like Rick, of course. That's him. He's going to be rendered as his iconical way. Of course, he's holding like a black powder fucking OG pistol, and it's like when I'm like, hey, have his Colt Python, like have his iconical revolver. It just can't do it. It's just like you can't make it have a gun in his hand. And I was just like, dude, put the gun in his hand. And this is what it gave me. And it was actually the best one of like a lot of different tries. Because if you go to make it, it'll change his face and something, and the whole scene. It'll be similar, but it won't be the same. You'll like part of the frame, but then really fucking just can't stand another part of the frame. So you do like a series of them, and then you take the best one, and you're like, yep, this is it. Like this is it. You refine the image by like just cooking it down. Um, Ada Wong makes it to the psychiatric hospital. This psychiatric hospital is the Belmont home for the emotionally troubled, where she's a private investigator doing work on Rick Taylor. She has to collect data and turn it back in. She arrives 1 day late. 1 day or 1 week. I think it was 1 day late after Rick escaped. So this is literally the morning, like it stopped raining, right? Like the storm is over. This is after patient 6504. The rain stopped, the storm stopped, and she goes in and he's not there. And they go, yeah, he fucking broke out last night. You just missed him. And they're like, what direction? And they go, that way, into the forest. And like, that's really the only lead they have after that. Is so she then tells the party, um, he ran that way. We're already going to be stationed in this area. Let's set up in an area and then go looking for him. And she kind of just deduced almost right away that like Rick's going back to the mansion. This is what the psychiatric hospital told us. They gave us his case file. They told us what direction he was heading in. And if you look into his file, it clearly says, like without saying it, words without words, he's going to go save Jennifer. The whole thing was about Jennifer, and the whole crime and investigation surrounds the whereabouts of both of these people. So they're both people of interest, and he is an alleged fugitive, the last man responsible for her disappearance. So that's Ada's involvement. Zombie Bear, he's gonna be fun and more or less easy to paint. You know, bone and brown and just like muscle tissue and fiber and just like fucking one of my favorite models right there, the zombie bear. He's too dope. So this is what I learned in the frame here is a direct reminder of the last battle ran, right, in the testing room. I see them and I think the testing room, right? They were all able to deliver an attack that just like clicked together so well. Like if you start to get overwhelmed, the rest of the shooters just shut it down, you know. And it's just like 1 to 1. They all have special six program. Ada's is actually pretty cool. Um, yeah, let me get into that right now. Let me break that out. Actually, I'm supposed to do that. I have a folder that's got their stat cards in it. This is actually ended up turning out to be an extensive stream. It's a little bit longer than I wanted it to be, but that's okay. I like to wrap up as much information as I can. Uh, so the stat cards are for everybody available, right? PMC operator card, he's a shooter. Solid Snake, survivor. Zombie Bear, boss. The Maw, guard boss, right? Chainsaw Man, boss. Michael Kelly, boss. Cultist. A cultist as Drifter's henchman, right? Drifter cultist leader, boss. Zombie boss. He is a horde commander, right? Sniper Wolf, Scav boss. Scav gangster, one of Wolf's henchmen. Sheriff operator, one of the shooters. Rick Grimes, sheriff team lead character. Rick Taylor, survivor model character. Brent Whistler, survivor sniper. Pit Bull. So this is the Pit Bull model of the Pit Bull dog. This model is going to be the team lead, right? War Dog Pack Team Leader. Leon S. Kennedy, RPD Survivor Operative character, War Dog. So it's any one of the War Dogs in the K9 unit, right? So this is a stat card for 4 other K9 dogs. Jill Valentine, Survivor character. Claire Redfield, Survivor character. Ada Wong, Survivor character. Evelyn Cross, Survivor character. And Zombie Fodder. So fodder is like cannon fodder, like things to shoot at, things to slow down the enemy. That's how just not strong and unpotent the zombie class has been in gaming and this, right? So the PMC operator, that's your standard shooter. I have 7 of them. Uh, Snake is their team leader. The only really way to operate them is to have Snake. Like if you want to shoot them, you gotta have Snake as the team lead. Like that's the thing. They can't be applied with a different team leader. I mean, I guess if you really wanted, you can swap, right? You could have Rick Grimes as the team leader. You can have Rick Taylor as like their team leader. Which would be actually a really dynamic combo if you think about it. One strong melee main character and just the rest shooters. So it's a pretty cool idea. But the standard PMC operator has 2 HP, moves 5, melee 1, combat knife, range C model weapon. So in this regard, you have to like look at their model weapon. And in the case of those 7 models, there's a shotgun, there's an M60, and I think the rest are M4s. And I think one of them might even there aren't any pistol shooters, even though they have that as an option, I think. They have an armor save of 5 plus, slots 0, right? That's because they're not a character model. They don't have any slots. Um, Next is Solid Snake, right? PMC surviving character, team lead PMC leader, HP 3, movement 5, melee 1. It's a CQC strike. His range is a SOCOM pistol and it shoots 12 inches. Armor save, none. Slots, 3. And of them, throwable 1, heals 1. See, he doesn't even have a special 6. That's crazy. Like, I haven't even given dude a special 6. Of all of them, he deserves a special 6, right? Which is still an early program, so it's still in development. One moment, please. Be right back. All right, let's just wrap up this session with the read off of the rest of these stat cards, and then we can call it. Okay, next up is the Zombie Bear. This is a boss class model with 8 HP. It can move 6. It has 3 melee, a bite, a maul, and a strike. Right? So it's like a bite and 2 claw attacks, right? Range 0, armor none. Its drop is 4 kill points, 1 heal, 1 bounty token. And of course, there was, as mentioned earlier in our 6.5 hour stream, it's it said how many more other drops are also in association with this model's drops. The next model is the Maw. It is a guard or boss class model with a HP count of 10. It can move 4. It has a melee of 3. However, it is a ranged melee because its arms are longer, if not the longest arms of the beasts. It can melee you from 2 inch from a 2 inch range. So even if you know what I mean, if he's on a 3 and you're on a 1, he could still reach out to that 1 and get your ass. So his range is his otherwise shooter range is 0, but his melee range is 2. So he's the one model that has that too. It's very exclusive to the Maw. Armor none. His drop is 5 kill points, 1 heal, and 1 bounty token. This model has a special 6. Special 6. If Maw rolls a 6, it bites head off target. So however, there's a caveat to that special 6. You can resist it and you can break out on a 4, 5, or 6. So it has a breakout roll. That's the thing. He has a special 6, but if you fail that breakout roll, he bites your fucking head off and that character is dead. So he's the only one currently that has that special 6. It doesn't have a name. It's just bite your head off. So really, he has an attack property, which I learned after the fact. In hindsight, I thought, dude, you just made a licker or a hunter from Resident Evil, because randomly that thing could just kill you in one fucking hit in both games. So it was perfect. It was a perfect crossover. Chainsaw Man, boss, also known as El Diano, aka the mind and memory and madness of the Butcher, aka Biggie Man. But it's really Aldeano from Resident Evil 4. He's one of the cultist guys. HP 4, right? So he has one more hit point than a standard human. Uh, he moves 6, which is one more inch in movement than a standard human. His range attack is 0. His melee is 1, but it's a chainsaw. So it's like a gnarly, gnarly melee weapon, right? Horror classic. Armor 0. His drop is 5 kill points, 1 heal, 1 bounty token. His special 6 is Frenzy. He gains +1 to movement when wounded and negates blackouts for 1 turn. Michael Kelly, boss class model, 6 hit points, 5 movement, 3 melee. All 3 are his bite and 2 fists. His range is 0, but see his special 6. His armor save is none. His special 6 is on a 6. Michael Kelly spits acid barf 8 inches. So that's like, if he rolls, like how though? He would have to be within, he would have to roll for his ranged attack, essentially. It's like, he'd have to be somewhere within 6 inches, and then he'd have to remember to roll his special 6. And if he just somehow throws a 6 out of thin air, he could spew acid with it. So he could stop at the 8-inch mark. So even on turn 1, if you put him paired like with anybody in the testing room is an 8-inch distance. Is the start. It's like my default starting distance. So if your guy's on the 1 and Michael Kelly, the boss, is on the 8, he could just standing in place. If he wins the initiative, his second roll is going to be throwing up acid onto you, which is canon to Splatterhouse 3. By the way, he drops 4 kill points, 1 heal, 1 bounty token. For the cultist drifter henchman. The cultists are drifters henchmen, so just a standard cultist. Their HP is 2, right? So you can hit them twice before they're dead. They can move 5. Their range is 0. Their melee is 1. But you must see the model's weapon in order to determine. So because there's 5 cultists, and then 6 altogether with Drifter, they each, including him, they all have a different set of weapons in their hands. Some have needles, some have knives, some have both. Some have a cane, some have a club, some have incense burner. You know what I mean? So it's like they have a varied amount of shit in their cast, and they happen to be the most expensive of the models because of where they come from, and that's the thing. They're all Europe. The majority of them are European models. So, but it took what it took, and it's a very particular sculpt. Plague Doctor models specifically. Um, so you see their weapon, right? Armor none, slots, antidote 1. Throwable 0, heals 0, drops antidote 1. Special 6. Deals poison on a 6. Death clock X5 turns. So what that means, I've said this a number of times. However, they can only perform a melee attack, but if they land a 6 on you, there is no resisting that attack. It's like 6 is like the strongest roll in the game. It's like you roll a 6 at any point in the game. It's fucking bad news for whoever's on the other side of it, right? But in the case of the cultist, if he or she lands a fucking, you know what I mean, lands a fucking 6 on you, you've been infected with poison, the death serum. So you have to down that model because that model has the antidote to that poison. And really there wouldn't be like a moment where like that wouldn't mismatch. Really it's an antidote. Any antidote to the death serum will work as long as it's so far there's only one poison and one cure. And it's both on the cultist every game. So that's how that works. Um, If you don't get it off of him, you'll die by the 5th turn. So you have to get it off, kill him and get it off of him, and then take the antidote. That's like all in one motion. Once it goes into your inventory, like you can't hold on to it. You know, I think there's no like empty slot. There's not like an antidote slot. I mean, there could be. That could be the modification of inventory. Is like there's a slot per item, and you can basically have one of each item. You can't have like multiple items. Anyway, other than ammo, ammo would be like you can have one custom ammo type, and then like your infinite amount of standardized ammo is like on the side, and you can probably, should you switch between, as long as you keep the count, like if it's shotguns, I guess. Anyways, makes me think like after the fact, makes me think after Drifter, the cultist leader, boss model, HP 6, movement 6, range 0, melee 2, Gurkha blades, armor none, special 6 on 6 deals poison. His drop, kill points 5, 1 heal, antidote 1, bounty token 1. Zombie boss, horde commander, HP 3. He's basically like a larger zombie, but not like proportionately larger. He's just, you could tell he looks stronger than the other zombies. Um, HP 3, movement 4, melee 2, claw and bite, armor none, drop, kill points 4, 1 bounty, 1 random slot item. So this guy drops a random slot item. That's what's so cool about him is like he's an early game encounter, and like it just might be him that you want to drop. Like it just, you'll start to see him as like he's the one you want to take out because you're gonna need his drop to like go fuck up the next boss, really. And maybe that would chain in the bosses. if you're so lucky to see him first, which I want to make sure you see him first, him and the zombies will come along first, probably, and then that way it's like it gives you the foothold to continue in the game. Not only that, the zombie boss has a special six. On a six? No, no. How do I read this correctly? When he's down to 1 HP, that's what it is. When he's down to 1 HP, he summons one zombie behind him 5 inches. Somehow he just like a zombie appears. It just like appears maybe, or like it comes out, crawls out of the ground or something, or like I somehow like this that was his special six. It's like confusing, but like doesn't really help his cause. It's really like a it's like a it's like a side like special way to introduce a funky kind of way to ledge an attack. Like I thought of like who should have the spec 6 where honestly, I'm just going to say it cuz I already have the model. There's going to be a player in the game. This is the spoiler of this live stream. That somebody's going to have a special 6 in the game where none other than guess who appears on a special 6? The mysterious stranger. If I had like I mean, I don't know, I think I can open it up. I think I can open up. Let me show you. Let me go to not that one, but this one. I have a raw models folder that's got yeah, design. It's got design. Okay, so let's pick this guy up. So let me just show you this shit. All right. So in the box of the PMC, I think it was, or the sheriff, came this dude. So so honestly, it's like you could see like the tip of the barrel of his Thompson submachine gun is gone. It's basically gone. But the thing is, like it doesn't matter. Like maybe the tip of the barrel is just sawn off. It's like a short stock Thompson 45 submachine gun. But that's not even the point here. The point here is this fucking extra model came in the box, so they threw him in for free. I didn't ask for this, whatever this character is. I don't know what he is. I don't know where he's from. I don't know. And that's what befits that's what fits him into being canonized. He's like a 28 inch, he's a 28 millimeter scale model, just like the rest of them. But you look at it and you go, that's the mysterious stranger. Like the first thing that pops into my head, I see that and I go, um, on somebody's special 6, this fucking dude appears and does the kill shot because it's canon to the lore of a video game character who's in the Fallout series that goes all the way back to the first fucking game. So yes, this is the reveal. This is one of the new character reveals. This here is the model I have. That to my surprise came along with one of the other models I intended to purchase. This guy rode along for free. So because of how he is, he gets to be the mysterious stranger from the Fallout universe. So now there is now with him in the game now. Like tomorrow, I won't do it today, but tomorrow I'm gonna at some point in the next couple hours I'm gonna be writing in how the mysterious stranger makes the Fallout crossover. Like way out of time, right? Way out of timeline. That's the thing. It might not be the mysterious stranger, but like he could be Senator Willis's like like personal bodyguard or something. He could even be, you know what? He could even be. I should just think nothing of it and just put him on the Sniper Wolf team. You know, he's gangsterish. Like the other guys, like they're bald and like they have matching fit. Like they all have matching fits. But like, what if this dude was like their boss? Like, what if this dude was like their, Tagil? What if this guy was like their Killa or Kaban? This is like their Kaban, pretty much. Anyway, let me finish out the rest of these cards here. We have the Sniper Wolf card. It's for the Scav boss, right? HP 4, movement 6. So she's +1 to HP and she's +1 to movement. Melee 1, combat knife. Armor none. Range 1, sniper rifle, 36 inches. 4 shots and a pistol. So, like, when she runs out those shots, she's down to her 12-inch shooting pistol. So, spec 6, Sniper Wolf on a 6 does -1 HP, no save. So, that means if she rolls a 6 when she hits you, you don't. If she's shooting at, that would imply that if she's shooting at an armored target, they don't get to save. No save. -1 HP, no save. That's literally all that is. That's what that means. She could her because her rounds go through armor. The 5-4 eats through armor in this game. So her drop is 4 kill points, 1 bounty, and 2 heals, and a relic. She's the first boss to drop a relic. She drops her handkerchief. She drops a relic item that can only be found, right, first in Metal Gear Solid, the first game. You could research the handkerchief to see what it does in that universe. Now, Scav Gangster. That's one of Wolf's henchmen. Sniper Wolf's standard shooter. Has an HP of 2, a movement of 6, armor of 0, melee 1, knives, range, C model weapon, just like the other PMC and Sheriff class. Drop, 1 kill point each. A sniper of this class equals 2 kill points. So, not only Sniper Wolf has a 5-4 shooting weapon, but there's also a separate SVD shooter on the team who's also shooting a 5-4 weapon. So he alone is worth 2 points. Sniper Wolf should be, honestly, should be worth more. She's worth 4 points alone. And a bounty. So, Sheriff Operator. This is one of the Sheriff Rick Grimes Sheriff Operators. Rick Grimes has collected and assembled his best team of sheriff to be fielded. And each of their stats are this: HP 2, movement 5, melee 1, a knife, range, C model weapon, armor 5 plus. Rick Grimes, Sheriff Team Lead, character, HP 3, movement 5, range 1, revolver 12 inches, melee, pistol whip, armor none, slots 3. He does have a spec 6. See, that's what's something I need to remember is like have the card, be looking at it. And if they have a spec 6, have that on the front end of your mind. There's a chance you could pull off Rick's spec 6. Because if Rick rolls a natural 6 at 1 HP, Rick gains +1 range shot the last round. Oh, it's called the last round. I guess that's the name of it. So like when I go to make the second edition of the stat cards, there'll be more to it, and it'll be more. Like I almost want to type it and print it out. Like that'd probably be the more choice option. Erasing it and having an easy scrap of it is actually easier to work with, but using an actual office would actually be like the top notch. So yeah, his spec 6 on a 6 when he has 1 HP. If he rolls to attack you and he hits a 6, it's a critical hit, obviously, but then he could turn around and have a second attempt. So that second attempt may be a 4. It may be a 5. It might be a miss. It might be a 1, 2, or 3. Rick Taylor. So here we go with the other Rick. Rick Taylor is the main titular protagonist, right? I don't know if that's the right combo of words, but he's the main character of Splatterhouse specific. But he's an essential key to find the mansion in the last round. So his importance have like multifacets, whether he wants that or not. That's like it's really he has the mask steering him. He has his own choices to get Jennifer back steering him. He has all kinds of shit like going on. So, but as a standalone character, um, you cannot play as him off the rip. You have to first find him in the forest, and then you have to engage him and like there's nothing you have to do. All you have to do is wander into him, and then he becomes a part of your party. He doesn't resist it. He doesn't run. He doesn't fight you. It's like you guys come together because by that point, the sheriff, the PMC, right, the main character, the RPD, the three classes that are looking for him. By that point, by the time they find him, there's nothing Rick has to say to like explain to them. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing out here in the fort? Why are you following me? He's not gonna say that. They're going to say, Rick, we need you to take us to the mansion. And he's going to be more than happy to take him to the fucking mansion, believe me, by the time they find him. So Rick Taylor's stat is a survivor character card. And it goes like this. His HP is 4. His movement is 5. Melee, 1. A 1988 machete. Range 0. Armor, 6 plus. Only on face. So if he is to take a wound, he can only roll a 6 to save a critical head strike, which is good. He's the one character in the game, right? So if he gets shot in the face, like like by a shooter, he has to at least try. If he gets struck in the face, only a 6 can save that 6. But see, an enemy model has to first get a 6 on him to where Rick is then required to roll the 6. Only a 6 can break the 6 in his case. Slots 1. Throwable 0. Heals 1. Red orb. So really all he can carry is 1 heal, which is his his standard heal from the game he's from, respectively. His special 6. He actually was the first one to have a special 6, if I'm not wrong. Fury of the Mask. That's why, because he had a cool name for his. So Fury of the Mask on a 6, Rix gets 1 plus 1 to melee. So like he could swing the blade left hard, and then he could like in the same motion bring the blade back, and it acts as like a 2 strike kind of motion. So when he deals a 6, it's devastating. He has a second chance, just like Rick, to have that second attempt. Not every special 6 is going to have that kind of pattern to it. I'm happy I got to read the stat cards because it allows me to explain special 6 and the uniqueness and broad bandwidth of variety it brings to the special 6 program. It's the variety of characters, it's the variety of powers and their differences and their causes and effects. So, the next character here on the list is Brent Whistler, who is actually a character I bought as is. I liked his sculpt, and I needed a character that was like not necessarily related to um, the groups, any one of the main groups. Decidedly, he is a survivor character that you find wandering in the forest. However, his class is survivor slash sniper. So he's a sniper class survivor. He's armed. He is an armed neutral, like armed good class. So if you find him, he has the same parameters of AI as like Rick. He won't flee. He won't attack you. He sees you and like sees you as help, and so he instantly is neutral. Um, I guess optionally you can attack other models, but like for like creative purposes, until I run that, I'm not gonna try. Well, like what do you think would happen? Like if you attack a good model with a good model, it will pit them into a battle, and one of the two is going to be standing. So like the choice to do something bad like that would have an outcome. Like the guy could live, he could change his mind and topple you in the fight. So probably not a good idea. Brent Whistler, HP 3, movement 5, melee 1, knife, range 36, weapon, car 98, or Mosin. 762 by 54, shots 4, armor none. Spec 6, sniper rule. On a 6, deals 1 HP, deals -1 HP, no save. So if you hit on a 6, I think that was in between the modification, honestly. Because maybe it should be, it can't be 4 hits, that's it, and you have to get a 6. Like that's where modification for him should be made. Any, and I mean that's the 5-4 mechanic. Any 5-4 shots fired, uh they are -1 HP, like not blackout. So a 5 and a 6 both do -1 HP that also carry no armor save. That's the current rule. For his spec 6, I need to make it something cooler. It's something like either sniper related or something better for him. Because this is like, he's rarer to get because he's out there. He's like Rick. You have to find both of them and induct them both into your party. So that's the point of like a survivor, armed survivor. Like armed character survivor is Rick. That's what makes his perk so monumentally. It's paramount that you find Rick. It's the only way you beat the game. You have to find Rick so that you can take him to Jennifer or take him to the mansion. But with Brent, it's like the same thing. You're saving somebody, and you're gaining their unique ability. Like you find Brent on your team, man. You then have access to 5-4 shots at 36 inches. The Pitbull leader. This is the War Dog pack team leader. It has 3 wounds, movement 8, melee 2, bites, range 0, armor none, spec 6. I think actually this one had the first spec 6, to be honest, because this was the first fieldable model. It was the first model that I painted, actually. Um, on 6, target is locked in melee and loses -1 HP. But here's the caveat: can break the lockjaw on 4, 5, or 6. So lockjaw for the Pitbull and decapitation for the Maw are actually both really similar because they both share um like a locking mechanic where you're temporary, well, you're actually indefinitely locked until you roll to get out of it. That's the thing. You can't move when you're in combat. You have to roll to get out of it. That's across the board. But with the Maw, it could just bite your head off and kill you in one hit. The Pitbull team leader, um, locked in melee, and so it does its attack on a 6. So it basically jumps up and bites the face of the target. Let's just call it for what it is. On this thing, spec 6. So 6 is a specified area on the attack group. That's the face and the head. You know what I mean? Like the jaw, the face, the eyes, the head, the ears, the back of the head, the top of the head. Like if you were to think of like all of the hitbox surfaces of the models. On a 6, this pit bull bites the face of the target. The target loses 1 HP in the process, but in that process, the jaw locks closed over the face of the target. So like it doesn't compile damage, although that a pit bull in real life, like that would amplify so much more damage when the pit bull, if a pit bull does that, like your shit is destroyed after that. But however, pit bulls are nice creatures, and they would never do that. It's just like, but in this game they do. In this game, this pit bull does. So his special is that you could do that, but the enemy can get out of it. Leon S. Kennedy, RPD, Survivor, Operative, character. HP 3, Movement 5, Melee 1, Combat Knife. Ranged, short stock, 12 gauge, 12 inches. Which could be modified. I think the pistol and the shotgun both have the same distance. This could be changed. I like to keep it simplified and uniform. That's why I kept them both the same, because it's still the beginning. Armor, none. Slots, 3. Throwable, 1. Heals, 1. He has no special 6, but there's room to write one in. War Dog, that's the standard canine unit War Dog. 2 HP instead of the leader's 3. Movement 8, just like the leader. Melee 2, bite, range 0, armor 0, slots 1. It has a cargo pouch of +1. Any item or relic can go into that one pouch on the dog. So a 1 heal item, 1 throwable, uh, and if you find one in the world, you could pick up 1 relic. So special 6, see Pitbull card for Lockjaw. The War Dogs also possess Lockjaw. Jill Valentine, Survivor character. HP 3, Melee 1, Knife. Range 9mm pistol, 12 inches. Specifically, she has the samurai edge. If anyone is familiar with Resident Evil and Jill Valentine, the girl there in the middle, she has the samurai edge that deals a range distance of 12 inches. She can move 5. Her inventory is grenade 1, herb 1. So she can heal with 1 herb, and she could throw 1 grenade of her choice. Claire Redfield is a survivor character. HP 3, 5 movement, melee 1, combat knife. Range Remington M1100 shotgun, 12 inches distance. Armor 0, slots 3, throwable 1, heals 1. Yeah, and so like that third, exactly. So like that third one is gonna be empty. It's there, but it's empty because it's there to pick up an in-world item. And she also has no special 6 for now. Ada Wong, Survivor, character, HP 3, Movement 5, Melee 1, Combat Knife, Range 1 pistol, 12 inches. Armor, none. Slots, 3. Throwable, 1. Heals, 1. She has a cool spec 6. Shadow Strike. On a 6, she deals -1 HP and deals a blackout charge. Like how fucking cool is that? Like she got the cool perk, the cool buff. Shadow Strike. I could give that, and you know what? Just to like, if I was to want to cut a corner, I could give that exact recipe to another model and just change the name of it. Like that would just be shitty to do. But I think as long as one character has one unique thing that the other models can't do. The Maw doesn't have Lockjaw. His shit is like Lockjaw, but they are not the same. So Shadow Strike is pretty cool. So 1 HP at the highest strength level shot of a 6. That also brings with it a 4. So when you do a 6, you're also doing a 4. Pretty fucking cool. Actually, that really would variate shit. Like, I also need to remember that. Like, if she does that, like, check your characters. Be looking at your character's stat card to see if you're pulling off some crazy special 6 shit. Evelyn, Evie, Cross, Survivor character. HP 3, Movement 5, Melee 1, Baseball Bat, Range 1, Tech 9, AP, 12 inches, Armor none, Slots 3, Throwable 1, Heals 1, Spec 6, Second Wind, can save a wound, but only on a 6. So that's kind of like, see, exactly like that right there. That's exactly what I was just saying. Like her, that's exactly, well, it's not exactly. It's, again, it's not exactly, but it is very similar to Rick Taylor's special 6. He doesn't have a special 6, but his armor save is a 6 only. With her, it's like you could save a wound, but you need to get a 6 to save it. How? Second wind, right? Like she gets shot by a gun, but like being so excited and like in the moment, she doesn't even register that she got shot. So it just like ignores it altogether. Like a fucking negative 1 HP can be negated essentially. Can save a wound, but only on a 6. But see, she can only do it contingent upon landing on a 6. And so, lastly, our final stat card for tonight, this morning, wherever you may be, is the zombie fodder. Any given standardized zombie. It's actually the highest populated and the most common enemy in the board game, not board game, the skirmish game, sorry, of TLR, also known as the last round. HP 1, movement 5, and in one case, movement 4, because he cannot walk. He's crawling on the ground. Melee 1, claw or bite. Range 0. Armor none. Drop 1 kill point. So that's the thing. Many, uh, many, if not all, they all drop kill points. But like you want to take a look at your tally if that's something that matters to you. Count it. Roll some dice if that's what matters to you. Roll them dice. If painting is what matters to you, paint them minis. Right? Whatever it is that matters to you, I'm hoping that the last round could be something that someone may enjoy. If not, at the very least, I'm hoping that I have inspired someone who listens to this message to either A, create their own board game, or B, build this version of the game. Maybe not exactly, but maybe their version of the last round. And maybe you call it something else. I don't know. If you guys like this type of stuff, if you enjoy what you're listening to, watching, let me know. Follow me right here on Mixer, Pizza Slap You 707. This here was another update or entry to TLR, the last round. Thank you guys so much for listening and watching and all of that good jazz. I want to play out the trailer one last time. Actually, I kind of want to show you guys a little quick shot of I don't know if I've shown this before, but it is the terrain, right? So that's the current bushes. Those two models in the middle are World of Warcraft models that were a gift to me over Christmas. They won't be in game, but they are there to represent the model scale of the bushes, of the forest. So this is the first image of the forest. They're sitting on a piece of cardboard, but still, that's not the board that we'll be playing on. They're sitting in a box, actually. Um, we have 93 of them. They're easy to make, and I have 300 or so more to make. So that's another tedium, is doing the painting and then doing the terrain, right? Building this stuff. So thank you guys so much, big time, for watching and listening and all of that fun jazz. Let's run that trailer one final time for the last round.